Good afternoon, my fellow Americans. This is your future president speaking. And today, as always, we have a lot going on for the stream. We have a bunch of different topics, and I think we're going to stick to this whole we start with, what has the United States done to other countries? Current events, and then, of course, policy and video games. And as you can tell, today we're going to cover J.D. Vance, Guam occupation, and actually it turns out that some of our manufacturing jobs are returning, and why that may or may not be a good thing. And of course, AoE 4. So with that, Shady Vance, that's right. Welcome to the stream, Princess Kayla. You made it in first. That is a new record, because usually it's Oshun. Oshun must be tripping. Oh no. But still. It looks like we've got everything lined up, ready to go. So let me just find our playlist for the day. And then we will go ahead and get that started. Hola, señorita. See if we can go a whole day without technical difficulties. All right, so we're going to go ahead and play all.
When the sawdust settles,
even
and the
in
engine
the
finally
order,
roars.
the
thing you care
outdone
about
yourself.
most.
Thank
when
you so
Puerto
much for
Rico
your
was
help
suddenly
with
on
this.
everyone's minds after Hurricane Maria, one question kept coming up. What does it mean to be a U.S. territory? Puerto Rico is just one of many U.S. territories,
16
including the
territories.
U.S. Virgin Islands, American Samoa, the Northern Mariana Islands, and Guam. But many Americans hardly ever think about them.
Most members of Congress, they couldn't find Guam on a map, and they don't want to because it's completely off their radar.
Kayla's gonna
The 4
start being
million
the number
Americans
one
who live in these
promoter
territories
of
can
the
serve
channel,
in
which
the
is
military,
awesome.
but they can't vote for president. Each territory has one representative in Congress, but that representative can't actually vote either. U.S. territories are essentially American colonies.
Well, that part. In fact, let's play that part. Actually, let's just play all that again.
And they don't want to because it's completely off their radar.
The 4 million Americans who live in these territories can serve in the military, but they can't vote for president. Each territory.
So they can't vote for president. They're territories. They're American citizens who can serve in the military, but cannot vote for president. Didn't we have some sort of something about no taxation without representation, something, freedom, something, right? Like, this is insane that this is how we treat our territories. Now, of course,
Territory has one representative in Congress.
they each get a representative in Congress, which doesn't get to do anything. And it's also true that the major tribes in America also get representatives in Congress that don't get to say a damn thing, that have no influence whatsoever, which is one of the many reasons why I did suggest and still stand by the idea that these 27, the tribes and the territories, should become states, with the option of course, earning their independence. But I think it might behoove them to get their statehood, because then 1/3 of the U.S. Senate will then become the former territories and the former how would you even phrase that? Like, the indigenous tribes would now become states, and the former territories would now become states, and combined they would control 1/3 of the Senate. And I think that would be incredibly influential. I still stand by it, but I would understand if they would prefer true independence. Kai Telly. Wow. Welcome to the stream. Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for coming by. But yes, we'll go ahead and take a sip. Appreciate that. Leah's birthday party is this weekend, even though her birthday was in February, so I went to pick her up at summer camp, and we went to buy supplies for the party. I will allow it. Just kidding. But to the point, right? These territories are considered American citizens. They can serve in the military, but they can't vote for president. They have representation in Congress, but can't actually do anything.
That representative can't actually vote either. U.S. territories are essentially American colonies.
There's a footnote attached.
They're colonies. America has 16 colonies in 2024. 16 colonies in 2024. Colonialization is not something that happened in the 1700s and kind of came to an end in the 1800s and then like sort of finally completely stopped in the 1900s. This is ongoing in the 2000s. This is literally ongoing. Colonialism has never stopped since it began. And America, once again, is the last one to let go of its grasp of oppression.
To America's empire, and it's called Guam.
Way out in the Western Pacific, this island...
Oshun, just so you're aware, Discord is up, but I know you're probably gonna only want to go in voice channel for when we game, just letting you know.
Of 160,000 people is the furthest west you can get and still say you're on American soil. And since it's close to Asia, it's the perfect location for a U.S. military base, which is why the military...
for our base. Why is that, you ask? Because it gives us a huge foothold in the Pacific Theater, i.e. China, i.e. North Korea, i.e. even parts of the Middle East, you know, going up and around. So Guam is basically a military foothold and forward operating base.
It controls more than a quarter of the island's land. In this series of Untold America, I'm going to take you to Guam. I want to know how it became and stayed a U.S. colony.
Oh, I love that she's saying it's a colony, too. She's not even using the terms territory. She's straight up going colony. Love it. Sure, it was
driving
useful
around
for
Guam,
that too.
You can't miss that this is America. You can hear planes taking off from Anderson Air Force Base. Tourists shoot guns at Wild West-style ranges and snap photos in front of a replica of the Statue of Liberty. But like the other territories, Guam is not fully American.
Since Guam is considered a possession of the U.S. but not part of the U.S., the Constitution doesn't apply. And so even...
It gets worse. It just gets worse. It's not funny. Obviously, this is obviously the furthest thing from comedy. It's so comically evil. The United States fought an entire war against the largest empire of the era because of a 3% tax on tea, no representation in parliament, etc., etc., etc. And then we turn around and do it to other countries. That's insane. Oh, and the Constitution doesn't apply to property, which don't get me started on that. But the Constitution doesn't apply to the American citizens or the citizens who are considered American from these colonies. It's insane. That is absolutely insane. That's when the Philippine intel agencies discovered ISIS on Philippine soil. It took 5 months to eradicate them from the western Mindanao city of Marawi City. Okay. Well, I'm not saying that going after terrorism isn't a good reason to have a military installation on an island. It's just, I don't know, maybe we should treat them with the sovereignty and respect that they deserve, or integrate them completely directly into the United States via statehood, instead of reaping all of the benefits of them being our possession. That's disgusting. I mean, you may as well call it slavery. With freedom involved.
Today, we still do not have the full applicability of the Constitution.
That's because of a series of decisions called the Insular Cases.
So the U.S. Supreme Court, right, the highest court in the land, basically in 1901, decides that based on race, based on this idea that these places are populated by, quote, alien races, the Constitution wouldn't be applied. Basically, alien races are incapable of understanding Anglo-Saxon principles.
In Guam's case...
Okay. Wow. We are not even 2.5 minutes into this, and the racist colonization that is going on right now in all of these territories is already disturbing. And alien races, mind you, my specific platform policy, I actually do have in my policy human rights considerations for AI and alien life. Develop a framework for engagement with potential alien life forms based on principles of respect, peaceful coexistence, and mutual understanding. Here, I'll share it with the class. I never once thought that this would somehow have to apply to territories because, again, I want to grant these territories statehood and official say in U.S. politics and their government. But Jesus Christ, apparently, that this is what you have to do. This is oh my God. And of course, I'm the only candidate, the only politician who's even talking about human rights considerations for aliens and AI. And by the way, if the Supreme Court is considering human beings from different parts of the globe aliens, then this even applies. Disgusting that these are the conversations we have to have.
By
in 2024.
Races, they meant the indigenous Chamorro people who have lived on the island for more than 3,000 years. Before the Americans came in, Guam had already been colonized for hundreds of years by the Spanish. Then with the Treaty of Paris in 1898, the United States took control of Guam, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico.
Now, when they took Guam, they declared the entire island to be the naval station of Guam. And what that would mean for the Chamorro people was that the military ruled our lives. And there was no consideration of civil rights for the people, political rights. It became a dictatorship.
The Chamorro people were denied the right to citizenship and banned from speaking their language. This continued for decades until
the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
That's the answer. Until it was convenient.
Of the Empire of
Civil
Japan.
rights? Who dat?
Just hours after the bombing of Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941, the Japanese also bombed Guam.
They had actually evacuated all of the...
Why am I today years old when I discovered that the Japanese bombed Guam? And that was another reason for entering into World War II? We're not even taught U.S. history. We're taught U.S. fan fiction.
White wives and children to the mainland.
Because they were expecting the Japanese to bomb the island.
Right. And I mentioned white wives and children because they didn't evacuate the Chamorro women who had been married to Americans.
The Japanese occupied Guam for 2.5 years during the war. It was a really traumatic time for Chamorros on the island. I wanted to hear from people who lived through it.
At the time, I was only like 11 years old. We were also scared.
During occupation, many women were assaulted by Japanese soldiers. Susie was one of them.
I ran to the mango tree, under the mango tree, and the Japanese came with their underwear and tried to hold me down. I'm scared. I thought I'm gonna die.
Only white people
Susie
got
was able to get away, but
right.
still has a scar on her knee from the attack. She lost 4 siblings and an aunt during the war.
I'm half Japanese. My mom is from Japan, and I lived there for a number of years.
Yes.
I'm also American. I never learned these stories growing up.
Neither did I.
What? Still
in America.
Searching YouTube for math help? Are the videos from 2006 really?
I didn't know
I'm sorry, I thought
any
it
of these
also
stories
said
growing
the
up.
Guam native
During the
lives.
Japanese occupation, Chamorro people were forced to work the fields to produce food for the Japanese. Toward the end of
Guam
the war,
was
the
bombed
Japanese became
and
more
captured
brutal,
and
killing
occupied.
Chamorros in mass and rounding them up into concentration camps. Susie's aunt died on the march to one of the concentration camps when she couldn't keep up. She was beaten and thrown into a ditch.
The largest massacre, which happened in the northern part of Guam in Jigo, there were 45 men who were beheaded. It's just one day after another, there are a number of massacres that go on. 30 people, 45 people, all the way leading up to Liberation Day.
For 17 days without let up, American planes and ships assault the island of Guam.
For people who were there at the time, you can understand the relief, the excitement, the sense actually of liberation, of freedom.
People felt safe that the United States is back.
So happy.
We were really blessed.
short-lived.
Dear Uncle Sam, won't you please come back to Guam?
And they're singing.
I started to understand why a lot of people on Guam, especially the older generation, are so patriotic. But after the war, Chamorros were moved into refugee camps, and the military began taking land all over the island.
The property to the left, all the way practically to the ocean, is my family's property. And what the military did is they just took it from us.
Antonio's family was forced to sign over 4,600 acres of their land to the U.S. military. And he says they were paid less than $12 an acre for it. That land became Anderson Air Force Base. Less than 10 years later, the military took another 1,000 acres from the Sablan family to create the Naval Communications Station.
There were 200,000 military on the island, and the U.S. military had just basically gobbled up just vast amounts of land, probably close to 70% at its peak. Over 100 installations all over the island. It was just every branch of the military was here.
Chamorros, who had just survived a brutal war, were coerced into signing over their land by threats, the need to prove their patriotism, and fear of military backlash. On average, the military paid only $1 an acre for the land.
Chamorros were feeling completely powerless. This was gut-wrenching. Land was all they had. Literally, land was their wealth. Land was what they gave to their children and grandchildren. As a result of liberation, the Chamorros become landless and many of them become homeless. And the Chamorros become the poor people of Guam.
Wow.
After decades of fighting for their rights under American rule, Chamorros were given limited citizenship under the Organic Act. Now that they were citizens, the military was legally required to make an official payment for the land they took. But that didn't mean the payment was fair. Antonio's family got a single dollar for all 4,600 acres taken to create the Air Force Base.
Almost everybody in Guam, pretty much we got nothing.
The past 3 or 4 minutes have been nothing but just blatant abuse of power and colonization. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody's taking notes, but I guess I can't just unilaterally say that grant states' rights. We're going to have to go through each of the territories and then make reparations for all of the atrocities we committed. Starting with, I mean, I don't even know where you would start technically, but for the sake of Guam, actually paying a correct amount of money to all of the land that we stole and or giving it back. Ridiculous.
Yeah, very little. And compensation is just so unjust.
Antonio, who had served in the military himself, did inherit a small bit of land. But throughout the 80s, the military made it very difficult for him to access it.
I literally get accosted at gunpoint numerous times when I am in my family's land. Like a barrel of an M16 on the back of my neck, laying on the ground, because they're trying to identify whether I'm a properly legitimate person to be there.
Even though you had an ID card that said you were a landowner.
That's correct. That's why I became so outspoken and radical, because what am I doing identifying myself on my own home to go to my own private property?
Antonio helped form the group Nacion Chamorro, also known as Chamorro Nation, to protest the military occupation of Guam.
So we were blocking the road. We actually put a tent in the middle of the road. They would all tie us like a handcuff, and there would be a bus parked up ahead, and they would take us and they put us inside the bus.
As a result of the protests, the guard shack that checked IDs on that road was eventually taken down.
I was willing to go to jail. I was willing to, confront the Americanos and die if I have to.
In the 80s, after hundreds of Chamorros filed claims over the unfair original payments for their land, the U.S. government agreed to pay up. But they paid what the land was worth in the 1940s.
Yeah, a direct
40 years
amount.
Too late. The Sablan family chose not to accept the payment in protest. Today, Antonio runs a tourism business with some of the land he has left. But of the 5,500 acres his family once owned that became military property, none were ever returned.
I am the victim.
Yeah.
They're the one that's enjoying the fruits of our land. and they should be paying us billions of dollars in rent money.
$4 billion a year. That sounds about right.
The most important military outpost here in the Pacific.
With Andersen Air Force Base to the north and the Naval Base to the south, the U.S. military now controls 27% of the land on Guam. Because of Guam's complicated past, I can understand how the legacy of liberation lives on. But while patriotism on the island is still strong, there are people who are pushing back against the military.
As they should.
They say it's time for Guam, an American colony, to choose its own fate.
Wow.
Thanks so much for watching part 1 of our series. I can't believe I never learned.
Oh, from Al Jazeera? Okay. That explains why it was so well done. Holy shit. This was an extremely well-found video.
Learned about the brutal history of Japanese occupation on Guam in school. In this next video, we're going to go speak to people in the military who can't even vote for president. And we're going to talk to people in the independence movement. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more of Untold America.
Check this out.
Untold America,
show you how
no
I
kidding.
afforded this car.
It definitely isn't told.
Okay, you ready? All right, $118 for car insurance.
We are U.S. citizens, but we're not able to vote for the United States president.
A third of our island is occupied by the U.S. military.
The United States could have made Guam a state at any time. It hasn't.
Right.
In part 1 of the
Sure
series,
could've.
I looked at how Guam became a colony
Which is
of
one of the
United
things
States.
I'm suggesting,
In this part,
but
I
you
want to
know.
look at what it's really like to live in an American
I
territory.
could understand
and how
why they
some
wouldn't
people
care
are
at this
envisioning
point.
a different relationship between Guam and the U.S. For tourists, the 5 populated U.S. territories seem like great places to take a tropical vacation. But the people who live there face higher unemployment than the national average and the worst poverty rates in the country. On Guam, the poverty rate is 50% higher than the rest of the U.S. The military presence here is huge, with installations taking up 27% of the island's land. With all this in mind, many young people on Guam see the military as an opportunity.
Yeah, because it's the only job.
I felt like I needed a foundation.
It's just like being poor and white
Chad
in
wants to
rural
work
America.
in the entertainment industry. But with limited options on Guam, the military seemed like a good stepping stone to reach his dreams.
Like Puerto Rico, and I'm sure every other territory, which we're going to learn, I'm certain.
I'm from Jonya, a little village of Jonya in Guam. There's this one house that we all grew up in my grandmother's house, like everyone, from my great-grandmother to my grandmother to my mom. I was like, what am I gonna do? And my dad was telling me, he was like, you should just join the Air Force. And I was like, really? The Air Force? I don't think I'm fit for that or cut out for that. And so when I did
but you don't have a choice.
to join, what made me go through it is my dad, my brothers who joined, if they did it, then I could do it.
Being in the military is like having an all-access pass to steady work, cheaper prices, and a chance to explore the world. Life on base can feel like a privilege compared to
the only
many
way for
neighborhoods
colonists
on the island.
to get out of their colony.
Just like get tired of the same routine and get tired of the same minimum wage pay. And so you're thinking, like, what can I do to get better financial
McDonald's flag, are you
stability? The only answer to that, like, to me, I think, is the military.
Yeah, because that's the only opportunities people have.
Islander thing, it seems like it's beyond patriotic. You know, it's engraved in our blood. You know, it's a family traditional thing. I joined the military when I was in high school, my senior year, and I was 18 years old.
Guam actually has a higher military enlistment rate than any state. As many as 1 in 8 adults here are veterans. But that doesn't mean they have the same rights as most U.S. citizens.
Which is ridiculous.
Ronnie served 2 tours in Iraq and has since created an organization to help veterans recover from the trauma of war.
In here we have, right now we have hens. We have a couple baby chicks.
And so how does this help veterans who come here?
It really takes your mind off what you're going through, what you experience downrange.
While Rodney's proud of his military service, he wasn't happy with how he was treated by Veterans Affairs when he retired and returned to Guam.
It's taken me 15 years to finally get actual services for treatment. Currently, I fly to Hawaii to receive my counseling.
How can you afford that?
You look at the appointment wait times, they've exceeded 30 days, some as much as 8 months.
Jesus.
Some as a year, and that's why veterans just give up on the VA. They give up on the system.
Many veterans on Guam believe that they're
underfunded.
treated differently because they're a territory. There's only one outpatient clinic on the island with 2 doctors to serve thousands of veterans. And it's common for vets to take a 7-hour flight to Hawaii for services like specialized PTSD treatment. Rodney's tours in Iraq have taken a toll. He's experienced depression and survived a suicide attempt.
To lose people in battle, to see that, to pick up the body parts of American soldiers, being diagnosed of PTSD, traumatic brain injuries, spinal problems, and stuff like that. Not being able to vote for a president it's like a piece of me is missing. Even though,
and that is 100% understandable.
I am American, I see it painfully.
If Guam were a state, it would have more political power to get better resources and have a say in who gets to be president.
Exactly. I know it's better for me and my family. And if I had a choice, that would be pushing for statehood.
Rodney's taking this fight to the Supreme Court. He's joined a lawsuit that's fighting to give the 4 million Americans who live in the territories the right to vote. It's an uphill battle. I couldn't stop thinking that despite Rodney and Chad's service,
and don't get constitutional rights, that doesn't even make sense.
I wanted to know what the military thought about all this.
What's the military's response to the fact that so many people from Guam serve in the U.S. military but can't even vote for their commander-in-chief?
I don't have a response for it. That's a question that has nothing to do with the military.
Does the military support anything in terms of status quo, Guam becoming a state?
The military can't.
The DoD doesn't have an opinion, on the political status of the
The military can't have an opinion on that.
To just be the best neighbors that we can be.
Now don't get me wrong. That is true. The military has zero say. No, they don't have any say. It's the military. They are a wing of the federal government, yes, in the theater of war. But they have no say over the regional affairs. They have no say over the land or any of that stuff. They have no influence. Like, maybe they have influence. Like, I'm sure the adjutant general of the Air Force Base and the naval facility could advocate to Congress, hey, maybe we should, do something about this. But it would be extremely risky politically for their future career to do so, because obviously Congress could absolutely force generals out of their position and whatever else. You're right, sorry. Greetings, Drea, and greetings, Triangle. Welcome. We're learning about Guam. This is the second video of how Guam is being treated like a colony by the United States of America themselves, who fought a war of independence from being a colony of an empire and being mistreated. The irony shouldn't be lost on anyone. So, yeah, we're just discussing that and trying to keep up with the sheer amount of bullshit that these territories have to put up with from U.S. occupation.
It's always important to ask for permission whenever you're entering a place where there's artifacts or the bones of ancient Chamorros.
Not everyone thinks statehood is the best way forward. Maguette is part of the independence movement that wants to change Guam's relationship with the military. He took us to the cultural site Ratidia,
For one, the
also
military
known
needs
as
to be paying
Wetaxin,
Guam regardless.
which has caves with indigenous Chamorro markings dating back generations.
You come in here and you get reminded that, man, 1,000 years ago maybe, there was a Chamorro who was standing here, and it's like a message. It's like, hey, don't give up.
Maguette and the independence movement are fighting to preserve sites like these,
release them. Yeah,
but the
that's
military
exactly
plans to build a firing range right next
or
door.
Pay them accordingly.
It's part of a military buildup that would move 5,000 additional Marines from Okinawa, Japan,
Which, by the way, Okinawa is also a very major point of contention in Japan.
This trail,
Prime ministers have won or lost elections because of Okinawa.
For them, they're like...
And I was stationed there.
If you're looking for a school that is 100% online, offers low-cost tuition, and has over
Why would you want to disrupt a place like this?
The firing range will limit access for locals who use this area regularly.
Well, and it seems like even to this day, people are coming here to get plants for healing, to come in here to go fishing.
Oh, and look at
absolutely.
that. America is occupying
This is why the
indigenous
firing
religious
range issue
sites.
is so contentious. A lot of these culturally significant areas are on bases. As an individual, you can't say, you know what, I would like to go and visit a sacred site to my ancestors, because there's a fence, there's a gate, there's a pass procedure.
And you
Just
will
look at
be
a map of
stopped
Guam.
and or shot.
212 square miles, 1/3 of it military facilities. All of these things are tied to us being a territory.
Independent Guam is trying to get people to think about an alternative to Guam's current status.
Yeah.
Inspired by the strength of our ancestors, we educate and unify all who call our island home to build a sustainable and prosperous independent future.
Independence is a way for us to redefine ourselves and to really return to who we were intended to be by our ancestors.
The threat of a nuclear attack from North Korea is in Guam's recent memory. But the independence movement doesn't want to be caught in the middle of U.S. conflicts any longer.
Which
it
can't
became
blame
more
them.
urgent for me as a mother because I often think, well, what
So,
do I
Shriangle, you missed the conversation either earlier this week before you joined. I actually have a policy on my website to grant statehood to the 27. The 27 most populous indigenous tribes in America and the 16 U.S. territories. That would create 54 U.S. senators and a minimum of 27 congresspeople, which would give them a minimum 5% stake in the U.S. House and a minimum 1/3 stake in the U.S. Senate, plus 1/3 governor. Actually, a bit over 1/3 of governorships and National Guardsmen in the United States as well. It would be unprecedented political power for these people that have been largely abused by the United States and given a sprinkling of rights, but arguably no say in what the United States does to them, their people, their land, their culture, their community, their sovereignty. So for me, I want to grant statehood to the 27 because it's the right thing to do. But I also realize that I have to offer them independence just as equally because maybe for their best interests, it is to be independent. And who am I to say, no, you have to be a state or you'll remain a territory? That's insane. They had it even worse because they were not even allowed to keep their language. Right, even worse. I don't know where lead poisoning came in this discussion. We would still need them to relatively defend themselves because look at Rome. Well, I mean, if they become independent, we would at least need to have some sort of agreement to like support them because obviously they wouldn't be able to support themselves defensively. Oh, I see. Lead poisoning from discharged ammunition almost wiped out the California condor. That's where it came from. I see. Yeah. Okay. I am up to speed on that.
I want my children to inherit. There's no choice. This is my homeland. This is their homeland. I would rather that they be here and know who they are than anywhere else in the world. So if this is the place that is their home, I want to make
like
it
the fact
safe.
that United States is engaging in colonization is insane.
Others argue that without the military to defend it, Guam would be an easy target, especially when it comes to nuclear warfare.
Well, here's the thing. If fund them, but it's risky expanding. I'm not sure what you mean by that expanding portion, but I mean, it's what we do with Okinawa. We rent out those bases to the country of Japan for the rights to be in Okinawa, just like we do in all of the countries that we're in. We lease the land and the bases to the countries and have agreements with those countries to do so. So either the territories need to be granted their independence or statehood, and if it's statehood, then they can still dictate the terms of those bases because they'll have their own constitution and their own governor, their own senators, and their own congressperson or persons to dictate terms on their territory. It's not hard to defend more land because obviously that's what we're currently doing as an empire. It's the fact that we are doing it as a colony, as a colonizing force, rather than as an extension of goodwill or an expansion of our rights and freedoms and accessibility to those same fundamental rights, right? Because again, none of the territory, so everybody that's in the U.S. territory is considered a U.S. citizen without constitutional rights or the ability to vote for president. So again, we are benefiting for all the things of empire without actually doing the right thing and the ethical thing by granting the true citizenship and statehood to these areas. And the fact of the matter is, it's totalitarianism. It's colonization. And the fact that it's still going on in 2024 is obscene. And the fact that, of course, we've never been taught this is goes par for the course, because the outrage would be astronomical.
Reach its greatest potential for them.
Others argue that without the military to defend it, Guam would be an easy target, especially when it comes to nuclear warfare.
There's some people who are like,
worrying about nuclear warfare isn't the thing. But yes, Chinese influence or invasion or attacks or whatever,
But says
that could be potential. But again, China's in the middle of an economic
He says Guam
war
could have a
that they are
defense
winning.
agreement with the military. The U.S. would keep its bases here if they agreed to defend the island in return.
Over the past 70 or 80 years, about 80 different countries moved from being colonies to independent.
Yeah.
And in that time, Guam kind of remained stuck in the exact same place. What we have now with the relationship between Guam and the United States is the relationship between a colony and a colonizer. It's a relationship that shouldn't exist anymore, just like most people would say a relationship between a slave and a master shouldn't exist anymore.
Absolutely right.
In 2017, the UN Decolonization Committee voted in favor of a resolution calling for the U.S. government to cooperate with Guam's right to self-determination, to decide whether it should be a state.
I'm surprised the UN actually pulled that off.
But that resolution is non-binding.
Ah.
Guam's colonial past has created a system of dependency on the U.S., militarily and economically. But there's a growing group of young people on Guam who are looking to traditional Chamorro culture to help change the future of their island. Thank you for watching part 2. Keep watching, because in this next episode, we're going spearfishing. There's an amazing group of young people on Guam who are embracing indigenous traditions to create a more sustainable future. I really want you to meet them. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to keep watching Untold America.
Yeah, seriously, don't
Five reasons
forget
why
to like, share, and
2024
subscribe
is
to
the
this,
year to start fresh.
This series.
Because we believe that no living being should eat ultra-processed food for every meal. Because we believe that weight management.
After traveling to Guam for this series, I've learned a lot about the indigenous Chamorro people who live there. But I still...
Triangle, what do you mean by that? Because when we're done streaming, I go about my night of winding down and going to bed. So I don't know what you mean by that, unless you mean you want to debate. But we didn't plan for a debate today. And although we did debate kind of off the cuff last time, if we are going to debate, I think it should be a little bit more structured. So I'm not opposed to it on principle. It's just it would be very okay after the video. Well, that's kind of the thing though, Shriangle, that we there is no after the video. We watch, so we're gonna go through this entire playlist today to include when we're doing the video games. So I'm not understanding the voice channel because again, we're not, if you're talking while the video's going on and I'm gaming, or the video's going on and we're discussing the video, it becomes too chaotic. Yeah, no, I'm, like I said, just trying to keep it 100 with you there. So yeah, don't take it the wrong way. It's just that was not the intent of the channel.
I have one more question.
Or the Discord, I mean.
What does being Chamorro mean to you?
It's honor.
Respect too.
Food and family is the #1 priority.
The homeland.
Honoring my ancestors.
Being Chamorro is everything.
Gwinifi, which is the Chamorro word for dream.
Every time someone asks me like what am I say Chamorro. I like saying that because most of the time they don't even know what a Chamorro is, and so that's like a good conversation starter. Like, hey, I'm from a little island on Guam. Oh, what's Guam? It's a United States territory.
Most people in the United States have no idea what Guam is. You say, I'm from Guam, and people say, wow, you don't look African. Or people say, oh, Guam, that's right next to Honduras. I went there once for, on a mission trip or something like that.
Being a territory for people on Guam is very complicated, especially for Chamorros. I mean, there's this kind of, I think, a love-hate relationship with the U.S. for many of us.
I don't identify as American. I wasn't raised to. My parents always made it very clear to me that this is not America, this is Guam.
Although I am a U.S. citizen by birth, I always identify myself first as a Chamorro. I'm a born, raised Chamorro.
For me, Chamorro is what I am.
So basically, if you're from Guam, you're technically Guamanian if you're from Guam, but I know people who say they're born here, but they don't want to be called Guamanian. They want to be American because that's their culture.
Technically, I'm living in America, but the world that I grew up in is the Chamorro world.
I identify as Chamorro because even though I speak English and that is my primary language, I am Chamorro from my blood to my soul.
I think there's a colonized mentality that, we will die if the U.S. leaves Guam. For hundreds of years of constantly being told, like, you cannot take care of yourselves. You are not smart enough. You don't have enough resources. You need us. Without us, you will starve.
The name that Chamorros always used to fear when they spoke out is anti-American. Because America for so long represented these great ideals of freedom and democracy.
Growing up as a child, learning U.S. history and all of this, but Guam's not in there. We had these little puzzles with the maps of the U.S. and there's no Guam in there.
Being a Chamorro woman, being a young Chamorro woman, we're told all the time that you need to be good at school, good at English. I even tried to hide an accent when I was younger, and now I don't have one because I went out of my way to not sound Chad, which is like a derogatory term for a native Chamorro person.
No, I think people on Guam grow up with these mixed messages can create some identity issues for people.
Am I an American or am I a Chamorro? As a U.S. citizen, I should be able to express my liberties and my constitutional rights.
My grandfather was born in 1920, my grandmother in 1922. They grew up in a Guam which was segregated, where they couldn't go to the movie theater on certain days because that was when whites went to the movie theater. There was restaurants that only whites could go to.
There were also a lot of racist ideas going on. I mean, the doctor was just flat out saying, like, by speaking English, you will learn honesty and morality. You could be punished at schools for speaking Chamorro. So schools, hospitals, anything run by the government were English-only zones.
People
I remember the first time I saw someone who I knew was not Chamorro laugh, and I freaked out because I thought laughing was part of our language only. The first time I ever saw someone else laugh, I was like, oh, dude, you speak Chamorro? And my dad was like, no, son, he's just laughing. Everyone laughs.
It's important to me now because growing up, it wasn't important. It wasn't important to speak Chamorro, even though that was all my grandmother spoke. It wasn't important for me to learn how to communicate with her, and there's a lot of regret that I carry because I wasn't able to communicate with her.
I don't know
in Puerto Rico,
what
they
the
make
value
fun of
is
you speak English with a
pledging
strong
yourself
accent.
to your colonizer.
If
everybody here decided to get an American flag tattoo on your ass,
how would you
it wouldn't have an
speak
impact
English
on
without
Guam.
an American accent?
It's our reclaiming of our identity and our celebration of who we are.
How many Chamorros have to die in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Vietnam in World War II? How many American flag stickers do you have to put on your cars? How many do you have to fly in front of your houses? No matter what America promises us, they're always going to treat us like we're different and we're less than they are.
Hey guys, I'm Marissa and I animated this series. I love being Chamorro and it's definitely part of my identity that I embrace. Don't forget to watch the rest of the series and please share with your friends and don't forget to subscribe to Untold America.
Is that the last video
to
for
this US
Guam?
Open office plan.
Miller just lobbed a message way over Jones's head using some technical jargon.
This video was made possible by
Puerto
Squarespace.
Ricans make fun of
Start
each
building
other
your website
because
for
of
free at squarespace.com/Wendover,
colonization.
and then when you're ready
That's
to launch, use
unfortunate.
the code Wendover for 10% off. If you were just dropped in this place with no prior knowledge, where would you guess you were? maybe Florida or California.
Yeah,
or
that doesn't
Hawaii,
look like any other
somewhere
place other
tropical,
than
but
America
this is
would.
definitely the US. It just looks like the US. From the style of signs to the way the roads look to the stores that line the streets, you can tell it's the US, but it's not Florida, it's not California, it's not Hawaii, it's not even on this side of the world. It's America's most isolated territory. It's Guam.
Oh,
the United
colony.
States has
Let's
5
use the right
inhabited
terms.
territories: the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, the Northern Mariana Islands, and Guam itself. Guam is the furthest of these 5 from the continental U.S., nearly 8,000 miles away from Washington, D.C., making it the most isolated. Beijing, Delhi, Cape Town, and Buenos Aires are all closer to DC than Guam is, and yet the island is a fully fledged territory of the US. It is
That's
the US.
ridiculous.
Guam has been inhabited for thousands of years by the native Chamorro people until the 1500s when it was first claimed as a territory by Spain. Centuries later, after the US's victory in the Spanish-American War, the territory was ceded to the United States along with Puerto Rico and the
Spain find it?
Aside from a brief
It's
and
in the
brutal
middle of
Japanese
the
occupation
Pacific.
during World War II, the island has remained part of the US.
To be
ever
fair,
since.
how did the Chorro
Many
find
Americans
it?
had
Because,
never even heard of Guam until summer 2017.
they must have, like,
that was when North Korean
accidentally
leader
washed
Kim
up
Jong-un
on it or
threatened to launch a
something.
ballistic missile at Guam. The threats may have since subsided, but the effects of that summer have not. The island stretches less than 30 miles from top to bottom, which makes it smaller than every other US state and territory, and yet it packs more than 160,000 people into that small
Moana,
size.
yeah.
In
That's-
fact,
I guess
it's
you got a
more
point there.
densely populated than all but 5 US states or territories. Meanwhile, it is by far the most developed place in Micronesia. To put it in perspective, Guam's neighboring islands, the Northern Mariana Islands, which are also part of the US, have a GDP per capita of $16,800, while Guam's is more than $35,000. Kiribati, meanwhile, the most populous country in Micronesia, has a GDP per capita of $1,500.
Yeah,
Guam
and it
is an
says
outpost of the
35,000, and
modern
yet
developed
most people
world
live in
and one of
poverty
the
there,
poorest
so
regions of
something
the
ain't
world.
something.
Its location, though, is its greatest asset. Its economy exists because of where it is. The island is 3 hours from Tokyo, 4 hours from Seoul, and 5 hours from Hong Kong. It's close to Asia, but it is still the US, unequivocally. You see American license plates, American-style ambulances, they have US post offices, they use the US dollar, they have American stores, American hotels, US national parks, US airlines. There is no compromise on the Americanness of Guam because it is the US.
Except for,
They
the
fly
rights.
the US flag, and
Freedoms,
for tourists,
the right to
this
vote.
is a draw. Instead of flying 7 hours to Hawaii or 10 hours to California, Japanese tourists can and do just fly 3 hours to Guam in order to visit the US. The malls, which look identical to any in
I could
Virginia
have gone
or
from
Kansas
Okinawa to
or
Guam
anywhere
this
else in the
entire time.
US,
I did
are
not
hugely
realize that.
popular with Asian tourists, as they can buy American goods for a fraction of what they would cost in Asia. About 1.5 million people visit the island of 160,000 each year. But what's not good for tourism is missile threats.
Last summer when they were playing whose missile's bigger, we were the ones that suffered. Our
6 years
tourism
ago.
took
Okay. I
huge
was wondering when
nosedive
this
that
video
month
took
of
place.
August. We never saw so many news agencies come into Guam and from countries that didn't even
Yeah, the
realize
Spaniards
we
really do
existed.
love their songs
Because all of
and
a sudden, Kim
their
Jong-un was
Catholic naming
threatening
conventions.
the American territory in the Pacific.
This is Benjamin Cruz, Speaker of the Guam Legislature. As he said, the island's
Oh,
economy
he's the
suffered
Speaker of the Guam
immensely
Legislature
from
that
the
has
North Korean
zero
missile threat.
influence
Many
in Congress.
visitors of Guam come as part of school groups or corporate retreats, and these groups in particular almost universally canceled their trips.
We lost. Almost our entire. All of Japan stopped coming. Everybody was afraid to come. The only ones that were coming were the news media.
Fortunately, the effects were partially mitigated by an increase in visitors from South Korea who were less worried about missile threats since it's a reality they live with every day back home. But for an island so centered around tourism, being
a
dragged into
depressing
politics
consideration.
is never good. Despite
we
being
get
part
threats
of the
all the
US,
time, we
though,
don't care.
Guam functions politically differently from every other part of the US. Benjamin Cruz, along with
This is
the
the
14
last
other
video about
senators,
Guam. We
are
have a
the
few because
lawmakers
they're all
of Guam.
fairly short
They
and
can
offer a
legislate
different
just
info,
like
which is
any
true.
state
They did.
legislator, but
So,
the main political
thank you
difference
for that.
Guam is at
Well
the federal
done.
level.
Like,
all
literally,
the U.S.
gold star.
federal laws, the ones made in
Can I
Washington
give
for
you
the
a
whole
gold star?
country,
Is that a
all
thing?
those laws apply in
I can
Guam.
do-
What Guam doesn't get, though, is a vote. Their congressional representatives don't get a vote, so by extension, the people of Guam can't vote on the laws that apply to them. In addition, unlike Washington, D.C., which also doesn't receive a vote in Congress, Guam, along with the other U.S. territories, is not able to vote for their president, the U.S. president. This presents an issue not only because of the lapse in democracy, but also because many US laws that may make sense for the continental United States just don't for a territory on the other side of the world.
We'd like to be able to invite people to the island and industries and not have to worry about whether or not the SEC would approve it or the FCC would approve it. We'd like to be able to have control over our skies, so we can invite
I can imagine.
Airlines to fly in without having to clear with FAA on whether or not this airline or that airline can or cannot fly.
The process for a foreign airline of gaining approval to fly to the US is often long and laborious, and there are a number of special security and immigration rules for flights to the US. This isn't a problem for large intercontinental airlines or Mexican or Canadian ones for whom flights to the US represent a large part of their market, but for small regional Asian carriers, they might pass on flights to Guam just to avoid having to gain FAA approval. Another issue for Guam is the
struggling
Jones
with
Act.
immigration
This
and
law
tourism
prevents
because America.
foreign-built, owned or operated ships from carrying cargo or passengers between US ports. This may make sense within the continental United States. Just as you wouldn't want a foreign airline flying domestic cargo routes, you wouldn't want a foreign shipping company taking over cargo routes like Houston to Charleston or Seattle to Oakland, but Guam is a different story. Cargo ships generally make many stops along their routes, so it would be perfectly normal for a Taiwanese ship, for example, to go from Oakland to Hawaii to Guam to Osaka to Taipei, but it can't, because then it'd be transporting goods between US ports. Instead, only US ships can bring goods from the US, where most of Guam's goods come from, to Guam. Other U.S. territories like American Samoa and the Northern Mariana Islands are exempt from this rule,
this is that
but Guam
boring
is still
part
subject
of
to it, which makes shipping to the islands
politics
more
that people
expensive.
don't really talk
Despite
about.
the issues the U.S. federal government may cause, the people of Guam are in no hurry to distance themselves from it.
Shipping
I think if you were to ask
route
a
issues,
majority of the people on
since
the
Guam
island,
is so
they
severely,
would like to have a closer union with the United States,
isolated.
And some may even want statehood. I mean, in fact, a majority of them would love to see statehood.
In many ways, Guam is one of the most patriotic areas of the US. The US military freed Guam from a brutal and deadly Japanese occupation during World War II, which many of the older residents still remember. The younger residents, meanwhile, quite often work for the US.
Just about every family on this island, I'm sure almost every family on this island, had at least one member of their family serve in the military.
1 out of 8 residents of Guam serve or have served in the U.S. Armed Forces.
Moana really is a really good movie, and it didn't get nearly as much acclaim as it should have. I wonder why.
The island is
I wonder what what's different about that versus, say,
the U.S.
Frozen
military's most strategic assets.
Brave.
Of course, the U.S. has plenty of bases in Japan and South Korea, but Guam is U.S. soil less than 4 hours away from North Korea, the East China Sea, and the South China Sea, all possible flashpoints for U.S. conflict. The U.S. military is the single largest employer on Guam, and its economy depends on the military. While tourism may have suffered recently, the military business is good. The number of military personnel stationed on Guam is slated to more than double in the coming decade, which will no doubt stimulate the economy. This
it'll
doesn't
stimulate
come
the
without
economy
concern.
because
Guam
of
only has so much
occupation.
land, but all factors considered, Guam is on the rise. Guam is truly a unique place. Plenty of countries have
if the military
territories
would
far away from
actually
their
pay
mainland,
Guam
but few are as developed and
to
similar
be on
to the
that
rest of
island.
the country as Guam. If Guam was just off the coast of the US mainland, it would be totally unremarkable. Just another piece of the US that looks and acts like the rest of the US. But it's not. It's on the other side of the world. Guam is a relic of colonialism that today is a thriving, developed place. It may not get treated
it's
like
still
the
a
US,
colony.
even by its own government, but in all other ways, Guam is the United States. One aspect of Guam's story that this video didn't cover is how they're trying to grow their local small businesses in order to make the economy more self-sustaining.
Yes.
Squarespace also helps with this. They help small businesses make what was previously only available for huge companies, a great, beautifully designed, professional-looking website.
Stop. We are not listening to a Squarespace ad at the very end here. Okay. So, The more we learn about American history, folks, the less and less I feel America are anything resembling the good guys. Granted, I haven't thought America is the good guys since I left active duty, or rather since October 2013. But in general, I thought at least that the United States had some sort of altruism throughout its foreign policy, right? Because that's what you hear about. Foreign aid, going here, going there, doing this, doing that, helping this country and that country and this community and that community. And as it turns out, it's literally because the United States is meddling in all of these affairs, causing death, destruction, and economic collapse, and then it's coming in like, oh, we'll protect you, and it's disgusting. So as the future president of these United States, we will 100% do a 180. We will stop meddling in foreign affairs. We will start being good neighbors. We will actually promote good economic and trade policies that actually benefit the countries regardless of the U.S. corporations. And we'll actually trade based on, like, for instance, the steel trade, right? America makes steel, Russia makes steel, right? This is economics 101 in high school. Well, Russia can make steel cheaper and easier because they have a greater access to iron than the United States does. So, but Russia has a harder time getting a hold of food because America has a much larger agriculture. So what happens? Instead of the US doing both steel and agriculture, they trade with Russia for the steel by giving Russia the food and then getting the steel from Russia. There's what? The largest petroleum reserves in the world in Venezuela? Okay. Not that we should be relying on oil reserves regardless, but what does Venezuela need that we have that they don't have, right? They have oil, we want oil, what can we give them? Like, I don't know. I don't know specifically what it is because I don't know the Venezuelan economy or GDP or any of that. But what I do know is that there has to be something, whether it's food, whether it's technology, whether it's some other resource. Probably isn't lumber because they're right next to the Amazon rainforest, but like it's got to be something, right? Maybe more than likely it's technology, pharmaceuticals, what have you, right? Something. We could trade equally, equitably for oil and they get something in return. I don't understand why we are just colonizing, literally colonizing the world. I'm sorry, we didn't colonize Venezuela. We just installed our own corporate influence, our own state media system, and specifically disrupted their economy until it collapsed so that our interests could be installed, which is essentially, colonization. Ronan 2028, let's go. Yeah, I mean, I would love to be able to run this year. I'd have to win the lottery, which would also mean I'd have to play the lottery, but neither here nor there. So yeah, Guam. I'm adding this to our notes. Honestly, I think I'm actually gonna need some policy help, as it turns out. I think we should really start using this platform, my presidential platform, as the leftist platform movement, right? Because I think this is how we actually educate people. It's like, listen, these are the things that actually need doing. These are the things we're doing well. These are the things we're doing terribly. And these are the things we are doing colonizingly. And this is what we need to do instead, right? I think the more involved we are with a common code of ethics, morality, policy, the more united we will be as a movement. And that's arguably what we need the most. So moving on, get with Joe Firestone and De Pierce. Hey, if you can get us introduced, I'm more than happy to do it. That's how these things work, though. It's introduction games. As per our title, we're going to start bashing on JD Vance. So let's see. Ad break in 30 seconds. So let me just read this real quick and then we'll get to it. Russia banned GMOs, so we're limiting our own exports and commerce. Depleted soil from industrial farming has us headed for another dust bowl, all because cancer is big business. It's also a land acquisition scheme, but that's a story for another day. And you're right, it is a story for another day. And you're right, the way that we are farming in this country, we are ruining the land that we are using for crops anyway, which, although sure, it gets you short-term profits, the long-term effect is that we are not going to be able to sustain ourselves with food. And then what? We're going to have to rely on foreign powers? That's absolutely idiotic and insane. Like, don't get me wrong, that's part of trade, but then what are we going to trade? Weapon systems? That's stupid. All you're going to do is proliferate aggression and war.
Get to this first story in our rundown, let me preface it by saying I myself have gotten a little bored with the endless JD Vance going after women's stories, right? It's kind of repetitive at this point. However, this latest report by CNN must be discussed. Let's do it. Let's do it.
All of us were hit with a little bit of a political sucker punch. The bad news is that Kamala Harris does not have the same baggage as Joe Biden because whatever we might say, Kamala Harris is a lot younger, and Kamala Harris is obviously not struggling in the same ways that Joe Biden did.
Well, that was a rather damning admission by vice presidential pick JD Vance. Of course, he's the Republican vice presidential pick for Donald Trump. While they both like to put on a brave face in public in regard to their chances at beating Kamala Harris now that she is the presumptive Democratic nominee, behind the scenes, there seems to be a bit of panic. And the Washington Post unearthed that audio. We're gonna get to more of it in just a moment. But before we do, and by the way, stick around for more of that audio, it's incredible. But before we do, I do wanna also talk about other video that has been unearthed by CNN, specifically of JD Vance, referring to childless couples or childless Americans as psychopathic. Let's take a look.
So I'm psychopathic.
There's just these basic cadences of life that I think are really powerful. And
he's gonna call single people without kids psychopathic, and he's gonna look like that when he says it. He looks like he's literally about to eat somebody. Is he wearing mascara? Like, bro, you can't say other people are psychopathic and look like a serial killer, like a cannibal serial killer. What if you have grown kids? I don't know.
Really, really valuable when you have kids in your life. And the fact that so many people, especially in America's leadership class, just don't have that in their lives. You know, I worry that it makes people more sociopathic and ultimately our whole country a little bit less
or queer,
less mentally stable. And of course, you talk about going on Twitter. Final point I'll make is you go on Twitter and almost always the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
Psychotic, sociopathic. Now, that wasn't the first time he used that type of language.
I mean, I get it.
He made similar comments in May of 2019. Take a look.
I've seen people who become more attached to their communities, to their families, to their country because they have children. So I would say that we should care about declining fertility.
I'm pretty sure I have some pretty damn good child rights and safety and needs policy on here. I'm fairly certain. I do. Fairly certain. Child crimes enforcement, that's one. I have education reforms, that's another. Let's see, what's another one? Gaming reforms, which includes like making sure that there's no gambling for children. Let's see, what else do we got here? Labor reforms, which might have to start including child labor laws because apparently they're trying to get rid of that again. Universal health care, that's only going to help kids. Universal housing, that's going to help kids. Universal insurance isn't going to help kids explicitly, but insurance for things like car insurance, homeowners insurance, renters insurance, those are the insurances I'm talking about, including life insurance, by the way. And then improving women's rights in general to include equal pay. So these are all things that are going to help children. And I have extensive policies, numerous policies on all of those. And I am a single white cis male living on their own, never married and childless. So that's just blatantly false.
Not just because it's bad for our economy, but because we think babies are good.
And
we think babies are good because we're not sociopaths.
And childless.
This is one of the most ironic arguments a man who is obsessed with other people's personal lives can possibly make. And Donald Trump tried to soften JD Vance's message, which we'll get to in just a moment. But Cenk, what are your thoughts on the latest unearthed videos?
But also, Jesus was too woke for evangelicals now. Because the Sermon on the Mount is too woke, it's too communist, it's too socialist, it's too liberal. Jesus Christ, the very being that Christianity was formed around to worship, is now being treated as a liberal conspiracy, which is absolutely ridiculous, damning, and heretical. Like, heresy, actual heresy. Yikes.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back. Because
I'm
before the video
100% going to
continues, we
scroll
just
away
want to
if you're doing
jokingly referred to JD Vance as a serial killer a couple of times. He has serial killer eyes, so it's ironic when he starts talking about other people being psychotic and sociopathic. And I have a theory on it. So look, there's the larger, more important issue of how MAGA breaks down, and I want to talk about that a little bit more as well, which is I think they're now broken down in two categories. One is Christian right / Christian nationalists. The other is just bros. Bros like Dave Portnoy and Joe Rogan, etc. And the bros don't really agree with the Christian nationalists. And the Christian nationalists don't necessarily agree with the bros. And so we're at a really interesting point here where there's a divergence. They both agree on Trump, but they don't both agree on JD Vance. So the reason, but now back to JD Vance and in particular to him, and my theory, and by guys, this is speculation, okay, is that he doesn't feel a lot of empathy for other people, right? And that's how sociopaths are, and that's how Donald Trump is, and that's why he can make this giant pivot from like a liberal who thinks Trump is Hitler to Trump's great, because he doesn't care. He doesn't care about other people. He doesn't care about how it affects things. But once he had kids, he was like, oh wow, I now have feelings. I care about these other human beings in a way that I've never cared about before. So what he does is a very classic psychological phenomenon, projection. So he assumes that you don't care about any other human being until you've had kids. So I think that's why he says it over and over and over again, because that was his experience.
That's a valid argument.
Look, just based on his book,
but it's kind of a pointless
Hillbilly
argument
Elegy,
at the same
I think
time.
that JD Vance, and I don't say this as an insult, I actually genuinely mean this earnestly. I think that he has gone through some significant trauma in his youth that has not really been addressed, and I think that he needs to address it in a healthier way.
I mean, his
potentially
hillbilly
through seeing a
elegy or
therapist,
whatever,
talking to some sort of
he's
counselor.
clearly
I don't
gone
know.
through some stuff,
but
and he needs
the way
some
that he
serious,
lashes out at
professional
people who are just minding their own business and living their own lives is very strange to me. And he still doesn't seem to understand how utterly unappealing that message is, not just to the left, right? He's not trying to appeal to the left. The left already has its heels dug in voting for Kamala Harris in this race. But really the race is boiling down to those swing voters, those independent voters. And these are individuals who are turned off by this kind of messaging, because it's not about, you know,
they might be turned off by
leftists who
Kamala
have decided
Harris.
that they don't want to have children because they're concerned about climate change. There are all sorts of people all throughout the country who don't have children for a number of different reasons, as we've talked about before. It could be due to health concerns, it could be because they haven't found the right individual.
If okay, and we're just gonna be a little, bit more, you know, button uncollared, hair down. We're gonna just be a little less future. I guess I don't have a. Hold on, is this just me? All right, this is just Samuel Ronan, citizen. Samuel Ronan, the person. Hold on, maybe I should change the background as well, just to hit this point home that what I'm about to say, it has nothing to do with policy, has nothing to do with politics or anything, but as an individual person, as a human being, as a male. Let's see, what's a good background? Here we go. As just a guy living in a shithole in this economy, and I realize now that chat isn't on here, so let me figure that out real quick. So I click on this. We'll put chat on here real quick, because we do want chat, of course. So we'll copy this, put this here. linked. All right. Boom. All right. So anyway, Samuel Ronan, the guy living in a shithole, right? Why don't I have kids? Because 34 years old, granted currently unemployed, but 34 years old, had a military career, have a GI Bill, had quite a few high-paying jobs throughout my lifetime. So why didn't I never have kids? As a successful, by all standards, a successful white male in America, winning the genetic lottery, winning the gender lottery, and the sexual orientation lottery of America, with military status and GI Bill, why don't I have a family? Well, let's break that down. Rent is around $1,200 to $2,000 a month if you want your own private residency, and that's for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, throughout the entire country. Specifically, if you want a job that pays at least $70,000 a year, because that's the barest minimum you need to survive in most places, right? You can't go to Montana because there might not be enough jobs out there that pay the $70,000 that you need, or the jobs that are out there that do pay the $70,000+ a year are already taken or are extremely competitive to get to. So if you want a job and to live on your own as a maintenance technician, warehouse worker, bank something associate, paralegal or whatever, you're gonna have to be at least somewhat close to a larger city, right? Population 45,000 plus. And those are not in the in the western states, right? West meaning basically from Idaho down and from from the Dakotas down and in between, like that kind of area of the United States, which is colloquially referred to as the flyover states, right? So the cost of living is ludicrous. Wages do not match the cost of living. Utilities are also going through the roof. And the only means of transportation is a vehicle. And if you have a car payment, guess what? That's a lot of money right off the rip. And you have to have full coverage in most states. So that's at least $500 a month for a new car and insurance. Or even a used car with a loan and insurance. New car, you can jump that all the way up to $800. So now, from rent and a car alone, you're at $2,800 a month. Do you know what $70,000 a year gets you? 70,000, or let's see, $2,650, which is not even a good wage anymore, is $55,000 a year. So we're not even at that 70K mark, right? So 70K mark, I think, is actually $36 an hour, right? 74,880. After taxes is maybe 50,000 take-home pay. Divided by 12 is 4,000 a month. And if you're already spending $2,800 on rent and your freaking car, you haven't even paid your cell phone bill, you haven't paid your internet bill, you haven't paid for food, you haven't paid for electricity, gas, water, sewage. Did I already say internet? I already did, yeah. Cable, if you're into that kind of thing. Any of that, right? So you're looking at, more than likely, you're already looking at $2,800 base. Average utilities is probably another $300, unless you have fixed, and then it's probably $250. Food, for me personally, Samuel the individual, Samuel the citizen, I spend around an average of $100 a week on food. And that's buying cheap chicken, and I'm talking like the $2 or $3 a pound chicken, and as much 2 for 1 or buy 2 get 1 free, 2 for 4, whatever deals as you can of instant mashed potatoes, and then the Amazon protein shake things with 15% discount anyway. That's $400, so that's $3,200 a month just to live on food, shelter, and transportation to get to the job that would even possibly pay for all of this. And then I still have electricity, gas, and sewage, which is around $300 a month. Of course, my electric bill here was $300 last month regardless, so that's a fun little story. So realistically, and of course I did the math for myself because I actually do need a budget because I'm currently unemployed and living off of my savings. I currently spend $3,388.58 per month just to live. Just to live. And at $36 an hour, I would make $4,180.80 take-home pay. That's living within my means. As a single adult male, single, no child, no wife, no, well, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, partner, right? No partner, no child, no pet. Just me, myself, and this place. I spend $33.88. Now, do you know how much it costs to take care of a child? I don't, per se, but we can Google that. Average cost of raising a child per month, $1,334, according to Early Bird, I guess. And I'll copy that link and send it here. So if I had a child, it would cost me, in addition to the $33.88 it costs for me to survive on my own, an additional $13.34, and let's just do some $33.88 plus $13.34 is $4,722, which is, what did we say? Minus the $41.80.8. That I would be in deficit $541.20. So why don't I have kids? I literally can't afford it. Nobody can. Because the median wage in America is $48,000 gross. Not net, gross. So my take-home pay with $36 an hour would be $3,000 more, no, $2,000 more than the median income of America. And I still couldn't afford a child by myself. I would be in deficit $541. So why aren't people having kids in America? Because it's literally not possible. It is literally not financially feasible. It's just not. And if both, is this to include childcare? Is that why it's so high? I wonder if this does include childcare, because again, if you add childcare to it, that's like $1,500 a month, right off the rip. If both individuals are working, the partners or the wife or the what have you. So, like, even if you have a dual income, which would obviously make up that 541 deficit, you're now increasing your utilities and food intake to cover the additional adult human being plus the children. Right? So it doesn't even, no. Hello, pop culture. This is Samuel Ronan hour. This isn't future president. This is none of that. This is just a conversation between citizens, between just regular people. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then for candidates to say, why aren't people having kids? Because it is literally insane for children. It's literally insane. And the economy does not do anything for you. Now, if I was making $70,000 a year and the cost of living was 1990s level, like what was the average cost of, I wonder if we can Google that. What was the average cost of living in 1993 America? Let's see. Is there a good one? No, because they're saying things like milk was $2.09. The average car price, $17,000. So it's just random shit. Household median single family. What? This article is so full of shit. Oh, single family home price. Okay, I thought it said income, because I was gonna say there's no way the median income in Massachusetts is $600,000. That's insane. But you're right. Okay, so the median single family home price in 1993 was $126,000 in Massachusetts. In Ohio, I can tell you right now, in 2011, you could buy Columbus real estate for $18,000, and I wish I had. Because then when it got gentrified, I could have sold and made $500,000 easily. But I didn't, because I was like, I don't want to take houses away from people. So even then, before I got woke, I couldn't bring myself to do that. Consumer price index. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Choose year 1993. So yeah, $100,000 in 93 compared to 2023 could have got you $210,000 worth of stuff. So all that to say, right? Like, if we were living in the 1993 economy with my current levels of income that I've averaged since leaving active duty, and technically even in active duty, I was bringing home around $4K a month. $4K a month in 1993 values would have been an insane standard of living. An insane standard of living. 100% a single family household income. But there is no way to do that now. As just a regular person, as just a regular individual working, that's why we don't have kids. That's why millennials aren't getting married. That's why they're not having kids. That's why they're not having weddings. That's why they're not going on vacation. It's why they're not buying diamonds and all this other shit. It's because we literally can't afford it. So, taking the just regular me hat off. The Shillbilly stuff is just talking about JD Vance, and I completely lost control of chat with my little rant there. It's affordable when you have a 2-income household, but people are so toxic, probably due to a lack of access to mental health care, that they're not staying together or putting off marriage until much later in life, which is very true. We're talking about JD's comments. Oh, the parents with kids get special treatment? No, saying that childless people are sociopaths. There are so many things that I can't say on stream about that. That's also, yeah. So you missed nothing. Yep. Okay. Some people don't want to have kids, and they don't have to hate kids, but not everybody wants kids. That's also true. Oh, no, not Kasparian. Yeah. I love hat-related transitions. Oh. All right. So I got caught up on chat after all. I wasn't as far behind as I thought.
To have children with, and he keeps doubling down on this insane, unpopular.
Well, to be fair, you were the first Anna, right? Like, from millennia ago when you first acquired your vampiric powers, every Anna that came after you was other.
Message, which brings me to Donald Trump, who's trying to kind of soften the message from JD Vance. He did so while speaking to Laura Ingraham. This was a recent interview. Let's take a look at what Trump had to say.
He's got tremendous support.
Consider this your sign.
He's got tremendous support.
Because right now at Vistaprint, all signs are 20% off.
And he really does among a certain group of people that like families. I mean, he made a statement having to do with families. That doesn't mean that.
You know what? Let's do some more live fact checking. JD Vance polling. The titles are Everyone Hates JD Vance, The New Republic. Same for Yahoo. JD Vance may be a drag on Donald Trump, Newsweek. Democrats' attacks on weird JD Vance are beginning to stick, The Independent. Path to the polls. Will Trump dump Vance and will Shapiro join Harris' dance? News 4, Jacksonville. 538 Interactives, 538.com. JD Vance is a majority 38.9% unfavorable with a 31.6% favorable. So less than a third support him. He is the least popular VP in recent history. Does that include Kamala? Let's do Kamala Harris VP polling. Well, now that she's the person, I guess we're not going to find those polls about her anymore. So I guess we're just gonna have to do her blatant polling. So we got Kamala at 53.5% over Trump's 46.5% on average. So a 7% point, a 7%, not 7D, a 7% lead over Trump. So yeah, it's not great, and it's probably not going to stick as the campaign wears on, because right now she's shiny and new, but as her history starts getting dredged to the forefront, it's going to be spicy. Even Ben Shapiro said that he thinks that if Trump could go back 2 weeks ago, he probably wouldn't pick JD. He should, if he... President saying, oh, why did this change? Why is it linked to this one, but not the other one? Hold on. Let's fix that real quick. Are we going to fix it? Is it going to change? No. Doesn't seem to be changing. Crap, where was it? This one? There it is. All right. Future President Samuel Ronan. Not that we support Trump, not that we stand Trump, not that we are pro-Republican or any of that fun stuff, because we're not. But if we're going to have a white veteran Ohioan who actually is from Appalachia, because Lancaster's from them parts, let me tell you what. I grew up near creeks. I had crick chicken. I've eaten squirrel. I've gone up to what's another one? See now I've washed my laundry, right? Like I'm more Appalachian than this guy could ever hope to be, and I'm not a creepy sociopath that's focused on families must be the thing, right? And I'm also significantly more nuanced on domestic and foreign policy than JD Vance. So if we're gonna go for a millennial Ohioan veteran who can appeal to millennials, and by the way, I passed all of my certificate programs on Project 2025. So as far as infiltration goes, and as far as being an undercover Republican, I would probably be the spiciest candidate for VP that this country could hope for. Just throwing that out there.
People that aren't a member of a big and beautiful family with 400 children around and everything else, it doesn't mean that a person doesn't have, he's not against anything, but he loves family. It's very important to him. He grew up in a very interesting family situation, and he feels family is good. And I don't think there's anything wrong in saying that, but I know so many people, they never met the right person, male or female, they just never met the right person. They're unbelievable. They're every bit as good as anybody else. I think a lot of people like family, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you know why? You don't meet the right person, or you don't meet any person, but you're just as good, in many cases a lot better than a person that's in a family situation.
I thought those statements were, first of all, important for Trump to say if he wants a shot at, distancing himself from this Christian nationalist type of messaging that we're hearing from JD Vance. But I also find it fascinating that he is distancing himself from his own VP pick.
Yeah, but I thought that was actually relatively well done.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, the one part that I was amused by was...
Isn't there? I thought there was. Hold on, let's check. Well,
he does well with people that like families.
I know, but I love family. I'm with my family, and when I say family, like I visit my parents and I spend like pretty much the entire day with them every Sunday. Friday night, I was with all of my nieces and my nephew. Like, I love family too, because just because someone has decided they don't want to have children doesn't mean they don't love family.
Yeah, well, there's two other funny parts to that. There's one person who might not love family,
supposed to have a
and that's Donald Trump. Right? That's why it's kind of funny. I mean, he also said today that his wife might like him or love him, but he's not entirely sure, right? And he forgets Tiffany all the time. We've covered all this.
But I'm sure he feels that some members of his family are very fine people.
Some are very fine people.
By the way, I made it extremely expensive so that it would be harder for people to do. I'm surprised. Like, that's why I made this one for 100,000. 100,000 channel points. I'm surprised people aren't saving up for that one. Beyond the Bridge, a solution to homelessness. Anna, can you go ahead and add that to, at least, if not tomorrow's live stream, at least have it for one of our upcoming streams? Because I think we're definitely on board with ending homelessness. I have, again, universal housing as part of our platform.
One on each side, but he's also referring now to a larger political point. He's also referring to Christian evangelicals, etc., because they're much more focused on family values, family issues. Now, he doesn't really live up to any of that, as we all know. We don't have to rehash all of his porn habits and sex habits, etc. And that's why he refers to those people as other people. He appeals to people that like families. He doesn't view himself in that category because he's not really a Christian nationalist, etc. He's a Trump nationalist. He just cares about himself.
You're almost able to redeem it?
People in order to win. But to be fair to him, he's doing it in a more savvy way than JD Vance.
He's definitely
more inclusive.
He's definitely savvier than JD Vance. He has his finger on the pulse. Certainly more than JD Vance does. And I do think that
it's so hot in here.
Dealt with that question really well.
This is very uncomfortable.
Again, it's not really a good sign
Cannot wait to leave
the
this
man at the top
apartment.
of the ticket is trying to distance himself from his own VP pick. Right? I mean, he understands how much of a liability JD Vance's past statements have been. And he also seems to understand how much of a liability the way JD Vance has handled this situation has been, right? So with that in mind, I want to talk a little more about that audio that the Washington Post obtained featuring JD Vance sharing his concerns about Kamala Harris now being the presumptive Democratic nominee. Because during that same conversation, he also talked about what he believes needs to be done in order to ensure that Trump beats Kamala Harris in the general election. Let's take a look.
If we do that.
And we wonder, how is the world caught on fire? How is there a new war in seemingly every continent in the world? And it's because Kamala and the Democrats lied about Joe Biden. It kind of leads into the good news because no person in the United States of America owns the disastrous Harris-Biden agenda more than his own vice president of the United States.
How would the vice president have any say or authority in literally foreign affairs at all? Again, the vice, you know what? I'm kind of curious because I genuinely don't know. Vice president authority in government. I guess that's what we'll type. The Constitution names the Vice President of the United States as the President of the Senate. In addition to serving as presiding officer, the Vice President has the sole power to break a tie vote in the Senate and formally presides over the receiving and counting of electoral ballots cast in presidential elections. Is that it? Is that all the Vice President does? Today, Vice Presidents serve as principal advisors to the POTUS, but from 1789 until the 50s, the primary duty was to preside over the Senate. That's it. Since the 1830s, VPs have occupied offices near the Senate chamber. Over the course of the history, the VP's influence involved as vice presidents and senators experimented with and at times vigorously debated the role to be played by this constitutional officer. So literally, they have zero say in policy and affairs unless it's to break a tie at the Senate. Only the Senate. You do have Hot Tub as one of your channels. What? Oh, yeah, because we did that as a joke. Yeah, you're right. They also have to be so terrible no one dares go after the president, it seems. Apparently, yeah. So, yeah, anyway, okay, so Kamala has nothing to do with immigration other than promoting it. Has nothing to do with foreign policy other than promoting it. She has no skin in the game at all in any of the things that are happening right now or over the past 4 years, other than the fact that she is a stalwart supporter of and backer of the president's agenda. That's it. So this is a blatant lie.
So he kind of complained about how Biden's baggage isn't really following Kamala Harris in this race. And so he's saying that the messaging from the Trump campaign and the Republican Party should be focused on essentially placing the blame of some of Biden's failed policies or some of Biden's foibles onto Kamala Harris's shoulders, namely things like the ongoing wars in Ukraine and in Gaza, and also the failures at the southern border.
Yeah, and so I think that here, I'm gonna read a comment from one of our YouTube members, Matt, AKA Drockbach Dragon writes, and I keep hearing talk that the hashtag tiny-fisted tangerine tyrant will replace Vance. It'll never happen. He'd have to admit that he made a mistake. So on the one hand, I'm dying to go tick on replacing JD Vance, but that would be
because childless people have no stake in the country but directed back at him.
It would be
in the movie about Cheney. You can see that he was basically calling the shots in foreign policy.
Now, on the other hand, has Donald Trump admitted mistakes through firing people before? Oh, endlessly. I mean, he never admits to being wrong, but he says Jeff Sessions not very happy with my attorney general, and he just says like he fired so many people.
Yeah.
And blamed all of his problems on them. He's like the world's worst manager, but he does fire people.
He does fire people while also simultaneously maintaining that he hires the best people, which is amazing. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Trump could 100% dump JD Vance in a heartbeat and replace him with an actual Ohio veteran, white male, to appeal to the millennial cause.
Totally believe it.
Yeah.
Right.
So in order to be part of the show, by the way, hit the join button below. That's why we read the member comments. But back to how they're going to deal with Kamala Harris. Look, they're going to try to say that she's responsible, she knew all along, etc. It's not that bad a tag. I actually am just strategically speaking. I'm surprised that they haven't been able to land that blow effectively yet at all.
Well, they've been playing defense ever since she was the presumptive Democratic nominee, and that's never a good position to be in, politically speaking. The strong area of the Trump campaign has always been playing offense.
Yeah,
and they've been so distracted in playing defense as it pertains to like JD Vance.
I'm a way more likable and not sociopathic person. Someone who's not dumping on people like he did, yep. He didn't have the power, yep. And you can't have two dumpers, you only have one. Get the other who can build bridges with the rest. Right, that's the thing. Like, and we're gonna go right back to this one, right? Future president. I'm not even opposed to having somebody on my ticket who would be contrasting my policy positions. Like, I would not even be against that. For the simple fact that I might not have all the answers, and it would be better to be pushed one way or the other so that I come up with the best possible solutions. Because again, when Triangle was arguing about capitalism being the best thing since sliced bread, it's not that capitalism is intrinsically evil, just like socialism isn't intrinsically evil or communism is intrinsically evil. None of them are. They're isms. Just like monarchy isn't intrinsically evil, just like empire isn't intrinsically evil. It's evil people in charge of the different isms and economics and governments that tend to be evil, right? Once you become corrupt, then you become the evil, right? So it's not to say that there aren't good ideas on the conservative side of the house. It's also not correct to say that ultra left-leaning things are the best thing for humanity either, because that's also not true. There's a balance. There is some middle ground that gets the best of these and the best of that, mixes them together, and gets a better whole than all of the above. And that's why, like for instance, with capitalism, trickle-down economics being enforced, fantastic. If we had trickle-down economics and socialism, socially owned, or the publicly owned industry, like the public owns every single piece of industry, and 50% of all those profits went to the populace, i.e. the workforce, and the other 50% went into developing the industry and or maybe it was like a 25 goes into the development of industry and the 25 goes to taxes. Guess what? Everybody wins without a middleman just extracting wealth. So the idea of trickle-down economics, which stems from capitalism, being implemented in a socialist economy, could still fund the government, empower the workforce, and still develop industry, right? There's ways to do this without being disingenuous. Just not in the wrong direction. Better to be pushed, but they'll always say their opponents are liberal loons. True, even when they aren't. Yeah. So, yeah, I guess it's obviously a pipe dream for me to become the
controversial
VP, but it would be hilarious if I did.
They haven't really been able to root that anti-Kamala Harris messaging, especially the messaging, which I agree with you.
Is she racist?
I think would be effective in regard to hiding the genuine, true condition that Joe Biden was in prior to the debate.
Yeah, and last thing is that in the midst of them playing defense, which they're doing a lot of lately, all of a sudden now we're showing significant fissures too, because there's an anti-abortion leader that came out today going, no, this is unacceptable. They have to try to ban all abortion nationwide, and he's very dissatisfied with Trump and Vance for that. And on the other hand, you've got the bros that I talked about, Rogan, Portnoy, et cetera, and they're like, wait, I thought we were Republicans, we want to get out of people's lives. So now all of a sudden you guys are telling us how to live our lives and what should be legal or illegal based on your religious views. And now you're telling us that people without kids are worthless. Yeah. Wait, this doesn't match our ideology at all, because a lot of those bros aren't looking to have kids, right?
Yeah, so some of them are, some of them
aren't, and those are just two very different subsets of people who've never had to actually resolve their internal conflicts.
That's such a great point. They haven't, and now
that is a good point. I'm trying to pause this. What I find funny, which isn't all that much surprising from what I found, is that Vance said sorry. What he's saying is the truth, and then when his words are replayed back to him, the truth thing, he said his words are being twisted. I stand by what I said. Plays back. That's out of context. What? It's when the emphasis on the second syllable that they say that it's racist. Okay.
They're kind of forced to, and it's really fascinating to watch it play out. Now, final thing that I'll say about how Trump is handling all of this messaging. So the Associated Press reported today that the director of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 has stepped down from his role. And the reason why he did that is because basically Trump pushed for him to be kicked out of the group.
Oh, but Trump had nothing to do with it.
Look, there has been, in my opinion, an effective strategy by the Democrats to tie Donald Trump to Project 2025, even though
dedication is impressive.
Tell us!
Remember,
even though what? What is it?
Their ships.
Tell us.
Honestly, Trump isn't the one who penned it. Trump isn't the one who crafted it. The Heritage Foundation is separate from the Trump campaign.
No. His entire former staff, 2/3 of the authors of the Project 2025, 2/3 of them are former staffers of Trump's, to include the vice presidential pick, JD Vance. So that's Anna. What you doing, girl? You wrong.
But Democrats have done a decent job in tying Trump to it, and I think it has hurt him politically, especially when you couple that story, Project 2025, with JD Vance's statements. And so he is trying to distance himself from like the far right Christian nationalist crowd, and I think that he will also do that with the individuals within the in the Republican Party who want like a federal ban on abortion.
So it cuts two ways there, guys. Number one, I don't know what to believe about Project 2025. I don't really trust Trump. Those are all Trump loyalists that wrote Project 2025.
Yep.
They worked in it. A lot of them worked in the Trump administration before. A lot of them will definitely work in the Trump administration next time around. So I think that they maybe got their hand caught in the cookie jar there, showing you all the terrible things that they were so excited to do. And I thought that they got to a point where they thought there's no accountability. We could just tell people we're.
How many votes are Christian right nationalists, right? How much of the Republican conservative vote is Christo-fascism? Is it a lot? Is it a little? I don't know. Should they be focusing on independence instead? Yes. Because the independent voter, the voter who did not vote, is the largest voting bloc in America. What they should be doing is appealing to the general working populace and focusing on economics and not social regression. And if they did that for 5 seconds, I guarantee they would dominate every single poll. And it's what the Democrats should be doing and arguably stand for on paper, and don't. And just don't.
We're going to be fascist and it's not going to have consequences. But hey, the Democrats played it well. And there were apparently enough electoral and political consequences that Trump decided to bail on them. Which gets to the second point, which is that Trump is not an unsavvy politician. He's not bright. He doesn't know a lot of things, right? But he has a nose for what's popular, because that's what a con man has to know. Hey, what works on my mark?
What is,
right?
Yeah.
What's going to convince that person to like me, trust me, and give me their confidence? So he senses the country is not in favor of banning abortion, and the country did not like Project 2025. So he had enough political sense to basically hit the eject button and go, there you go, Project 2025. Right or wrong, whether he actually means it or not, he's at least gotten rid of it for his political campaign.
This was the most reasonable thing I've ever heard this man say. Thanks for watching The Young
Turks, really appreciate it. Another way to show support
that is literally the most reasonable thing I have ever seen him say on The Young Turks.
Have you ever been in a cold plunge? Recently, we attended a fitness event in Jacksonville, Florida to give hundreds of people the chance.
Out front now, Sophia Nelson, Vance's former Yale classmate and a close friend. And this is
Why
Sophia's
is this
first
so
national
quiet?
television interview and an Out Front exclusive. Sophia, I really appreciate your taking the time here to share these things. And I know that you took a lot of thought to decide to do this.
She's
you and JD Vance,
a very dapper dressed former classmate.
So I understand you're a transgender public defender in Detroit. Vance now is one of the Republican Party's staunchest culture warriors.
Trump's failure to reject white nationalist endorsements was a huge detractor for him last time. Yeah, and he's not exactly doing that this time either.
The same person that you knew in law school?
First of all, thanks for having me tonight, Aaron. No, I don't see any of the man that I got to know and care about.
I misgendered on accident.
It's really heartbreaking to see him become so callous and divisive.
So I want to go to some of these emails that we're grateful you shared. I think it's important for people to understand, Sophia, who he is.
Oh wait,
and
so
who
she
he was.
Okay, never mind.
So
I was right
one
the
of your
first time.
emails from him, this never before published, Vance says in November of 2016, and I quote, "I really see the racially offensive views of Trump's supporters, not all of them, of course, but it's certainly disproportionate, as coexisting rather than driving his support." I guess let me just ask the question to you this way, Sophia, then, because this is an email and you had many conversations with him. Did Vance believe that Donald Trump himself was racist?
My understanding is that he certainly did, yes.
And so
Sophia's giving just straight answers.
Do you recall any of the conversations you had, the two of you, on topics like that?
I mean, in a series of emails that I've shared with you, he's called Trump morally reprehensible, a very bad man, and he indicated that he wishes Trump would tone down the racism. That all indicates to me that Vance was well aware that Trump trafficked in racism, and that certainly not all, I agree with JD there, not all of the people that voted for Donald Trump are racist. I know,
but it wasn't a breaking point.
People who voted for Barack Obama and then voted for Donald Trump. However, there is extreme undertones of prejudice, racism, transphobia, homophobia, Islamophobia that drive the MAGA movement, and is now something that JD Vance himself is trafficking in.
And I want to ask you about some of that in a moment. First, though, on the issue of race, I know that Vance expressed to you an openness on the issue of reparations, which obviously is anathema to the Trump position, the MAGA position. He also expressed to you sympathy for the Black Lives Matter movement. And in one
JD is also not calling white supremacists for attacking his wife as strongly as he should. Yes.
The 18-year-old black man who was shot by a white police officer in Ferguson, Missouri.
So on that, like, white on rice, if anybody insulted my wife, if I had a wife.
Given the number of
that's the one thing you should do. And Ted Cruz didn't do that either when Trump was insulting his wife.
And we just heard a moment ago Vance call police our protectors, and we back the blue in this country.
My God. Back the blue. He goes from ACAB to back the blue.
on the issue of police bias and brutality?
I mean, at the time, I believe JD was genuine in the email that you just quoted, and it certainly reflects my experience as a public defender here in Detroit. I watch body-worn camera every day and represent people who the police treat with callous disregard and excessive force.
I like this
and
Sophia
I think it's a huge
person.
problem in this country.
We need to remember her
We see it
name.
regularly.
Give her a job once we can.
A woman was just murdered in her own home. There's been rallies around that recently. I knew JD to be a genuine, thoughtful person who was compassionate towards people who were different from him. And that email, I believed at the time, genuinely reflected his views.
So let me ask you about this, because when you talk about the kind of person that you
are we
believe him
saying,
to be,
or is
we
she
did reach out
saying
to-
that JD Vance was actually an ally, like a progressive almost, and then went down the right-wing Kool-Aid train? Like, that's crazy. But then again, I've seen it happen on my own friends list that the progressive movement, the progressive to alt-right conservative pipeline is there. RZ Spartan, thanks for the follow. Sophia would be a better VP for Trump than JD. No kidding. But she's trans, so you can't have that in the Republican Party. Maybe he's infiltrating? I don't know. There's infiltrating and then there's drinking the Kool-Aid. Because career pipeline over his own actual views, it seems. Exactly. And thank you for joining chat as well. Yeah, that's what it definitely seems like. And here's the best part. I could actually run as a Republican, because I have ran as a Republican, with my same policy agenda that you can find online right here and now. And the electorate, the Republican electorate, will actually still support you and your policies, even if you use the quote-unquote progressive words. So the thing is, you don't have to cater to the alt-right, or to racism, or to Christo-fascism at all, and be conservative or Republican. You could literally talk about the issues. You could actually talk about using government programs and tax dollars to fund them, and people will be receptive. You just have to speak to them in the language that they're used to hearing. Instead of making it about the government is going to take care of you, it's your tax dollars are going to take care of yourself, instead of the middlemen who are going to take your money for profit and not even give you the health care that you're paying for, right? And every time I explained that to a voter, I got a signature. I got a vote of support. And I earned 20% of the vote in the Republican primary with zero spending on my campaign against a 20-year incumbent. So I know what I'm talking about. There is appeal, even within the Republican Party, traditional conservatives, who actually support populism. You think he's just an opportunist? Yeah, probably. Is any pro-police person bothered by it? They also judge people by saying if you love or hate the police, past comments are not that. Yeah. The pro-police crowd assaulted over 140 cops on January 6th. Yeah, that's true. He's the one who pretty much thinks men have to protect women and then doesn't protect his own woman. These leaks are probably strategic to get more left votes. Obama chose Biden as VP partly because he had conservative appeal. Yeah, and probably because the Democratic Party said, you're only going to get this nomination if you have one of our white conservative men as in your corner whispering in your ear. And I think that's literally what that came down to. And then, of course, they made excuses and yeah.
To Vance's office for a comment on your decision to publicly share your correspondence with him, with us. And here's what a spokesperson for Vance says, Sophia. They say, quote, "It's unfortunate this individual chose to leak decade-old private conversations between friends. Senator Vance values his friendships with individuals across the political spectrum. He has been open about the fact that some of his views from a decade ago began to change after becoming a dad and starting a family. And he has thoroughly explained why he changed his mind on President Trump. Despite their disagreements, Senator Vance cares for Sophia and wishes Sophia the very best." Now,
so which one of you guys said that they were leaking this on purpose to find more appeal to the left? He quashed that. He's like, no, I do not believe this stuff anymore because I started a family, and now being open-minded is actually against my beliefs and vision. Now I need to be ultra-conservative and aggressive towards people that do not look or act or think like me. Biden called Obama clean and articulate, the first black candidate that was clean and articulate. Oh my God, that's a racial dog whistle if I ever heard one. Oof.
I want to ask you about that last sentence in just a moment, Sophia, if I may. But first, what he's saying here is that these issues, of which we've touched on some, from reparations to the police to racism, that this all changed because he had a family, because he became a dad. Do you think that that could be the case?
I need to find the best way to learn math.
We need to know!
It's brilliant.org.
Whoa.
I mean, I don't live in J.D. Vance's head, obviously, but what I've seen is a chameleon, someone who is able to change their positions and their values depending on what will amass them political power and wealth. And I think that's really unfortunate because it reflects a lack of integrity.
Vance just seems like a grifter and opportunist.
On one or two issues and with new information. This is someone who has changed their opinion on literally every imaginable issue that affects everyday Americans.
Yeah, right. Sophia, 2028.
And, changed the
she
way
can be
they
my
speak
VP
about
pick.
people. So the J.D. Vance that I was friends with for over a decade was compassionate, and we frequently disagreed. That's reflected in the emails. But he always approached conversations with respect and kindness, which I think is so essential. And what we've seen with Donald Trump is a callousness and a cruelty in the way he talks about people. A bullying, right? He's a bully and he calls people names. And when JD decided to run for the Senate in 2022, he started adopting that similar persona, so anathema to who he used to be.
Hey, get that grub.
On Twitter, it's obviously reflected in the cat lady's comment. And it was reflected in our interpersonal communications and the end of our friendship. He just started talking in this divisive, dismissive, and cruel way about people who were different from him. And that is just not the person that I used to know.
So I want to ask you about that.
So what you're saying is he's somebody that you used to know. Somebody.
No, first, I just want to say he wrote about you. He did feel a deep connection with you. I just want to emphasize, you're talking about a 10-year friendship. 10 years is a long time to have a deep friendship with a person.
You summoned him? Okay, very good.
He wrote about you, Sophia, in Hillbilly Elegy. He says, he's talking about a class, and he says, one of those classes, a constitutional law seminar of 16 students, became a kind of family for me. We called ourselves the Island of Misfit Toys, as there was no real unifying force to our team. A conservative hillbilly from Appalachia, the super smart daughter of Indian immigrants, a black Canadian with decades worth of street smarts, a neuroscientist from Phoenix, an aspiring civil rights attorney born a few minutes from Yale's campus, and an extremely progressive lesbian with a fantastic sense of humor, among others. But we became excellent friends. Now, just to be clear here, Sophia, the last friend he describes is you. All right, he describes you as the extremely progressive lesbian. And a day after his book is published, he writes to you.
Why does she say that like a bit of aggression there?
And apologizes for referring to you in that way. And he goes on to say, I recognize this may not accurately reflect how you think of yourself, and for that I'm really sorry. I hope you recognize that the description came from a place of ignorance when I first started writing years ago. I hope you're not offended, but if you are, I'm sorry. Love you, JD. So, when you think about that, what does that say about the person?
Look at her. Bruh, this is someone you want in your corner. All right, Sophia, she is staring down that camera. She is staring down that camera. She hasn't flinched. She hasn't blinked. She is a fucking rock, okay? Ronan Sophia 2028, folks. Could you imagine her? VP, I don't know. VP might not be good enough for her, honestly. Could you imagine her in the press pool as press secretary? She just gets on the podium and she talks about the issues and the current events of the day in my administration. And some journalist starts mouthing off, and that's the look they get. Are you kidding? Secretary of State. Could you imagine one of these, what do you call them now? Ambassadors getting lippy with her? Could you imagine the ambassador from Iran looking at her as like some woman? And that's the face he gets? Are you shitting me? Like, I think she would honestly be wasted as my VP pick. Honestly, I don't think VP is good enough for her. I think we need somebody slightly more charismatic to be president. Just saying, but damn. Just saying. She looks like she eats nails for breakfast and weak men for dessert. Like, chef's kiss. Where's the I approve button? Somebody throw up the I approve, because I fucking do. Let's go. What on earth is JD getting at? He's a grifter. He's an opportunist. Thank you, Drea. Did you see the movie about Cheney called Vice? Nope, did not. Oh, I didn't see it, but obviously Oshun has. So yeah. But yeah, carrying on. Sorry, I just had to stand Sophia real quick.
He, I don't know, was it explicit or implicitly gave to members of the LGBT community?
Well, again, the JD Vance that I was friends with, he might not have always agreed with me. We certainly, again, had our differences. And I didn't always agree with him, but we knew how to talk to each other respectfully with kindness and compassion. We were both raised in the Midwest. I'm from a small town in West Michigan, and I was taught we treat others how we want to be treated. And so you don't have to
probably a lot of it is. And so was his press secretary or whomever.
Or a political background with your
yes, welcome back,
to
Princess.
treat them with respect and dignity. And JD reflected that in our relationship. And you know, the JD Vance that I knew was supportive of marriage equality and had LGBTQ friends, myself included. And when I had gender-affirming surgery in 2012, JD delivered me baked goods when I was going through my recovery. Again, he didn't necessarily fully understand a transgender identity, and that's fine. I don't need everyone to do that. What I need from people is a sense of decency and respect, which is, you know, consistent with the Midwestern values that I was raised with and why I returned to the Midwest. I've lived here since 2013. This is where I was raised. And the Rust Belt is filled with a diverse group of
very much so
people who, again, we don't always agree on tax policy, on whether we're cat or dog people, but we know how to treat everyone with kindness.
And so
to that point, though, and it's definitely worth mentioning, is that this is true for the South as well. The South is extremely diverse, incredibly diverse, and also has its own levels of inclusion. It's just a different cultural approach. And that's the thing. There are effectively 13 specific and unique cultures in the United States of America. And each of them have progressive, each of them have conservatives, and each of them have something in between. And it's the ability to communicate effectively that we have lost because of financial stress and political division that is being enforced upon us. So I think it is definitely worth mentioning that the Midwest and the Rust Belt and even the Bible Belt are significantly more tolerant than what you would expect, and that is true. I would also say that growing up in Ohio, if people were gay or trans or whatever else, that's usually not what got you picked on. What got you picked on was being a weirdo. That's what got you picked on, and had nothing to do with your sexual orientation. They're like, all right, cool, you're gay. Well, back then they used the F word, but it's like, oh, so you like dick, okay, but you don't have to be obnoxious about it. Like, can you just stop talking about dick sucking for 5 minutes? Like, that's what my experience was when I was friends with one specific queer individual. I think they're now transgender, but they were gay at the time, and he was aggressively flirting with me. And I'm like, dude, you know I don't swing that way. He's like, no, but I think it's hilarious to watch you squirm. And I was like, this is why people bully you. And he's like, yeah, I know, but you don't. And so that's why it's, you know, a back and forth. And I'm like, okay, but it's your, that's not the way you should approach it, you know? And that's the Midwest. So The same is true for the South and other parts of the country too, is what I'm getting at. Watching the deer was so calming, peaceful, and relaxing. Yeah. Imagine if we had the economy and financial security to just watch the deer in our backyard. Imagine how much better our world would be. Look at Georgia. We're a more diverse state than one thinks. Exactly. And there's this thriving gay community there too. Sophia Nelson is JD's friend. Well, not anymore, it doesn't seem like. People in my school used to call straight people gay as an insult. Yeah, that's what I grew up with in the 90s and early thousands. It's like, oh, you're gay. And some people were like, yeah, I am. And I was like, oh, well, you're straight. And that's how dumb it was. I'll be in Georgia in 2 days. I don't look forward to the heat or Gwinnett County. Yeah, well, you know, there is that.
You talk about that he brought you baked goods when you went through gender affirming surgery. And I know, Sophia, you're saying that was 2012. So then you had a long time of being friends. My understanding is when Vance came out in support of a state law.
When he came out as a racist and right-wing conservative.
And he's now since proposed a national ban. He's called that surgery that you went through gruesome. Can you share with us how you ended the friendship with him?
Yeah,
I mean, I never explicitly said we're not friends anymore. And I want to be clear, I still care about JD and Usha and their family. You know, deep down, part of me is hopeful that he'll snap out of it or something. I don't know. But that was incredibly hurtful, and I communicated that to him. I communicated that I was disappointed, that I was hurt, and that I was scared. Because I remember what it's like to be a kid and think there's something wrong with me, and it's terribly scary. And I thought, I'm never going to be able to be my authentic self because it won't be safe, I won't be accepted, I won't be able to get a job. And I tried to explain that to him. You know, I told him what I went through as a child in response to his public support of criminalizing access to gender-affirming care. And he was very dismissive. And again, the tone that I had, you know, been the basis of our friendship across political differences had completely shifted. He had gone from a compassionate, thoughtful, kind person to mimicking Donald Trump's derisive cruelty. And, you know, I have many family members and friends who are independents, who are Republicans. But here in the Rust Belt, we treat everyone with kindness. And that's just, I think, a core value. And it's a core value that JD Vance has turned his back on in order to amass money and power.
So I want to very much so emphasize what she said. She knew something was up when she was a child. So all this conversation about transgenderism and kids is just a phase and this, that, and the other, clearly it's not. And as cis individuals, who are we to tell trans individuals themselves what they experienced and what their life is? It's just like trying to impose Christianity or Catholicism upon the masses who may or may not believe the same thing, specifically your denomination of it. So this is another reason why I am very, very pro-trans and gender-affirming care, and it needs to be protected. It also needs to be safe. It also needs to be genuine, right? Maybe some children are confused. Maybe they aren't transgender. Maybe they're just struggling with identity. Because again, the older we get and the more nuanced you get into the science of gender identity and sexuality and all this and that, you start realizing that it's a construct. It is a social construct. So maybe that's what they're struggling with, is the construct. Maybe I am a man, but I don't believe I should be held to the standards of man, right? Doesn't mean I need to transition to being a woman. It just means that I don't feel comfortable as man, and therefore that's my identity. Vice versa for women. I just don't want to be considered woman. I just want to be myself. And that as a child, right? Again, if you don't listen to whatever, if you don't go to church, you go to hell. Like that's indoctrination. So I think what we need is age-appropriate education on these various issues and stop forcing our social biases on children, especially in such an aggressive and demeaning way. I knew I was cis and straight since I was a kid. Some people know that they're different, but may struggle because of social norms. Why wouldn't it be the same for LGBTQ people? Exactly. You don't support a candidate, they tell you that you hate Jewish people. You don't support a candidate, they tell you that you are miserable and want to force misery and all the rest. The list goes on and about they know what you feel more than you know. Exactly. That's exactly the point. It's whatever their worldview is being forced on others and being told we know better than you. That's not democracy. That is literally, well, I wouldn't say fascism, but that's certainly authoritarian, and that's not the kind of country we are, or should be, I should say. That is exactly the kind of country we currently are, but it is not the kind of country we should be.
So you mentioned the family and that you wish JD and Usha well. I know you know her well. You attended their wedding, right? She was that super smart person he was referring to in the book. She was once a registered Democrat, recently worked at a San Francisco law firm, as you well know, Sophia, that describes its culture as, quote, radically progressive. She did clerk, though, for more conservative Supreme Court justices. I mean, there's just so many people who are so curious about her and who she really is and what she really thinks. And she's being subjected to all the things women are subjected to, you know, whether she colors her hair and her makeup and all those things that people do. What can you tell us about her? Do you think she believes in what her husband is currently saying?
I was conditioned to believe that passing gas was a shameful thing, and I tried to hide it from the shamers. Then I learned that it's natural to do. Jesus. I don't think that's what they're talking about. Hold your farts in, you stinky person. No driving while texting. But you can drive and listen to the stream. It's like a podcast at that point.
Well, I don't think anyone knows what JD or Usha believe because they have literally changed their principles on every imaginable issue. However, I was never as close with Usha as I was with JD. I will say that the woman that I knew was also incredibly kind and brilliant, a really hard worker, and someone I understood to be kind of a centrist technocrat, and leaning left of center, I would say. Someone who, it's come out publicly, was very upset and frightened by the events of January 6th, as was JD at the time. And so what I think is reflected in both of their changing of their principles on every single issue is that their core value is amassing money and power, not the integrity and kindness that I think are core values of everyone in the Rust Belt.
Honestly, every answer Sophia gives is just, she is decimating JD Vance with compassion. Like, do you realize that? Like, I don't know if everybody realizes that she is saying, I'm disappointed in you. She is literally a parent who loves their child, even though that child is committing crimes or atrocities or whatever else. And all the parent says is, I don't hate you. I don't think any less of you. I still love you as my blood. But I am disappointed. Damn! That is probably the most damning thing you could do to a JD Vance or to a Trump or to anybody in the conservative side of things. It's just, you were a much better, kinder, more empathic person. And I'm disappointed that you have shifted from that. Sophia, what's her last name? Sophia Nelson? Sophia Nelson needs to be on my administration in 2028 in whatever capacity A, she wants to be, and B, she could be most effective in. Honestly, I would love for it to be VP. I think it would be wasted on her. I think because VP doesn't have that much influence or power in the administration, I think she needs to be Secretary of State, Press Secretary, or one of the other cabinet positions, because absolutely ridiculous. Why am I suddenly getting ads? I don't know. Why are you getting ads? You shouldn't be if you're subscribed. Hell, you've basically subbed everybody on this channel outright, so nobody should be getting ads. But to your point, yeah, Secretary of State, she has the temperament for it. Listen, whatever her interest is, right? Whether it's the Department of Transportation, Education, Health, HUD, Agriculture, what's another one? Industry in general, I don't know, SEC. Whatever she wants to do, she's got it. Check. She needs to be on the administration because, goddamn, nobody could stand up to her. Like, honestly, I'd be a little intimidated. Not gonna lie. I would be president of the United States. She'd come into my Oval Office and she'd be like, Mr. President, this is what needs to happen. And I'd be like, yes, ma'am. I'd be like, well, what about? And she said, no. This is what needs to happen. As you were. Like, Sophia.
Sophia, thank you very much for sharing all of this with us.
Absolutely. Thank you. A little
consideration, and I appreciate it. I know everyone watching does too, so thanks.
Thank you for your time, Aaron. And yeah, absolutely. This was a difficult decision for me because, again, I do care about JD.
We got this.
And I'm a private person. I've never been on national TV before. This is, not comfortable for me. But I thought
so she's just not comfortable.
Had a right to know. And I thought trans kids needed to know that these MAGA people, they're not actually scared of you. They don't think there's anything wrong with you. They're engaged in political opportunism, and you're going to be all right.
All right, Sophia, thank you.
We turn now to Renee Bracey Sherman. She's a reproductive justice.
Hold on, I'm not done celebrating Sophia, damn it. What's another one? Where's all my approvals? Lilith. And then... yeah, okay, I think that's all the approvals I have. Sophia Nelson, folks. Sophia Nelson. It said that I was not subbed as of a minute ago. I literally saw you resub yesterday. Or the day before. You better check that you actually didn't get double charged. Okay. So we're still on JD Vance with Democracy Now! 7-8 minutes. But it's 6 o'clock. I saw it 2-3 month streak. Okay, well. Yeah, make sure that you didn't get double charged. While that's going on, let's go ahead and play this. But I'm going to take a quick break, but we'll play this. I don't know that we really need to speak on it much more after Sophia Nelson just basically dropped the most wholesome bombs in the world, despite her discomfort of being on camera. So y'all keep on keeping on, and let's fill me in on what I missed.
Justice activists, and she wrote a very interesting piece in Teen Vogue. It's called, the piece is called J.D. Vance Doesn't Want All Women to Be Trad Wives, Just White Women. Explain, Renee.
Well, hi, Amy. Thanks for having me. And I should just let your audience know that, full disclosure, I am a childless cat lady. I am fine with that, and my life is amazing. But what I think is really important is people have maybe seen this trad wife phenomena on TikTok, where usually white women are making these videos about how amazing it is to make everything from scratch and this idyllic, like, 1950s home life, and how great it is just to be home and opt out of the working society, right? And these are videos that are basically propaganda for the world that people like JD Vance want. But what we have to think about is, if you actually look at history, women of color have never been part of that idyllic society, right? Women of color always had to work, whether they were wet nurses and enslaved women and being abused by white women on plantations during slavery, to when they were working in the 1950s, they were still in the homes, right? Because of mass incarceration, family separation, all of these things. They did not get the choice to decide, well, do I stay home or do I work? With low wages, without access to social safety net supports, because of racist barriers, they've always had to work. And so when J.D. Vance talks about what this future looks like, where he wants women at home, he's picturing white women. He is very sure that he wants white women to be at home procreating while the rest of us are laboring under capitalism, so he and his donors can keep making more and more money off of our backs and off of our low wages.
So can you talk more about the issue of Vance's views on gender, sex, and marriage, and what it means, why he is attacking people who don't have children and being very focused on the nuclear family? It can't even be, as in the case of Kamala Harris, stepchildren.
I mean, the short answer is he's a weirdo. The longer answer is he's a white supremacist, and he's a white nationalist. He believes that the only children are ones that are physically born through natural birth conception. Those are the ones that are legitimate, right? Which is wild because he promotes adoption as an alternative to abortion, which it is not, but then attacks Pete Buttigieg for adopting children, right? Again, he has this view that certain families are valuable, and that is families that are white, that have natural children, that have single or heterosexual parents. He does not recognize that this world, we make our families in lots of different ways. Divorce, step parents, adoption, abortion, all of these ways that we make our families, that is the reproductive future that we're all building together. He cannot stand that. He cannot stand that fighting for abortion access, fighting for reproductive justice, all of this ensures that we are able to decide if, when, and how to grow our family. It terrifies him.
In other news about J.D. Vance, the Republican vice presidential nominee has written the foreword to the forthcoming book by Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, head of Project 2025. Trump's campaign has disavowed any connection to Project 2025, a radical, almost 1,000-page Republican blueprint to overhaul U.S. policy on everything from immigration to reproductive rights to the climate. Can you talk about the MAGA right's views on reproductive rights, in particular, what you think a Trump-Vance White House would mean for reproductive rights?
I mean, a Trump-Vance White House for reproductive rights and abortion access is terrifying. If you care about abortion, if you care about IVF, if you care about sex, if you like having sex with whoever you want, if you like sex toys, all of those things could be gone, right? This is the modern day Comstock. Anthony Comstock in the mid-1800s used the mail service to try to ban contraceptions, pornography, sex toys, all of these things, right? Project 2025 is just the updated version of that. And Vance is just the updated version of Anthony Comstock. So anything that you love about your sex life, your family, the freedoms that you get to have to build the families that you care about, that you love, build your life, that is under threat with this Project 2025. And I really hope that people pay attention to that in a way that they didn't necessarily hear us when we said that Roe could and would be overturned. Please listen to us right now that they are very serious about this. This is not a pipe dream. They wrote it down. It is their goal, and they will stop at nothing to achieve it.
Can you talk about how Vance's personal background and professional history cast doubts on his public stance on gender roles and family life? Married to a very high-powered, successful working woman, quit her law firm the week of the Republican convention. On Friday, Vance was asked about his wife in an interview with Megyn Kelly.
Look, I love my wife so much. I love her because she's who she is. Obviously, she's not a white person, and we've been attacked by some white supremacists over that. But I love Usha. She's such a good mom.
Your response, Renee?
I mean, he's a weirdo. It is wild to me that you are married to a woman of color and you can't see her as anything other than not a white person and a mom. But that's who he is. He is such a world view in which that whiteness is the default. That is the thing that we focus on, that women's role in society is to have children. And I think it's terrifying that he can't see us for anything else. That he, as I wrote in the piece, he enjoyed them being a power couple until he needed to achieve the higher echelons of power, and then she had to give up hers. I think he believes that women are there to be subservient to men like him. And it is a really terrifying future in which we don't get to decide what our futures are, particularly that women of color need to serve white men like him.
Renee Bracey Sherman, I want to thank you for being with us, reproductive justice activist and writer, founder and co-executive director of We Testify. We'll link to your piece in Teen Vogue. J.D. Vance doesn't want all women to be trad wives, just white women. Her forthcoming book is titled Liberating Abortion, claiming our history, sharing our stories, and building the reproductive future we deserve.
Look, I love my wife so much. I love her because she's who she is. Obviously, she's not a white person, and we've been attacked by some white supremacists over that. But I love Usha. She's such a good mom.
MAGA has gone racist against J.D. Vance's Indian wife. J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, is of Indian origin.
That took a little bit longer.
Makes no difference to me, but apparently much of MAGA does not like it. A few instances of this that I want to show you. Jaden McNeil, a self-described normie-pilled MAGA, posted a picture to Twitter of Vance, his wife, and one of their kids, and sarcastically said, "I'm sure this guy is going to be great." MAGA has gone racist against J.D. Vance's Indian wife. J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, is of Indian origin. Makes no difference to me, but apparently much of MAGA does not like it. A few instances of this that I want to show you. Jaden McNeil, a self-described normie-pilled MAGA, posted a picture to Twitter of Vance, his wife, and one of their kids, and sarcastically said, "I'm sure this guy is going to be great on immigration." Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist who visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago along with Kanye back in 2022, suggested that Vance would not be a, quote, defender of white identity because of his wife's Indian heritage. Vincent James Fox, who was present on January 6, 2021 at the Trump riots, wrote on X, J.D. Vance gets tapped as VP and immediately there's a Hindu prayer at the RNC. Next, we'll see Senator Mike Lee and J.D. Vance team up to convince Trump to let in 10 million Indian immigrants, green cards on diplomas. And then conspiracy nut Stu Peters, who we've talked about before on the program, tweeted, "There is an obvious Indian coup taking place in the U.S. right before our eyes," alongside an article about J.D. Vance and his wife's kids. It is all not surprising in any way.
But see, this is the crazy thing, right? They're talking about this coup of Indian people and other demographics, and they're all conservative. All of these Indian people, Usha, Vivek, and whoever that other guy was, are all conservatives. Presumably. That third guy I don't know, per se. But Vivek is a conservative who ran for the presidency, and Usha is married to a conservative and herself sacrificed a lot of her values to be conservative too now. So it's like, why are you disparaging against them when they are actually espousing your same rhetoric? Vivek was very harsh on immigration. He's like, my parents were immigrants, and I'm proud of that. But y'all immigrants need to start following their example. it's like the second or third generation of immigrants are harder on current generation immigrants because of what they went through. So like, what? They are going crazy Flawcasian. Yeah, I guess so. It is very telling. It very much so is. It's also a little depressing that all of these diverse individuals are being drawn towards the Republican Party rather than the Democratic Party, right? Or the Green Party, for that matter. It just goes to show the state of our country and our politics when the conservatives, who are filled with Christo-fascists and alt-right nationalists, straight-up Nazis and straight-up white supremacists, are also appealing to second and third generation immigrants? That's very interesting. Why would you want someone to go through the same terrible circumstances that you did? I don't know. Ask a conservative, because that's their modus operandi. I struggled, so should you.
I don't think it really makes a difference with regard to Vance's utility to Trump in terms of generating new votes or expanding the electorate. It doesn't seem like J.D. Vance helps Trump do that in any way. But it is just a reminder that you can do a very not credible 180 when it comes to your political views about Trump, as J.D. Vance did. You can kiss the ring. You can become a doormat that repeats every stupid, debunked talking point about Trump and pledge allegiance to the orange leader. But if your wife is Indian, there is still a part of MAGA that will say, no, you can't be trusted. And we are seeing that very strongly right now. Let's take a very quick break. Make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show. And remember that we've got the free Project 2025 white paper available at davidpakman.com/Project 2025. 12 pages. If you don't have time to read the 900-page full Project 2025 document, read the 12-page white paper, and you will learn what it is, the risks, and how we can try to
Why has it got to be a white paper, Pakman? That's racist. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Although, it is 6:30, folks. We went from Guam to JD Vance. It's already 6:30. Holy shit. I'm sure there was another topic that I just immediately forgot and glossed over. No, I think it's because we were so enamored with Sophia Nelson. We took much longer on that. Wow, okay. Chat's blowing up, folks. I can't keep up. So it's not that he said he hates the police at one point in his life. It's not that he said he'll have childless people taxed higher. None of that makes him to distrust the ticket. It's this. It's an Indian woman. It's his wife and child that he has with his wife while promoting family values. That sounds like what we were looking for. Yeah. I've got a former coworker and friend who likes Kevin Samuels and bags on Kamala. Is he conservative or progressive? Isn't Kevin Samuels extremely conservative and sexist? And Kamala isn't progressive at all, so he's very clearly conservative. Just saying. Kevin Samuels is dead. He's conserving the earth with his corpse. That's terrible. I thought he was an extremely modern society, gender issues and relationships. Yeah, he was a sexist asshat, right? Oh my god. I think we can check this out. Let's see, do I have a window? I do. Check this out. So we're gonna do a very quick window check here. Then we'll move this up. Look at this. Kevin Samuels. People also look for Andrew Tate. I guess that's all we need to know about that. That's yeah. I'm glad. Well, I'm not gonna read that one out loud. I might get struck. But because it's that time, it is Age of Empires time.
I was preparing for today's show and watching videos of Kamala Harris in Atlanta. and videos of J.D. Vance in Reno, Nevada, and remembering that J.D. Vance was supposed to be the coherent guy on the Trump campaign. J.D. Vance was supposed to be the guy that would energize young people and all different sorts of voters. And then I saw glitchy, totally uncharismatic J.D. Vance clapping for himself. At one point, you'll hear it sounds like a banana slapping against the desk.
I put on the list vids about the Fed and Kamala's
relegated
VP.
to clapping for himself.
Oh, should we just skip ahead to that?
That this was a disastrous choice. A disastrous choice for
You know what?
Donald
I know
Trump.
It's game time.
Here's J.D. Vance glitching.
I'll just turn off the audio for a second.
Saying,
here.
hey, he is a breath of coherent fresh air from Trump.
Do we want to defund the police? Do you want to ban fracking? So do we want a dangerous liberal like Kamala?
A dangerous liberal do you want? The entire speech was like this. He's terrible at this. He's absolutely terrible at it. He tried to use this. You know how, in general, elected officials and politicians, they have a generic stump speech where they repeat a lot of the same lines. And one of the reasons is you get really comfortable with those same lines and you deliver them perfectly every time with predictable results. He's been doing this when you fill up your tank at a gas station line, except he gets it wrong almost every single time, saying instead.
So, okay, we're good with moving onwards. We're good with moving past J.D. Vance and mocking him for his terrible existence. Clean energy. So you know what I'm thinking about though, with regards to the spin the wheel, right? Do we immediately shift gears and talk about the issue that is spun? Do we B, bring the person who requested the spin onto voice chat and have them discuss it with us? Or do we just very quickly just talk about the issue itself in general, or after a whatever existing video is done? Because I added it because I thought it would be interesting in a way for the stream to interact, but I'm now realizing that it kind of disrupts the flow unless we figure out how we want to deal with it. So you are not ready for that. What do you mean? Getting into Discord and discussing it? Yeah, I can imagine that most people would not be comfortable just immediately being brought onto a stream and talking. It never did until they started doing offshore fracking in 2019. Yikes. Look at Oklahoma earthquakes per year before and after fracking. Yeah, no, that is true. That is very true. So, with regards to the spin, obviously we're sidetracking now anyway. But in the future, do we want to cover that topic after? I thought I could win an AO. No. The wheel is issues, is policy issues. Not a single thing on here is involved with playing the game. It's all about the policy issues. Did I not make that clear? If I didn't make it clear, then I certainly can. Viewer rewards, channel points, Zavil, edit. We have a wheel of political fortune where you may redeem channel points to spin the wheel, and the discussion will switch to that topic. Yeah, so I did state it as such. But if that wasn't clear, then I can sort of maybe do something about that. So do we still want to talk about clean energy then, Drea? I mean, it was your redemption. So we will abide by your okay. So you were trying so you thought the spin the wheel was what does the stream do next? Is that is that the way you're understanding it? Instead of it's only a discussion point? Let's do it tomorrow? Okay. Oshun, how about that then? Yeah. We'll whenever you okay. I'll address that right now. Spin the wheel. We'll make it more expensive though. Let's call it 2,500 then. We have a wheel of political fortune where you may redeem channel points, spin the wheel, and the discussion will cover that topic next stream. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Because I think I had one where it's straight up pick a topic for 5K, which maybe we should make that more, since apparently some of y'all have a shit ton of points out here. 5K is fine, whatever. Screw it. I thought it had more to do with gameplay. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with gameplay. Nothing. Hold up. We are paying to change the subject. Money is speech. No, that's actually what we're not doing anymore. That is what we were paying. Like, okay, so everybody knows that there's channel points, right? If you're a viewer of the stream, you accumulate points. And if you're a subscriber, it's double per hour. And I think it's around 300 points per hour of your viewing, right? So if you're watching for 5 minutes, you only get 1/12th or something like that of 300 for that 5 minutes, right? So anyway, the longer you watch, the more channel points you accumulate. And so that they don't go to waste, I've decided to integrate a much more of the stream into redemption of stream points, channel points, rather than forcing people to sub or pay for bits, which is what most other channels do. They rely heavily on the subs and the bits to do the interactive things. How much for feet pics? Oh my god. Wow. Wow. I want to hoard my points. This is America. Let's raise your funds. So these would be channel points that we're talking about, for one, right? Not subs or OnlyFans for that matter. And if I was selling feet pics, I think I would be super expensive. I'd be like $1,000 per feet pic. And you only get 1 foot. $1,000 for the right, $1,500 for the left. Let's go. All right. So now that we are back on track. Jesus Christ, Oshun. I feel like I'm no longer important in this stream. I think I've been dismissed. I've been disregarded. 1,000 per foot. No, 1,000 on the right, 1,500 for the left. And my wife would murder me in my sleep. So definitely not enough. No, I mean, life insurance money though. Life insurance. We can have a little chatty chat. Give you my social, make me your beneficiary. I'm just saying. Kidding. That is called life insurance fraud. We don't do that.
Said when you fill up your pump.
So when you fill up your pump, when you fill up your tank at the gas station, maybe you should send a bill to Kamala Harris.
Wow. Just such a great line. Such a great line, and delivered
He got
so
stuck on what he was trying to say.
Every single one of these planned stump speech lines going
watch
wrong.
A movie with it?
And
what
we
does that
were
even
told
mean?
he would be really crystal clear in how he speaks. The continued, this is just so funny. Usha Vance, JD Vance's
so I
wife,
apologize,
seems to
and I'll
want
be back
nothing
tomorrow.
to do with this campaign. She looked like she was there under protest
care,
when
brother.
they did a recent diner stop to get chocolate milk for their kids. JD Vance references he'll have to sleep on the couch if he tries to bring her up on the stage. He's the last guy who should be talking about couches right now.
Because we're getting
Now, I would call her up here to come and speak, but then I think I'd have to sleep on the couch tonight, so I'll leave her alone.
There you go. And then at another point, the microphone just rebelling against JD Vance. Maybe the sound engineering was being run by Antifa. But JD Vance completely inaudible during parts of the speech. Well, which I'll be honest, the most coherent moments he had were when his microphone wasn't working. Listen to this.
All right, so it doesn't look like we're having frame rate portions now.
Now, I have
if I'm
seen
not back,
the
it's Oshun's fault.
Oh boy. He's still speaking now,
All right,
tapping the mic.
thank you for that, Oshun, and mourn your youth. Absolutely.
A raiding group of rebels sallying from the
Blowing
castle.
into the mic, tapping, laughing, talking, waving the mic in the air. And then suddenly the mic is back. And then finally,
Wait,
in a Jeb
what is
Bush-like
going on
moment,
here?
amidst a not super enthusiastic crowd, someone had to clap, and it was J.D. Vance clapping for himself.
Isn't this Jeb Bush, please clap all over again?
Oh man, this guy is completely pathetic. So things going swimmingly for J.D. Vance. We heard from Kamala Harris. And finally, let's go to the man himself, the man
I like
of
how
the
we just
hour,
start the
or maybe
game
the
and
man of the
it's
minute.
already mission failure. Let's
Donald
go.
Trump. Did you know that Americans pay twice as much for their wine as the rest of the world? The reason is because of laws that date back to Prohibition that ensure the right of wholesalers
Rain
to make
is now
a big
falling.
margin.
Okay.
It's actually
Welcome to the
insane,
channel.
which is why I love our sponsor,
Please
Naked
clap,
Wines,
Jeb
so
Bush
much.
and
Naked
J.D.
Wines
Vance.
is a subscription service that seamlessly
Why are we
$9.99 with shipping
See, this is the shit that pisses me off about YouTubers. They shill products for ads in their videos. That's just I hate that. I will never ever do that. That's disgusting. He's a political commentator and he's shilling out to some corporation, some business for ad money, for money. He's shilling a product for money while he's political commentating. That undermines everything. And he's a leftist. Yeah, no, he pisses me off a lot, but Oshun picked him for our stream today.
Whatever your business needs, Vistaprint can print it. Like packaging.
I mean, these
thank
ads
you
are bad
cards,
enough.
Or merch from
We gotta have them in
a Donald Trump that is in complete and total.
I'm sorry, Oshun. What are you doing? Why are all of these J.D. Vance or David Pakman? He had the best J.D. clips. Well,
NASA astronauts Sonny
I don't want to
Williams and
lose
Butch Wilmore
our new
are now
followers.
50 days into a mission that was supposed to last only 8.
Please begin the live tour of Starliner.
There's Butch coming in through the hatch.
Oh,
And
you're
thanks
gonna
to a
make me
malfunction
start
of
from the
Boeing
beginning.
Starliner, their extended stay in zero gravity is getting even longer.
And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V.
Wilmore and Williams launched on a test flight of Starliner June 5th. As they closed in on the International Space Station, the spacecraft sprang multiple helium leaks.
By the way, the
Several
Starliner
thrusters
is a
stopped
Boeing
working.
product, a Boeing
Engineers are
company,
running tests in space
and they
on
can't
the ground
even
to
do
figure out what
aerospace
went wrong.
anymore without
But NASA
causing
says
problems.
They need more time.
Hence
before
why
announcing a
capitalism
return
is
date.
the problem.
We're making great
Hence
progress,
why
but we're just
business
not quite ready to
regulation
do that.
needs to
NASA
happen.
believes Starliner can still get the astronauts home, but the agency also says it's working on backup
Eventually,
plans,
maybe?
which could include calling on a Boeing competitor, a SpaceX Dragon capsule.
Oh yeah, let's just rely on a different
Dragon
billionaire
and Starliner and
corporation.
two
Are you
different
shitting me?
diverse space transportation systems as we can kind of use those as backups.
NASA says the astronauts remain in good spirits.
Wow.
It feels good to float around.
Just-
It feels good to be in space and work up here with the International Space Station teams.
Boeing, which has been under fire over problems with its 737 MAX airplanes, says Starliner can handle the mission.
I'm very confident we have a good vehicle to bring the crew back with.
The question now is when.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very confident
And
we can
finally,
do this.
astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore are still stuck in space.
Whoa.
What was supposed to be a one-week mission has now stretched to more than 50 days. This after their Boeing Starliner faced several helium leaks and thruster failures. Now the aerospace giant says it cannot provide a return date for the astronauts, at least not yet. Meanwhile, NASA is reviewing its backup options, including the SpaceX Dragon capsule, to bring Williams and Wilmore back home safely. Here's our final report with more about the harrowing outer space adventure.
Imagine you're stranded in space with no idea when you'll see home again.
When
Scary,
or if.
right? But it is an unfortunate reality for veteran astronauts Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. It's been 54 days
I
since
can't
the
believe
duo
that this isn't
successfully
making the
blasted
news
off on a
more.
Boeing Starliner's inaugural crewed flight
I
on
literally
June 5th.
cannot believe that.
But what was supposed to be a week-long trip to the International Space Station turned into an unending one. Their spacecraft faced several helium leaks and thruster failures, prompting Boeing and NASA to keep them in orbit for longer, over fears that the return journey could end in disaster. Last week, NASA and Boeing officials
That's not a
said
good sign.
they were not ready to
I can't
announce a
even
return date
unlock
for the
that yet.
astronauts yet. Now, the aerospace giant has been testing the propulsion systems of
Also
Starliner's
aged.
capsule
Okay.
to identify the cause of the issues. Officials say the spacecraft is probably safe enough to fly Wilmore and Williams back home. Over the weekend, the Boeing team test-fired the capsule's thrusters while it was docked to the space station. Boeing said the helium system was found to be stable and the team was happy with the performance of the thrusters. But in order to get the green light for the return mission,
I don't have
NASA
access
needs to review
resources.
Boeing's engineering, which may not happen till the first week of August. Boeing officials have repeatedly said that the astronauts are not stranded in space, and if there is an emergency situation, they could fly back home in Starliner. However, their remarks have only raised further questions that if the spacecraft really is safe, why Wilmore and Williams cannot just fly back home.
Right. Why
Meanwhile,
can't they
NASA
just...
says there are some other backup options that are being reviewed to bring the astronauts back home. This includes the Dragon capsule of Elon Musk's SpaceX.
Great. That's what
Dragon
we need
has
is to
been
give
flying crews
Elon
to the
Musk
ISS
more
since May
credibility.
2020 and accommodates 2 to 4 people. However, it can also fit more people in case of an emergency. In the meantime, Williams and
can I build a
Wilmore have been
castle?
conducting science experiments,
Ooh,
like performing
that's what I've been
ultrasounds
missing
on their
out on.
veins to understand how space affects the human body, and growing plants in microgravity.
Oh,
The
I guess
astronauts
not.
have also been keeping themselves busy with chores like cleaning toilets and making phone calls to their families in their free time.
Did we get another?
They even
Steven
incorporated the
Steed?
Paris game spirit and participated in their own
Thank you for
version
the
of
follow.
Olympics, and that too in space.
We are now playing Age of Empires 4.
They've also expressed confidence
Thank you all so much.
that the very same Starliner that has trapped them in space would be fixed to return them home safely.
So now...
I feel confident that if we had to, if there was a problem with the International Space Station, we can get in our spacecraft and we can undock, talk to our team, and figure out the best way to come home. Like I said, we've practiced a lot, so I have a feeling, I have a real good feeling in my heart that the spacecraft will bring us
so we
home,
keep
no problem.
losing
I can tell you that
villagers because they can keep raiding us,
this
which
is
not
the
great.
world of test. This is a tough business that we're in. Human spaceflight is
How
not
do
easy
we improve
in any
our
regime. And there have been multiple
various,
issues with every spacecraft that's ever been designed, and that's the nature of what we do. You know, that mantra you've heard,
I guess
failure
we'll
is not
just
an
put it
option.
right
That's why
there.
we are staying here now.
With no end in sight to Williams and Wilmore's near 2-month ordeal, only time will tell when their faulty Boeing spaceship will be ready to fly again.
Alright, heal the foe. Castles! I wouldn't be surprised if we found out later on that Boeing gets more money the longer it's in space. Yeah, that's probably exactly what's going to happen, actually.
Bringing you diverse perspectives on the issues that matter.
What the hell is this? Another ad at the very end. Okay, cool, I guess. Increases the network speeds. Okay. We definitely had way too much wood. Oh my god! Stop with the ads for 5 seconds.
1,
Jesus.
2, 3, 4.
I feel confident that if we had to, if there was a problem with the International Space
Right,
Station,
so we kinda
can get
do
in our
need a lot of
spacecraft
wood chopping,
and we
though,
can
because,
undock, talk to our team.
the reality
and figure out
is
the
we
best
just don't
way
have
to
much
come home.
space here.
We've like
So
I said,
that's
we've
why we're
practiced
building
a
a
lot. So I have a feeling, I have a real
amount
good feeling
of,
in my heart
lumber
that the spacecraft
wood
will
choppers
bring us home, no problem.
as we
5,
refer to
6,
them at her.
7, 8, 9.
Because we need to do something about it.
Absolutely confident We've already, as Sonny mentioned, for Safe Haven, we had that test,
We're gonna need
not
to
just
build-
the
at least we
test,
can
but
build
also
houses
to
or
do it
something.
for real when we had that possible conjunction a
We're
few weeks
definitely
ago.
gonna wanna build
and we got in
archeries,
Starliner, we were ready to go. Everything's in place as far as
stable,
what we know now. That is a
arsenal,
good point.
more
We are actually
barracks.
doing thruster testing as we speak at White Sands, New Mexico, going through that process, trying to replicate what we saw on that flight day 2
I
when
would
we were
really like
rendezvousing. And we're
our
going to
military
learn
to
from
fight.
that. And we're going to incorporate new processes, new procedures
Instead of
that
letting
we
our
will
citizens
employ
just
if
die.
necessary. So obviously,
Awesome.
right now,
Just
we are
like the
ready.
Empire.
We will be ready.
We
then,
only care
unless
about having a
the
strong
data shows
military. We
otherwise.
don't
But
care
right
if
now, based on
anybody
what we know,
dies.
we are absolutely ready.
The citizens are sacrificial pawns. You know, I don't like this at all. It needs to do much better.
Concludes our event. Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communication.
All right. So, no upgrades are available.
It feels good to float around. It feels good to be in space and work up here with the International Space Station team. So, yeah, it's great to be up here. So I'm not complaining. Butch isn't complaining that we're here for a couple weeks, extra weeks.
That looks like fun. I guess so.
I can tell you.
Did we just
that,
lose audio? I was like,
This is the world of test. This is a tough business that we're in. Human spaceflight is not easy in any regime, and there have been multiple issues with every spacecraft that's ever been designed, and that's
I think
the
we need
nature of
more
what we do.
defensive structures,
that mantra you've
honestly.
heard, failure is not an option. That's why we are staying here now. It was truly amazing, the precision
I guess
that
we
this
just keep
spacecraft held.
forcing this
And then we got
wood
into
line
day
back
2, the start of day 2.
as
It was the
aggressively
same
as
starting
possible.
off. And then we did have some failures, as we're all aware. We had lost an RCS jet, and then we lost another one. And then you could tell the thrust, the control, the capability was degraded. The handling qualities were not the same. But thankfully, we had practiced and we had gotten certified for manual control. And so we took over manual control for over an hour on the V-bar, the axis where we actually rendezvous with the
And we're
space
just gonna
station.
keep selling
and for
wood,
over an hour while the teams on the
as
ground
we
did their
do.
troubleshooting. And we got a couple of jets back. And then from that
And
point
that'll
on,
be
you
our
could
gold
tell
income.
that the thrust was degraded. At the time, we didn't know why.
Why do they
Obviously,
keep showing the guys
the
in the control
failures
room?
that
I have
just
no
happened.
idea.
You could
You
tell
think
it was
Boeing
degraded,
threatened not to bring
but
them
it
back
was
if they didn't
still
say they were enjoying
impressive.
themselves? Probably. I wouldn't put it past Boeing to do some heinous stuff.
So much for taking the time. We're excited to talk to you again shortly before you come home. Have a great rest of your mission.
Have a great rest of your mission being stranded in space by a corporate entity.
I am running to be
that
president
cares-
of the United
Oh,
States, and I need you with me in this fight. So I am asking you to.
Okay, JD Vance.
Two NASA astronauts on board a Boeing capsule in space will have to remain there a little bit longer. NASA and Boeing just announced there is still no return date set for the Starliner capsule crew. It has been nearly 2 months since astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams started their mission to the International Space Station. They
We
were
have enough
supposed to
space
only stay in
for a
space
mill.
for a week, but a thruster issue keeps delaying their
Does
return.
look
NBC News
perfect.
correspondent Jesse Kirsch is following this one for us. Jesse, good to see you. So
No.
NASA and Boeing
I
just
guess
wrapped up
not.
a press conference about the Starliner crew. Do we have any
Sure.
better timeline for when they could return?
We don't, Kate. At one point, we were talking about late July, and after this latest briefing, it sounds like it's going to be sometime next month. What has to happen now is 27 of
lots of
28
wood,
thrusters
lots of
on this
coal.
spacecraft, a specific type of thruster,
we'll just
are
keep
going
building
to be
those.
hot fire tested, is how they described it, while the capsule is docked to the International Space Station, where those two astronauts are right now. So they're going to do that test. We're also told that there's going to be an agency review, and that could come at the earliest, we're told, late next week. And so if you do the math there, we're looking at least another week, it sounds like, before they could be leaving the ISS on Starliner. Here's some of what Boeing had to say earlier at this press conference.
Well, I'm sure Boeing had a lot to say
Our
about
mission
it.
was to get the crew to ISS. That's been completed. Our mission was to learn from a flight test. A lot of the learning that
Is Boeing trying to say
achieved
this
so
was a
far
success?
really, in my opinion, could only be achieved through the flight test. And now it's time to get on with returning the crew safely, and there's that step left to go.
But here's the big picture mission, Kate.
You can't make
Overall,
this
the
shit
goal
up.
is to get this spacecraft
You could not
certified for use regularly.
This is literally dystopian nightmare levels of we accomplished the goals. We never said we'd get them back. We never said we'd get them back. We got them there, and we got the data. We did what we needed to do. Are you kidding me?
And it's unclear if that can still be achieved with just this one test flight
Oshun,
with the crew on board.
you
All right, Jesse
knocked
Kirsch
it
for
out
us.
of the
Jesse,
park
thanks.
with this.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Oh my goodness.
If you haven't exercised in years, try this at home.
I cannot believe the audacity.
To help you establish a habit.
The actual audacity.
It's just 7 minutes daily, simple, and requires no equipment.
All right, imagine you've been given the dream opportunity of going on a space expedition for a few months, but when it's time for you to come back, you're told that you're stuck there indefinitely.
And of course, that too without a date set for your return. A complete nightmare. But for astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams, it is a reality that they are living through. These test pilots were supposed to be on the orbiting lab only for a week, and the return was set for mid-June. But due to reasons including thruster failures and helium leaks on Boeing's new
I'm not surprised,
capsule,
and
they've
we
been
shouldn't
in
be
space for
surprised.
much longer. NASA's commercial
But it's
crew program
still
manager
disturbing
said
to
on
see
July
it.
25th
You know what I'm
that
saying? Like,
missions
it's not
managers
surprising.
are not ready to announce
It's just it should be, but it isn't.
We don't have a major
But it should
announcement today relative to a return date. We're
Because
making
that
great
wasn't the
progress, but we're
plan.
just not
We
quite
did-
ready
we
to
don't
do
care
that.
about the
team is
return
doing
date.
great. The joint Boeing and NASA team is doing well. They're working side by side with each other every day.
my God.
We're methodically working through the data.
What does this
and,
religious
we'll,
site even do?
Come home when we're ready.
Stitch acknowledged that backup options are under review. SpaceX's Dragon capsule is another means
Oh my
of getting
God,
NASA
SpaceX.
astronauts to and from
That's
the
what we
space
need is to
station.
give Elon
After the
Musk
space shuttles retired,
more of an
NASA
ego
hired
trip.
private companies for astronaut rides to the space station and paid Boeing and
So are they
SpaceX
healing?
billions of dollars.
What is
this
the point of
was Boeing's
this?
first test flight with the crew on board.
What is the actual point of this?
Dude,
Just build a bunch of those
every
things?
part of the Trump rhetoric is just built
How
on
do you
lies.
just
It
send
makes me
people
so
out there and
mad
you
when I
can't
listen to
even
him
bring
over
them
an extended
back?
period of time?
And then say
I forgot
that
how much
mission
it
is
pissed me
accomplished.
off. Like immigrants,
That's
are drug
what's
dealers,
killing
whatever,
me.
lie. 90+%
Like,
of drugs being shipped over the border
that's
by American
what they
citizens.
said is,
American
oh yeah,
citizens
mission
are the ones who are
accomplished.
trafficking the drugs into the country.
We never said we would get them back. We just said that we would get them there. Ridiculous.
You just said Kamala Harris is not black. That's crazy.
There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Paris.
SpaceX is being sent to decommission the spaceship. Elon is an expert at that. Yeah. He's an expert at decommissioning,
It was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about.
Oh, that's the Fox lady.
I mean, it is not lost on us how
All right,
divided we are as a
so
country.
we're almost
And
done
if you were
exhuming
coming
this
today,
forest
we really
here.
got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What is a black job? I would still like to know that,
is
though.
anybody that has a job. That's what it is.
What
Anybody
is
that
considered
has-
a black job?
And they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17
I don't think he
million
realized
people.
how much
I
of
have a feeling it's much
unsafe
more than
space
that.
this was for
And
his rhetoric.
Everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen.
Are we
She's
not
the border
gonna
czar.
attack?
She's the worst
What are we
border
doing
czar
here?
in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even
How did this
essentially
even
been. She said
happen?
she was there once, but not the right part
Why
of the
aren't
border.
you guys
So
actually,
she was
you
a
know,
border czar.
doing
She's done a horrible
the
job.
fighting
These
and the
people are coming into our
defending
country,
here?
and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs, and frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one
What
thing,
is it? He is literally just talking out
many
of
of
his
these
ass.
people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Blast off, folks. Here's the blast off. We already dove into the Trump shit, but let the people know that we're live, we're alive, okay? I wanted to get right into it.
Communities of color that are different. We're not all the same. We don't vote the same. We don't think the same.
True.
It's not monolithic. So as you come here today, I want to talk about something that bursts, and this is the weight of the
Cover
inflation
Venezuela,
on this
please.
country
I
right
did
now.
yesterday, man. Shut up.
The nonprofit Money Management International recently released data from its mid-year analysis that we have found a 52% rise in people who are seeking counseling for being in credit debt. They're paying for food that is sky high on their credit cards, and now they can't pay that off. The credit counseling nonprofit,
Oh my God.
as I said,
Yeah, this
is saying now that
crisis,
they've
our
seen
food
surges that they
crisis
haven't
is
seen since we were in a
exponentially
pandemic,
worse
people in financial
than it
trouble.
ever has been,
Much of
and
that falls
that's
on
what
the shoulders
we're not talking
of
about
single
any
moms, single
candidates
black
really,
moms.
except
When
for
you look
this channel.
statistically,
Go figure.
How do you turn it around? What's your plan
And
for
yeah,
the black
Reagan,
community when it comes
geez.
to money?
So
We
first
should
of all,
do a channel
it's very
where
hard
the
to hear you
problems
for
in our
whatever reason
country
because of the
can't,
fact that they have bad
or
equipment,
I'm sorry,
because I guess,
like
you
a
know,
day
this woman was
where
unable
we
to
try
get
and
the right
find a
equipment.
problem
But
that
it's very
exists
hard
today
for me
that
to hear you, but
wasn't
I can
Reagan's
hear
fault.
every other word.
That would be
very
interesting.
difficult, actually.
If
But,
we
so
could
I don't
even
know what they
find
can fix it or
anything
do something with it, but
that
I'll do the best I
Reagan
can with it.
didn't do to cause
the
harm
inflation
to our
is
country.
absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every
Okay, so
class.
we got too
Inflation
much.
is a disaster
No,
in our
no,
country.
no.
Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every
wanted you
country.
to-
We had, in my opinion, the worst
Get
inflation
the
we've
wood.
had.
That's what I
they
wanted
say
you to
it's
do.
58 years, but
Mea
I think it's
culpa.
much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a
all
look
right,
at
so
a lot
we're
of
gonna
things they don't
advance to the
include, like
imperial
interest rates.
age.
Interest rates went
Wingard
from
Army from the
2.4%
landmark,
to 10%,
one
and you
each.
can't get the money. People can't buy
Acts
houses.
as a keep
They no
with all
longer
the behaviors,
have
technology,
the
and
American
bonuses.
dream.
Berkshire Palace is
Young
50%
people,
greater weapon
young
range.
black
Ooh.
people, they don't have
Yeah,
the
maybe we
American
build a
dream anymore. They can't buy a
castle.
house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money.
Here?
They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black
All right, so
community probably
we're
as
gonna
much
age
more
up
than-
in this
and
area
what's your
so that
plan?
we
You know
stop
what we have to
getting
do? We have to bring down
sneak
the cost
attacked.
of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy
And I
policy.
think we also
by
just add
Joe
more
Biden.
people to it, and then it'll
By
age
the
up
way,
faster,
just,
presumably.
if I might,
And
I was
then
running against a man named Biden.
keep
You probably
building.
saw that. And he was
Keep
losing very
building.
badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate.
Keep
I would say it
building.
was a
Okay,
bad
so
debate. I would
now
say it was one of the worst
we
debates in
can
history. And his poll numbers crashed.
focus on building
And
more of
instead
our
saying, you know, let's
unit
keep going,
production facilities.
maybe something happens the other way. They said, "Oh, we're going to replace him.
And
Let's just
then
replace him."
we already have an
That's like
arsenal.
you're in a fight. A prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing what you
Siege
say. Let's
Workshop,
bring in
okay.
another
We
fighter.
don't have that yet.
So our whole campaign
And
was steered toward
a
him.
church.
And now we have to steer it to her. But ultimately, it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get
20
rid of
bills. Look at that.
as
That's
you
the
say,
fastest age up I've ever
gasoline
seen.
in
Let's
cars. They want to
go.
get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
So
Environmentally, what they're
trebuchets
doing is
and all the
killing
other
our
fun
country.
stuff.
They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's
and we'll
hurting
keep
the
selling
black
on.
worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been,
We're gonna go
I
ahead
think,
and
in
do
over 100 years.
gold.
And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all
Whatever
the numbers.
it may
they don't
be,
add the really bad
you know, 'cause
numbers,
facts
and you
they
can
don't
check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr. President, can I ask you another question?
I mean, that is a
also
valid
impacting
statement.
Black
Inflation
women?
is destroying quite a few lives in our
It's
country.
very clear.
That is actually
So,
factual.
Sonia Massey,
That is a factual statement.
someone from Illinois, an unarmed black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff.
Whoa,
The
we're
deputy
bringing
has
up
since
Sonia?
been charged with murder.
Okay.
You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either. But again, why would...
They're going to be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
He's like, because I'm racist.
Well, he might
That's
not.
why I
mean,
defended it.
It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago,
maybe I
as an
shouldn't be
example,
breaking that particular wood line.
Yeah, talk about black on black crime, dude. Go ahead.
117 shootings.
All right, well, we can go
and
back to
17
this
deaths.
wood line then, I think.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw
he's
something
killing it,
that
man.
didn't look
Yeah,
good to
no,
me.
this
I didn't
is
like
really
it.
good.
I didn't like it at all.
So, can you get
Yeah.
a little more specific back to...
Yeah, the solution to Chicago's gun violence is more policing. That's
For the most part,
no, not even.
protected by
Sorry,
the unions, by
How do I
not even
improve
more
my-
policing, but giving police more
so that's
respect
range
and
damage,
dignity.
right? So there's a lot
if a
of
group
gold.
of people would feel that somebody
Siege
was
engines
being
for
unfairly
firearms.
prosecuted because the person did
Okay,
a good
so we
job
wanna
maybe with crime,
I guess
or
we'll just
made a
start
mistake, an
unlocking
innocent
things
mistake.
as we
There's
can.
a big difference between being a bad person and
Right
making
now,
an innocent
what you
mistake.
need to
But if somebody
understand
made an
here,
innocent
right
mistake,
now, and I'm going to give you commentary, don't yell at me. Trump is trying to message to black men, okay? He made some gains with black men, okay? He's trying to lean into that. The campaign is trying to like make more gains in that on that front, and that's why they're ramping up misogyny. It's just for men in general. It's across the board. It's the same. It's the same gains that they've made in men across the board, specifically non-college educated men. Problem here is he also has a
holy
very
crap.
active
There's
white
relics in
supremacist
this
base.
game.
So he
Let's
needs
go.
to go. He needs to dance between this line where he's like,
prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are
All right.
prosecuting you.
Did I build a
He's
monster?
trying to dance between this line where he's like kind of racist enough, but not so racist that like he can still bring up some.
I've been prosecuted.
He can
I
still
just
bring
won
over
the
some
big
black
case
men to his
Florida.
side
Everyone said that
in
was
terms
the
of voting
biggest
for him.
case. That was the
Okay.
most difficult case, and I just
So
won it.
we're gonna
Now,
want
Biden has a similar
more
case,
foot
except much
soldiers.
worse. I was protected under the Presidential
We're
Records
gonna want
Act. Biden wasn't because he wasn't
more
president at the
longbows.
time, and he had 50 years worth of documents, and they ruled that he was incompetent, and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
But they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory, and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
we cover you
George
extensively, sir.
Schloppedopoulos.
I'd love to move over onto
I didn't
different
notice you
topics
do
now.
any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent. I have another one where I
Sir,
have
if you
a
don't mind, I'd
hostile
love to,
judge.
we have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different
No,
topics.
excuse
if
me,
we
you're the
can.
one that held me up for 35 minutes, just so you understand.
Oh my God.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too.
So
He's not
why are
talking here about
these
how great it is
Springals
to be a
not
parent. He's
decimating
attacking what
this
he says are
wall?
the choices
That's
people
what I
are
want.
making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children?
Ooh, that's a great way to ask that question. Oh my God, what a great way to ask that question.
He is very family oriented. and he thinks family is a great thing.
Of course, he's not going to answer it, but it's a great framing on
I
that.
know people with families. I
God,
know people
journalists.
with families. I know people with very troubled families, and I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things
Hang
happen.
on, okay, we're
You
not
go through
building
life, you don't
either
meet
of
the
those
right
things
But
person.
he's
right
not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than
That's
those
all
that
right.
do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
that your
and I
campaign
think I'm
position?
speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family, but I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family, and the people
With
without
bad
the family
families.
Am I not
they're
building fast
superior
enough?
in many
I'm
cases.
clearly
okay?
not.
He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family
Okay, so we
oriented,
did clear
but
this
that
wall.
doesn't mean
All
if
right,
you don't
good.
have a family,
gonna
there's something
say.
wrong with it.
Just one last point, and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should
So
have
we're doing
more
the
votes
ballista
than a
here.
person
Okay,
who
we
does
got our
not
road.
have children. I just want to be clear
Have you
here.
go back
Is that the
here
position
once
of
you're
your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I have ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally,
People
and
who
they're
are only
taking the
American
vote away
citizens
from
are
all
allowed
of the
to vote,
people
sir.
in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard.
So let's
that
have
in
our
many cases,
horses.
and you'll see this happening. If I'm not
Stay
elected, you're going to see it
back.
happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their
Right,
jobs.
so
The
we're
people that
able
have
to
come
hold
into
our
this
own now with the
country
trickle
illegally.
attack. There we go.
Mr. President, can we
JD
stay
did
with
say
this kind
that.
of the state
Yep.
of the race right now? Because I felt like that vice president question, candidate question was right in there with that. So let's talk about J.D. Vance for a little bit. He's had some stumbles out of the gate. I don't know if you're hearing what we hear as reporters, but it's been a tough couple of weeks for him.
Jeez.
Why did you choose J.D. Vance?
There is still that much military left? Oh my God.
Why did you choose him? And I'm having a hard time hearing too.
I chose him
Everybody
because-
out there can, but it's
I'll
hard
tell
to
you
hear.
why. I chose him because he's a very strong believer in work.
Let's go ahead and get
the
some
working
wood
man and woman, and especially the working man and woman who have been treated very unfairly, because you have many of them in this room, but you have many of those people that were treated very unfairly. They
I
worked
guess-
very
no,
hard. And
no,
they were
we shouldn't
treated
be
unfairly.
researching
He
stuff
wrote
we're
the
not
book
using, right?
That became a bestseller.
Oh.
The movie became a smash hit. He's a very smart guy. Without the benefit of having a family that has contacts, like a father that was well connected, he got into Yale Law School. He graduated in 2 years from Ohio State.
Yeah,
summa
we're
cum
losing
laude.
our Springles. Is that what
you
these
take
are
a
called?
look at, his career has been an amazing
That's
career.
certainly
he started
not
off at
ideal.
a level with a
See,
difficult
unlike the
family
heavy
situation,
scorpions,
very
it doesn't
difficult
look like
with
they're
the
doing
mother,
pushing through
father,
damage,
and everything else.
which is
He
what
ends
we
up going to
absolutely
Yale
need
Law
to
School,
have
was
happen
one of the
here.
top students, became the head of the Law Journal.
But
it's an amazing
having knights
thing.
all
He
up in their
he's a 4-year,
business
he was
is definitely
in the military
improving
with
that.
great
So,
distinction for 4 years. Got out, went into business, became
are
successful
we building
in
them?
business,
Yes,
very
we are.
successful in
Okay,
business.
so we'll
actually,
build some
did
more.
public offerings and other things. And I have to believe in that. I mean, he's
I guess we were out
somebody
of
that was
place.
born in a rough
So, how are we
situation. Most of
doing
the people know that
economically?
situation because it was very well documented in his book. And I have a lot of respect for somebody that can get into Yale and become one of the best students in Yale. That meets
Was he one of the best
young
students
woman
in
at Yale who was also outstanding. And
Okay,
get
so
married, have
we're having a
family.
problem
But he had
here where
he's made himself
we're almost biting off more
an
than we can
amazing life.
chew
He then
because
goes to Ohio,
it's
lives in
difficult to
Ohio,
build
and
fast enough
he had my
with these
endorsement. That
units.
helped. But he wins the Senate. He becomes a United States Senator. So he's a United States Senator.
So,
and so
Okay,
Harris,
so
like I respect
let's go
you for
ahead
your
and build.
success, I respect people for their success.
The reason I asked the question is because the last time you and I sat and talked was the day that you were shot.
Let's go ahead.
We'd been together for much of that day. You left to go to Butler, Pennsylvania, and we didn't know what was next.
Yeah.
And 2
I'm
days
sorry.
after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know
is so
it is
low.
really hard. For
I mean, it's just I can understand you perfectly.
Here
Whoa.
she's closer.
I can.
Happy to hear that.
But I can't understand.
Whoa.
Because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape, but I cannot understand what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some
Trying to
words
get my
that were
numbers
prophetic,
up, right? So like my actual
because I
unit
asked
numbers.
you who you wanted to choose
Because
for vice president.
we're running into some.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter.
We're
what they would
trickling
do, you
in
know,
our
you choose
military
somebody that
here,
you
and
think has
that's
a future,
slowing
that
us
sort of thing.
down in a
But
very
you said
bad
these
way.
words 3.5 hours
And then making
before
us vulnerable
an
on top of
attempted
it. So
assassination
we
on
don't
your
want
life.
to be vulnerable.
You told me that bad things happen, Harris.
I guess
and that's
we
why
can
this
move
decision
forward
is
a
important.
little bit.
Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
He's just so horrible. Can't even be a decent human being for 1 second. It's so sad, man.
Nice.
Bro,
There
so
we
many
go.
Americans support this demon. I hate it. Brother, you need to understand. There's a lot of pieces of shit out there. And also, there's a lot of people who are nice but very angry.
In terms of the election, does not have any impact.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
virtually no
definitely
impact.
not
There's just a lot
what
of
I was
bad people
hoping
out there, man. That's it.
I don't know where they keep coming with all this military.
And then
But,
that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick.
Yeah,
Virtually
like, this is ridiculous.
never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different
How?
reasons of what we're talking about. Not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president.
It's true. The VP
you can
does
have a
make
vice
very little
president
difference
who's
historically.
Outstanding in every way. I
Both
think
in the
JD
electoral
is. I think
process
that all
and
of them
once
would have been.
the election is
But-
actually
but
over.
You're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my J.D. Vance
And if you don't
question
like me
in.
and I don't win,
I'm going
I'm going to claim that the election was rigged.
To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself.
Childless women.
Do you think?
Oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, my
But
point
at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is.
right, we
do you
can
think
start
the
wrapping
Republican
up
Party
all
is
of our.
getting a little bit too
Wait a
judgy
second.
about people's lives when you think
Yeah.
about abortion or when you think
Uh-oh.
about
Okay.
what J.D. Vance is saying?
Gold, right? We
I don't
needed
think-
gold.
Look, I think that
Let's
the
go ahead and
Democrat
start getting
Party
that.
is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical
Now-
on abortion because they're allowing abortion in
Oh
the
my
ninth
God.
month. They're allowing the
But I
death.
think it's
They're
about
allowing.
freedom.
All right, I
the
think
death
we
of
just
a
move
baby
forward
after the
slightly.
baby is born, based on
Sir, that's
governor
illegal
of
in
Virginia.
every state in the
Based
country.
on the governor of Virginia,
Executing a
they're
baby in
allowing the
every
death
state
of the
in the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born. They're
It's a
allowing
crime.
abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well, Democrats have denied.
I think they're right, and I think the Republican Party is.
I think he's
actually
having
much
a hard
less- I think
time
I've made
coping
them
with the
much
fact
less
that
radical,
he
perhaps,
can't
but the
spread his
Republican
usual
Party,
lies.
What we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted
And,
it. Democrats,
he's struggling with that.
Liberals, conservatives.
He said, "Why
everybody
can't I
wanted
lie, damn it?
abortion
I'm used to
brought back.
lying.
They didn't want Roe v.
And
Wade
spreading
in the
misinformation.
federal government. They wanted it. Everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose Roe v. Wade being overturned.
They
Multiple
don't know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the three exceptions. Ronald Reagan
Most
believed
Americans don't
with
know about
rape,
it.
Incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing. It's an
So
amazing
now we got to
thing.
fight the
Out of the federal government. It's in states, and people are voting.
masses
And I
here.
will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing. A little bit surprising to a lot of people, but the people are now voting, and it's taking this issue that's been going on
Go
for
ahead and just
52
keep adding
years,
longbows.
and it's torn our.
Bro, it was literally.
That's
it was
clearly what we
literally-
need right
It was
now.
not
People
torn
to vote
apart.
on.
This
And
is
they're
just an
voting.
abject
And
lie.
already
75% of the country consistently polled on this issue said
bringing
Roe
it
v.
back
Wade
to
is
the people
good.
and the vote
It
of the
was
people.
considered to be
And it's not at all radical.
a
Now
super
you
precedent.
get it.
Okay.
I happen to believe in the three exceptions.
The
Believe in the three
Supreme Court
exceptions. Most
justices he
Republicans
put on
Okay,
there
so we're
lie.
gonna be slowly taking
But
down
they
these
don't want
get the
powers.
job.
abortion in the 9th month or the 8th
Although
month.
I don't get it. The
Almost
Stonewall
everybody
Tower,
agrees
is it
to
actually
that.
doing damage?
And they certainly don't
Oh, it
want
is.
to see.
That's
Every part of the Trump rhetoric is just built on lies. It makes me so mad when I listen to him over an extended period of time. I forgot how much he pissed me off. Like, immigrants are rapists, drug dealers, whatever. Lie, okay? The exact opposite is the truth, okay? The over, like, 90+% of drugs being shipped over the border are apprehended at regular points of entry by American citizens. American citizens are the ones who are trafficking the drugs into the country, okay? So that's just an immediate lie. Undocumented migrants
Not that that's
are responsible
funny,
for
like
less
in a
crime
good way,
than
like that, not as a
documented
funny
US
haha.
citizens.
But it's
okay?
like, yeah,
natural-born US
it's
citizens.
white
So that's
people
another
in
lie.
Eastern
The
Bloc
notion
countries that are
like,
doing the
Americans
most.
were actually upset about Roe v. Wade. Also a lie. No, I'm not going to give you an analysis after it finishes. I have to do it in real time, okay? Because I don't want to forget.
World history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you
Okay.
consider
So-
stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Absolutely.
And who would
I
make
think
the
I'd
decision?
know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came
think
onto
I'd
a
know if
stage
my
like
health was
this and I
declining.
got treated so rudely as this
Is that
woman-
actually how that works?
And I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That was a nasty, that wasn't a question. She
Sir,
didn't
if
ask
you
me
can
a
answer the
question.
question.
She gave a statement. That wasn't a
I mean,
question.
this is classic Trump, though.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision.
If I thought
Although
that I
this
was
is actually
failing in
kind of
some way,
reminiscent of
I want people
Age
to
of
be
Empires
sharp. I'll go a
1.
step further.
All you have to do is get
I want anybody running for
the
president
big
to take an aptitude test,
air
to take a
blasters. I forget what they were
cognitive
called
test.
now.
I think it's a great
The
idea.
Heliopolises,
And
I
took
think.
two of them
And you
I
just
aced
mow
them.
down the entire
I took two
enemy
of them.
base
But let
with
me
it.
ask-
Yeah.
Everything that gets in your way can be
people
destroyed with
running for president,
Heliopolises.
And I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it.
Where did he?
I think
where
we
are you?
should know.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
there you go,
I've
Miss
watched what's
Ma'am.
happened
You can
in
be a
the
farmer
last
now.
couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst.
What are we doing in
most
Afghanistan?
embarrassing
What
moment
happened
in
with
the history of our country?
What?
What he has done to our country? And
Is
her
Afghanistan
too.
still a
What
thing?
they've done to our country. She has been a horrible vice
I mean,
president.
it might be.
She's considered the worst.
I just don't think it's as big of a thing as it was during his administration.
Mr.
President, I would love to
And
do
make
it.
it public.
Well, I've already taken two of them, but I'll do it again.
Holy
I
shit.
suggest
How do you intend?
What kind of
I
range are
suggested,
these guys
Harris,
getting?
That let's take one.
Nearly
I said,
12
Joe and I will
tiles.
go and take a cognitive
How many
test.
tiles
Now,
does this get?
I'd do it with
9.
her too.
Holy shit.
I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President, are you saying she wouldn't pass? Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
to be clear, you don't think Harris would
How do you
pass?
intend?
She
And
didn't
look,
pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it. I
She
guess
did pass it.
There's a
She
man
did-
over
she
here. I
did
think.
in
I mean, you'd
fact
have to pass
Mr.
it in
President,
order
I would
to
love
be a
ask you
practicing
about
lawyer.
January 6th. You've called yourself the candidate of law and order. When Time Magazine asked you if you would consider pardoning all the rioters, you said, yes, absolutely.
Sure.
You called them patriots. 140 police officers
Destroyed
were
the
assaulted
keep? I haven't
that
destroyed
day.
the keep.
Their
Oh, I
injuries
guess I did.
included broken bones. At least one officer lost an eye. One had 2 cracked ribs.
I
2
saved
smashed
the
spinal
people
discs,
and
another had a
destroyed the
stroke.
enemy castle.
Were the people who assaulted
With
those
superior
140
tactics and might.
officers, including those I just mentioned, patriots
That is how
who
a
deserve
president
pardons?
leads his people.
Well, let me bring it back to modern day.
Lavish me
About
with
5
your
days
victory
ago,
fanfare,
we had an
my
attack
viewers.
on the Capitol. A horrible attack on the Capitol. We saw the people that were protesting and spraying these incredible monuments, bells,
Sweet
lines,
it
all
was.
these magnificent limestone.
He's saying that the Benjamin Netanyahu protests are worse than
Spray
January
paint
6th.
That will never actually come off, especially in the limestone. It will never. I'm a builder. I know about
This is why
stuff.
Democrats are
It'll
so
never- you'll
stupid
see it
on
in
the
100
Israel
years
issue,
from now.
okay?
They viciously attacked
Rochester,
our government. They fought
England.
with police. They fought with them much more openly than I saw on January 6th. What's going to happen to those people? What's going to happen to the people in Portland that destroyed
But sir, my
that
question
city?
is on those.
What's going to happen to
my
the
question
people
is
that
on
tried
those
to burn
rioters
them?
who assaulted
Excuse me.
officers.
You have to
Would
ask,
you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent-
those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way, the Supreme Court
Been
just
convicted. Man, the memes about this lady being sent around, about her being really hardball, were living up to the hype.
Down Minneapolis. How come the people that took over.
There were tens of thousands of arrests and convictions in the BLM protests.
But sir, we're talking about people that were
Okay,
seeing
I think the game froze for a second there.
flagpoles, dragging them down the stairs. They're on video. Have you seen that video, sir?
Oh, really? Well,
you would pardon those rioters?
They shot a young lady in the face who was protesting. They shot her in the face. You know, nobody died that day. You do know that. But people died in Seattle.
She
Nobody
did
died.
die.
People died in Minneapolis. You know,
That
people
she's
died
not
in
nobody.
Minneapolis. And nothing happens, and nobody ever talks, and nothing happens to those people. But you went after the J6 people with a vengeance. And I'll tell you what about the cops that were, and I'm all for the police.
The thing about the boo, the withdrawal people, is that their guy set this plan, and if he had been reelected, it'd go down the same way.
What about that?
And a cop died, right. There were plenty of deaths on January 6th.
In life. But you have people from Minneapolis, you have people just from 5 days ago in Washington, D.C.
Beaten to death by those
They were
protesters,
having fist
quote
fights
unquote.
and fighting with the police.
I love
They
Donald
were
Trump's
spraying and
idea
destroying.
that like anyone who opposes me needs the most violent apprehension from the law. I'm law and order for like black people, brown people, Palestinians, and I only want
Defend it
leniency
with-
for my
with
fans. Like he very openly is like, it's
What?
a brutal system.
Why can't I build
very
anything
brutal
economic?
towards my fans, but
Alright.
also we have to kill
So,
these
yeah, we're gonna just, I guess,
pro-Palestinian
go ahead
protesters.
and,
It is so flagrant. It's
build
so obvious what he's saying.
archery
It's just like,
ranges.
yeah, dog. If you're like a right-wing
all great,
Republican
great.
and a white guy, you shouldn't go to jail. Okay? If you're protesting police brutality, if you're protesting like Israel's
build
genocide,
nice.
you should be killed.
And I do two things, because I can do a lot of things simultaneously. I close the border. We don't want people coming. We want people to come in, Harris, but they have to be
What is
vetted, they
this
have to be
mission?
checked,
Because
they
this
have to
isn't
come in
going
legally.
at
We want
all the
people-
way
I
it needs
want
to be
people
going
coming,
already.
But they have to be vetted. They have to be checked. So when you say,
I need
what do
you to
I
get
do?
up there.
That
Okay.
and drill, baby, drill.
We're gonna
I
stop
bring
this,
energy way
ram.
down. I bring interest rates
We're
down. I bring
100% doing
inflation way
that.
down, so people can buy bacon again. So people can buy.
He's a
ham
fascist
sandwich
and a
again.
leftist.
So that
Yeah.
people can go to a restaurant and
All right,
afford
so,
it. Because right now people can't buy food. Your grocery bills are up 40, 50, 60%. Right? She's agreeing to me. Oh, she's agreeing. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I think we are.
But it's true. Your grocery bills are up. And then they're mandating that you buy an all-electric car.
Dude, he
You
is
know,
so
We don't
bad.
have gold.
Endorse me.
At
And he's
this.
a
He is
friend
not
of mine.
good
He's
at
a big
means
this.
to
guy.
get
He's a smart guy.
I
But I'm
can't
against
build a
everybody
well, I
having
can't
an
build
electric
anything.
car.
So that's
Okay, I'm very much against that. You have to be able to, if you want a hybrid or if you want a gasoline propelled.
I'm glad they're
car.
not relentlessly
But,
attacking like
you know,
they
we have
usually
more
do.
Liquid gold, gasoline.
I mean,
oil.
he's
And over
very
140
entertaining,
cops
though.
were
More than any other country, more than
attacked.
Saudi
He tried to
Arabia,
compare
more
the people
than
protesting
Russia,
speech in
more than
Congress
any
to
other
January
country.
6th.
I want to use it. I want to use what we have. I want to bring down prices, bring down costs, and I also have to stop the invasion.
Listen. The thing is, this is entertaining for me, at least. I don't know if you guys find it entertaining because he's getting grilled. But also, one aspect of this is like the reason why he made this appearance is something that you have to. Oh, let's see the last question, and I'll get to the.
Well, thank you very much.
They've been telling us.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, very much. Great honor.
Oh, okay.
Why is she referring to him as Mr. President? Because is that what you're supposed to do to former presidents?
Here's one thing that I have to
I would
stress here.
refuse to refer
Donald
to
Trump
him as Mr.
went
President.
to this specifically because
Oh my
the
God!
Republican Party currently thinks
What
that
is
there's an
this
avenue for them to
mess?
pick
No!
some blackmail votes from the Democratic
let's get
ticket,
on the wall.
This was a calculation
No.
that they were relying on to a certain
Let's
degree
get back from the wall,
when they
then.
were matched
Jesus.
up against Joseph Robinette Biden. Now,
You
having said that,
sociopaths.
it's just the same exact. I mean, it's like significantly less percentages, significantly smaller numbers than like the non-college educated white vote. Okay, but it's from the main constituency of the Democratic Party that reliably votes Democrat
would have
historically.
been bad
So it obviously
if we had somehow
has a larger
pulled
impact. So that's his goal.
all
here.
of that
That's
nonsense.
why he
That-
went.
that would
That's
have
why
been
he went. If you're wondering, like, why did he go to the National
absolutely
Association
no
of Black
bueno.
Journalists? Like
That
why
would have
did
been
he
the
do
least
that?
bueno
That's the reason,
that ever
right?
buenoed.
The problem, however, is that that's not exactly a great political calculation for him, because the major base of support for the Trump party, for the Republican Party in general, historically, is racists. Like, we can play a song and dance around it and be like, what do you mean Republicans are racist? Democrats are the real racists? Like, come on. It's just, that's what it is. It's racist vitriol that works really well for the most active parts of the Republican Party's base. That's why they cynically will defend Confederate soldiers and Confederate generals and all this shit, right? So the issue here is that, like, he can't appear too woke. Like, most race people still vote for him. And this looks good for racist people because he's, like, cooking and being really disrespectful and rude to black women, right? But the goal there, the goal in this appearance is not to actually galvanize the base of support that was already going to vote for him, because if you're racist, of course you're going to vote for him. You know what I mean? Like, of course, you're already there. You're already in the pocket. You're already in the 30%
any
Trump
of these
cult,
units just
right?
pure food?
And the goal here is to basically be able to present himself in a somewhat presentable way to black men. Okay, that's what his goal is here. Now, I'm not saying that this is a successful strategy. I'm not even saying, like, I'm not one of those people that's claiming, like, oh, black men are voting in droves for the Republican Party. No, it's just the same exact shit that has been happening with men in general, okay? Like, there is a massive gender gap between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party in terms of male voters, okay? That's just the reality.
Nope,
they respond to
let's
machismo, but the Republicans don't understand that if you hit it too hard, if you hit this line too hard and in a weird way,
y'all are antagonizing
the same way
entirely
that
too
JD
much
Vance
here.
has been, then you're actually going to come across like really.
We can't handle
you're just
all
gonna
that
come across
smoke.
as somewhat toxic, right? Trump
We
does a
literally
much better
can't.
job
Quit trying
at
to get it.
playing this tightrope than JD Vance does, than Tim Pool does, than all the Republican commentators
Can you guys get
do
back
in
on the
general.
damn wall,
But
please?
what he did today, I think, was unsuccessful in terms of like bringing a larger a black male voter constituency to the Republican Party. That was the goal, and he failed on that goal. It'll look great for Fox News. He'll be like, he's a big fighter. Look at him. He's just like absolutely eviscerating these sassy women. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay,
but ultimately,
where
it's
did he
also
arrive?
kind of a
Okay.
setup, because like the way he operates around black women who are being contentious is kind of a matchup
Your knights
for
are
how
not
the
going to be
public
doing me
will
much
read
good, buddy.
how he operates towards Kamala Harris, who's also a black
Because
woman who's
for
going to be
several
contentious
reasons.
towards him, right?
Not least of which is the fact that
ultimately, I think his reaction to the way that the way that they were grilling
there's a
him
bunch of pikemen just
is
chilling
not
right
great.
there.
Like, he's not coming across smooth. He's not coming across confident, and he's coming across as desperate, flailing, and very aggressive.
Oh, wait, do we
Now,
actually-
that works
oh,
really well, like I said.
Whoa,
with
resources.
non-college-educated men in general. He's owning
Let's
a woman.
go.
Right? He's owning a
We
black
need
woman.
resources.
Even better. But will that look good?
We definitely
will
need
that
those
look good
resources.
to the base of support that he's trying to capture there? I don't think so. That's it. Like, it's not. I
what
think
happened
that
to
people
my swordsman?
that see the way he behaves and see the way he responds, especially I would say black men that see the way he behaves and the way he responds, will be left with a sour taste in their mouths, even if they were like kind of teetering on the edge of potential Trump support due to like some of the
Okay,
factors that
so,
the rest of the
I need y'all to
non-college
come
educated
back.
male vote goes for Trump. The
fact
okay?
that
That's
we
what
can
I think.
now
I think that he
build
comes
a
across as
crap
like
ton
being
of archers
super
is a good
aggro. I mean, there were moments where he just openly was just like, yeah, no, we literally
Where's
should,
my knight? All right, come back here. Thank you.
Should institute leniency for my supporters during January 6th. But yeah, if you were doing BLM riots, BLM protests, then you should be killed.
Yeah, I don't.
Like, it's just like,
I mean, at
that's
least
so
we're getting
obvious. That's
some
such
of
an
this.
obvious double standard that you're demonstrating, where you're like, the criminal justice system is so aggressive.
None of this is stone
so goddamn
either.
aggressive towards January 6ers who are patriots, but also simultaneously not aggressive
Are
enough
these-
at the top
Hey,
of the
guys,
hour when
what
there's
are
a
you-
3-minute ad break.
Oh, that's right.
And
Come
the
here.
ad break
If you're gonna
avoiders
get wood, go
that
over there
don't
then.
subscribe for $6
If you're
or
gonna
for
get
free with
wood,
Twitch Prime,
come down here.
Don't get punished nearly enough with a 3-minute ad break. Now, if you want to be a law-abiding citizen, that's all you need to do. Maybe you can also get gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's a 3-minute ad break now, because at the top of the hour there is a 3-minute ad break.
Okay,
You think
so
Harris's
our
speech
knights
got
are
Hamas leader
capable.
killed?
Hell
What?
yeah.
No. You need to
I
find
wasn't
hog.
expecting that.
I hear you
Okay.
saying it all the time, and and then you were talking about Jewish hogs the other day, and I realized I don't know who falls under the hog
All right,
label.
let's go,
Thanks,
let's go,
brothers.
let's go.
Hog just means conservative, and
get over
oftentimes
here.
religious fundamentalist. It just means
All we need
conservative,
from you right now
reactionary.
is charge.
There are hogs of all different
I guess.
backgrounds, all different shapes, sizes, and varieties.
Yeah.
But there is this like universality.
I
There is
see.
this universality to hog culture in general that I find really fun to browse through, to develop a deeper understanding of.
Right,
I'm
so the
fascinated
gold
with
is not
reactionaries, as you guys
All right.
know, but
We
hogs
need
come
wood.
in all different
Where are my
shapes,
other bills?
colors, sizes, all around the planet.
also need
They just
food,
happen
but-
to be very right wing. And I don't think a lot of Americans
have
recognize
we
that, or a lot
tried-
of people just
Oh,
don't recognize that
that's-
like there is a
kidding?
universality to the hogs. I mean, the fact that he did that in front of a room of journalists.
See, this is
and
what
they
I
were
was
already
worried about,
souring on
was
him
all
and President
this.
Harris for the last 2 weeks. He has to change the media narrative to break the cycle. He just made it worse. I agree. Thoughts on killing the leader responsible for the negotiation after saying U.S. saying Hamas is the one blocking the deal? Oh, don't worry. I got all the smoke for that too. Don't worry. I'm going to talk about that as well. There's a lot going on in the world. We got the Dr. Disrespect shit too. We got Moist Critical drama. We got Dr. Disrespect coming back and just hitting the right-wing pipeline. Pokelaw says, have a great day, Hassan. You have a great day, Pokelaw.
No, attack the building.
But yeah, I have...
As damaging as this might be,
We'll talk
just
about Venezuela
attack
a
the
little bit
building.
more as well. Who cares about that, my man? I
Attack
know,
the building.
I know. Well, you know how it is. If I don't cover YouTube drama, people will come after me. People will kill me. Okay. No
on,
basketball
destroy this
takes
thing a
before
little
we dive
faster.
into the news. We are going to be talking about Israel as well in a little bit. But I just wanted to get started. We went in hot. But the National Association of Black Journalists,
Guys, I'm
Trump
gonna
on
need you to
earlier
fight
today.
here.
Okay.
I'm gonna need
The
you to
National
do some
Association of Black
stuff.
Journalists had Donald Trump on. We watched
Please.
it. We watched parts of it at least. Like we watched it towards the end, and he just gave a spectacular performance. I mean, just an all-time performance from Donald Trump, showcasing that he is not exactly the best at dealing with contentious interviews, especially in a relatively hostile environment. I do wish, I wish, maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but I wish that there was like, at least on the aesthetic front, if there was like at least one black male journalist on there who was also cooking him, or at least like a centrist,
Well, we need to
it would look
destroy
even
this
worse for
and
him
then that.
overall, because his goal here is literally to captivate or to capture any kind of black male voters that he can potentially go after.
Rescue
but
our
it's a
leader
dud
with
anyway.
what?
That I think was the old method against Joe Biden. That's not going to work against Kamala Harris, especially when the entire Republican Party is just running the DEI narrative, which is something that every black person, every brown person, every person that's not white has heard a million times over in their lives. So it's just an immediate reminder of what that is. It's like affirmative action, CRT, DEI, woke. These are all substitutes for basically saying you don't deserve your position because a white person deserves your position. You actually were only appointed to your position due to your skin color. It's
Yeah,
just
I think I messed up.
a reminder.
I definitely
of that,
lost all of my momentum.
White supremacist narrative, and if he doesn't, if he doesn't try to address that in a better way, if he doesn't have a good enough counter to that, if he doesn't have a good enough
when did I lose?
way to
What?
move away
When did
from
I
that
lose
and
these
talk
buildings?
about Kamala Harris's qualifications,
Son of a bitch.
okay? He's not going to be able to captivate. I mean, he's going to negatively polarize people against him. People that he's trying to actually win over to his side.
Us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think
Okay,
it was
Skull
appropriate for you to be
9000.
here today. You have
welcome
pushed
to the
false
stream.
claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States.
Oh,
which
that's
is not
why.
True. You have told 4 congresswomen
Great.
of color.
So this
who are
isn't good
American
then. Okay,
citizens to go
I
back to where
thought
they came
I was
from.
supposed to pull that
You
off
have used
with
words like animal and rabbit
with
to
that
describe
army,
black
and
district
I
attorneys.
evidently
You've attacked
failed
black journalists,
miserably
calling
on
them
doing
By the way,
that.
every single thing that she's saying is true. You might be like,
actually,
oh,
though,
well,
this
she
one actually does
obviously has
do
an agenda,
in the
but it's
middle
like,
of
but it's
the.
true. He did
it actually
do all
does
of
do
those
autosaves.
things.
So
okay?
I'm actually gonna
Her
try and autosave
bias
or
in this
restore an
situation
autosave
is
from prior to
completely
that.
irrelevant to the points that she's
Mayor
making. Because
Pete
the
said
points
now
that
this
she's
campaign
making
has energy like
are
before it didn't, but he still
absolutely
thought
correct.
they'd win. Right.
Okay.
Former
Losers
presidents are
saying the
Mr. President. We
questions
should
that
refer
they
to him
asked
as
are,
Donnie
quote,
Littlehand.
stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist.
I wouldn't refer to him as anything other than his name.
So my question,
I don't know
sir,
that I could even
now
bring
that you are
myself to say
asking
Mister.
Black supporters to
Like,
vote
I don't know
for
that I
you,
could give him
why
any
should black voters trust you after you
respect
have used
at all.
language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't
Yes,
think
I
I've
wanna
ever
load the
been
game.
asked a question. So,
Since we are
in
definitely
such a
intended to
horrible
survive
manner,
that, I don't
first
think
question.
there's something that
Doesn't
we
he
need to
call
replay
white
there.
journalists losers and call their questions
But
as
once
well?
I had the
no, he
army,
definitely does do
I
that.
kind of
But
threw it
when you're
away,
so consistently
unrealizing
saying
that,
like a black woman is
that
a
army
rabid
was
animal, like a
supposed
black
to
DA is a rabid
accomplish
animal
a little
over
bit,
and over
not
again.
as
like,
much as
it's a
I
little
thought
bit
it was.
racially motivated, right? Like context and nuance is important in these situations, right? You don't call a woman a bitch or a cocksucker. You call a woman a dick, right? When you call a woman a bitch, it's a little bit different. Okay, that's number one. Number two, like I call myself an ape or a monkey regularly, right? But obviously, if you were to do that to a black person, everybody understands what you're doing. Contextually, something that might be appropriate in one situation is not going to be appropriate in another situation. One is unimaginably racist. The other one is just, jokes. Okay, so that's the difference there in terms of like Donald Trump obviously having all the smoke for journalists across the board. Having said that, however, Donald Trump has been extra racially animated in terms of dealing with people of color that are at odds with him. Okay?
You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including
Right, let's just get
opportunity
into
zones
it.
with Senator
Destroy
Tim
them.
Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest
we
programs
focus
ever
on the destruction
for
here, please?
black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this,
Dude, I love the black population. Dude, also, like 60-plus-year-old white men can never navigate this situation correctly in general. It's like losing ground regardless. Like when people will come into my chat and be like, Hassan, you never have black women on as your guest, or you never have black people on as your guest. It's like, there is no effective counter to that. You just have to be like, dude, shut the fuck up and move on, right? Because what am I supposed to say to that? Turn around and be like, oh no, here are all the black people that I've had on my show? Like, that's a ridiculous, you just immediately, you're like, you're being weird and racist, okay? And it's true, like it is. And especially when you're like a 60-plus-year-old white dude, when you're like a 60-plus-year-old white dude, and Joe Biden was really bad on this too. You just always come across like you're saying, I got binders full of blacks in my cabinet, which is what Joe Biden basically said. If you recall on the BET interview that he conducted, he was basically like, I have so many blacks. I have so many blacks, which is, it's never a good look, okay? It's just never a good look. It's like something that is not going to be easy to address, and there's not really anything you could do. It's a you're in a bind in that situation. But Trump, on the other hand, tries to be like, listen, I'm the president. You could the only way that if you're Trump, to answer this question, the only way to do it is like, listen, I was the president, okay? I was the president of all Americans, okay? That includes black Americans as well. Here are some of the policy positions that I pushed for. You know what I mean? Instead of being like,
True, he could have done that.
I
He
love
should have done
all
that.
of the black people. I
He
love
didn't.
all of the black people of America.
historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said you can't do it
Like, I also personally think that this is like a little whiny. This is something that he did a lot after 2020 when he lost the election, where like there's a difference between being butthurt about like liberal elites and then like using that real that real anger and resentment you have towards liberal elites, and then basically packaging that as like real anger and resentment that the white working class has towards liberal elites. He does a really good job with that, and he did a really good job with that in the 2016 election. He did a really good job with that in
so
general.
now we're being pressured.
But when you constantly whine about how you didn't actually lose the election, you come across like a whiny loser, and he's doing that here. This isn't a good way to answer any of these questions. You just now look butthurt, okay? You look like you're complaining. You look like you it's too narcissistic that even like those in the edges, maybe not like the diehard MAGA loyalists, like that one guy who's like clapping like a seal in the audience, but like the average voter who's like maybe thinking about voting for Trump, maybe hasn't made up their minds even at this point or whatever, like they're not gonna look at this and go, oh yeah, no, that's my goat right there. It just, you look like a bitch, okay? You look like a little baby, like, you didn't even say hello to me. You didn't say hello to me at all. It's very f***ed up. You lied to me. Kamala was supposed to be here, right? Like, it's just not great. Also, he did know
so we're
Kamala
gonna build
Harris
up our
wasn't gonna be there.
military.
Crazy Kamala disrespectfully refused to attend the National Association of Black Journalists Conference, but I'm on my way to meet with them now in Chicago.
Then we're going to build as many of these as we possibly
She
can.
has no choice, but remember,
those do really
it is
good
only
things
for that
us, it
reason.
seems.
He tried to hedge his bets and say,
And
Kamala
purple
Harris
is
will
over here,
will
and I
attend
guess
this
if you
because I'm
walk
attending
past
it
them, they get antagonized.
on the off chance that she
So
does
we're gonna
attend
do
it.
our best
I mean,
to
to be
not
fair, Trump got cheated
antagonize
during the
purple.
2020 elections. What? They did cheat Trump during the elections? No, they didn't. What are you talking about? Yes, hogs are
the
back,
French
baby.
are attacking.
Hogs are back, baby.
Well, that's
oh, hell yeah. Hell yes, dude. I love you. Chatter, keep chirping, okay? Tell me everything
That was
you
not
believe.
aware
I
that they
want to
just
examine your beliefs
so
really good.
They will
okay?
outright attack.
With Zoom.
Was not aware
well,
of that.
Where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect.
Also, the reason why he was half an hour late
Getting
is because
attacked on
apparently
multiple fronts is not helping right now.
Where is it? Where the f is the Huffington Post journalist who talked about it? Is it here somewhere? No, it's not. No, that's all my other shit. Where did I put it in the lineup?
That was
According
very
to
frustrating
HuffPost,
timing.
Deputy Editor of HuffPost, Philip Lewis, I'm
Guys,
told that Trump is demanding
still gonna
that
need
the
you to
National
fight
Association
here.
of Black Journalists do not live fact check.
Well, we did defeat
and
the
that's why the
French,
event
didn't we?
hasn't started. We're in a standoff. It was an ad break, please. Oh, dude, what do you mean? I already ran the ad break. So that was part of the reason why.
Okay,
that was part of the reason
we
why
are trying really hard to build up our
he was
economy.
late. But
Struggling
that's pretty awesome
immensely
in
with
general.
it. Because
Yeah,
there's
we're
a
gonna
lot
do the
going
Kamala
on.
isn't black clip. Hold on.
I'm
he's
not
gonna
the
keep going.
Viper.
They couldn't get their equipment working, or something
Mr.
was
President,
wrong.
I would love
think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question on
nasty
your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered the
black voters
question.
should trust
It's
you
a
with
very
I have
nasty
been the
question
best
that I don't want to answer.
president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act.
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire.
So that's what we're going to do
acceptable
is
language to you? And
do
will
this
you tell
whole
those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
microing because
how do you define
we're getting
DEI? Go
jacked
ahead.
up right
How do you
now.
define
Diversity, equity, inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
Give me
literally
a
the
definition
words.
then. Would you give me a definition?
That is literally the
Give me a
words.
definition.
Get
Sir,
it?
I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me. If
It's like that's what it means. Like it means diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what it. She just defined it. I like that in my head canon. He's like, no, literally, I don't know what it means. Everyone keeps saying it. Like I don't know what those were. In my head canon, I'm imagining Trump literally being like, I genuinely don't know what those words mean, and I'm kind of scared because everyone always talks about it. So
very
please,
slowly.
Can you help me out a little bit?
Gathering ourselves here.
So sick.
I'm not going to say we're doing a great job.
Do you believe that Vice
There's
President
a
Kamala
shit ton
Harris
going
is
on.
only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly.
I don't know. Can you guys attack this thing? Can we?
She was
Is that a
always
thing that we can do?
of
Maybe.
Indian heritage,
Thank you.
And she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until the number.
Yo! Hey, yo! Bruh. Bruh. Like, blackness in the United States of America is literally historically associated with the one-drop rule, okay? It's just defined by whether white supremacists consider you black or not, okay? You can't just, like, pull that ripcord. It's like saying Obama is white because he's half white. Absolutely zero people think that way, okay? Saying that to a room full of black journalists is insane. About a woman born in Oakland, too. Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
All right.
Like, that's not...
I think we're slowly getting enough cavalry.
Simultaneously, the Republican Party's like, maybe Kamala Harris was not born in America, okay? Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right, good. We're getting the right. Yep. Attack the siege. Yep. Perfect.
So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
Perfect. All right. We are slowly catching up again.
I respect either one, but she
This is
obviously
good.
doesn't.
This is good. We are
because
catching
she was
up.
Indian all the way, and
This
then all
is
of a sudden
good.
she made a turn and she went.
We are getting
she
there.
Became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do
And
you
I
believe
think,
that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you ask.
Okay, fine.
Continue in a
Purple's
very
coming.
hostile, nasty tone.
They're
It's a
getting
direct
trashed.
question, sir. Do you
All
believe that
right,
Vice
very
President
good.
Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I really
Republicans
don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There
Also, like, what difference does it make? Even if she was obviously she's not an Indian woman, okay? If you're half black, you're black. That's just how it works, okay? In America, because, you know, that's just the way white supremacists see you, and that is how society treats you. That's number one. Number two, even if she was just, like, straight up an Indian woman, that's still calling her a DEI hire in that circumstance would still be the same shit, which is awesome.
You don't
because
need it. You guys
in
don't need
a
it.
weird
Y'all
way,
need it, though. Holy
this
shit.
almost feels, chat, I'm out of jail. Congratulations to Horny Toad 420 for being released from jail. He's right, though.
Oh my God,
Nope.
his chat is crazy.
Like, it just doesn't
Are
make
you a
any
Hassan
sense
supporter? Not really.
Unless you
Are
mean
you for free
DEI is just
speech at
directly,
Oshun? Okay, I'll let you answer that.
directly a substitute for the
I can't
N-word.
deal with that,
So
MF.
it doesn't fit.
I debate
in
him with
his
screaming
mind
if I had more
who Kamala
skill.
Harris,
You
who
would get
is
destroyed
Indian
by
and not
Hassan
black,
because
I
he
guess.
would not be
He's
kind
like, what do you
about
mean?
your
DEI
debate
just
skills
means
or
the
knowledge on the
N-word.
issues the way
It
I.
doesn't make sense for Kamala, who's Indian.
You're
Is that
you're
what he's trying to say? I don't
punching
get
way
it.
out of
There
your
are
weight
some,
class.
and there are plenty. I know
with
this
the
lady
people you're
right
trying
over
to
there,
debate.
Harris is a
And I'm
fantastic
saying
person,
that
just interviewed me at length.
to be as
And we
kind
had a
and
great
gentle as
interview, I think.
possible
I think
about
we got
it,
very good ratings
but you
from
are
it.
Well, you
way
told me
out
it
of
was
your
the longest
depth
one of your
with
life,
the people
so
and the
we had a
issues
good
that you're trying to
discussion.
discuss.
Look, I want to talk about why you're here today.
And until or unless
it
you
is
can
not
address
lost
that,
on us how
it's going to be
divided we
rough
are
for
as a
you.
country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender.
Yeah, Gloria
we
Harris
kinda
over
do
here is just like
want-
desperately clinging on.
I wanted more
to
spring
any
olds, but for
parachute.
now we're just going to go
She
the
is
long
Donald
bowman
Trump's
route
parachute
because
in this situation. She is
it's
trying
cheaper,
her very
for one.
best. She's the Fox
And
News
for two, it seems like
anchor,
we're
by the
doing
way.
okay.
And does she
Destroy
like
the
him?
Eastern
Yes.
Fort, destroy the
She's
Southern
a Fox
Fort.
News
Listen,
anchor.
I'm struggling
Not
enough.
Gloria Harris. Harris Faulkner. Is
to
that her name?
just keep
Harris
this going.
Faulkner. What is this line? Like,
And I'm
what black
glad that
person would be
these
convinced
units
on
are
this
at least
argument?
just going back
Is
and
why I
forth.
hate when people say
There
you
we
are
go.
white. I grew up around real races, and none of them would have considered you white. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think plenty of
I'm
races,
glad
if
that
they
they
didn't
just
know
keep
my
going back to
background,
that hole
would
in the
most
wall.
likely say I'm white. Harris
That's
Faulkner, my
extremely
bad.
helpful.
So that's the reason. Like I have as a white passing individual, I have a shit ton of privilege. Okay, until they find out my name or my background or anything like that, you know, that's why I say I'm white.
And there is this
Okay, so the
question
marketplace isn't
of,
gonna do me
in
much
this
good.
moment where we are, why come here? What is
We
your
are
message
just
today?
devastating this forest.
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly,
okay.
a lot of
So
problems
I think we're
with
actually
it.
going to
But
hit
one
our
of the big
pop cap here
problems, and
soon.
a lot of
Thank
the
God.
journalists in this room, I know,
Oh, I
and
didn't
have
need
great
to build a
respect for.
marketplace. Well,
a lot of the journalists in this
I
room
did.
are black. I will tell you that
these are all in the imperial
from the
age.
border are millions and millions of people.
All right, let's
that happen
see.
to
Okay, we watched the rest of this. And then he just like tries to tie back like anti-immigrant sentiment directly to anti-immigration sentiment directly to you know, black people being
I like how
harmed
they
by
just ran
immigrants,
right past.
which I mean, I think that sentiment is captivating for a lot of people because there's no counter narrative
All right,
to
now
it,
let's see if
which is why
these
I always
archers-
find it to be a very
Oh, can we
dangerous
stop
one that the
this?
Democrats
Oh, we
do not actually have any sort
Let's
of counter
go.
to, even though they should.
Let's go.
Even though they should have had for years, right? But I guess
That's
luckily
all we
for the
needed,
Democratic
folks.
Party,
That
the
is
black
literally
jobs
all we
thing
needed.
became a meme almost instantaneously, coming from Donald Trump. And
we're
everybody
losing a
started
little bit
making
here
jokes
on
about
the knights.
but
That's okay.
overall,
Well, they're
should
not
really
knights.
take
These
numbers
are
of black
the
voters,
veteran
and for some
forces.
reason can't see the light. I mean, one Fox and host is
That's
grilling him and he
okay.
can't focus on black people for 1 second.
This is actually, we're fine. This is fine.
So there's also an update on, according to the New York Times, the
we
Iranian
could defeat the
Supreme
French
Leader
army,
has,
but there's no reason
issued
to.
a direct strike against Israel. We're going to be getting to that in a little bit. After,
yeah, we'll go ahead and
obviously,
destroy everything
Hamas's
there is to
Politburo
destroy
chief,
on this side.
Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated. World War III.
What do you think? Do you think this is an achievement?
This
You
is
think this is an
entirely in the
achievement?
hands
Maybe,
of the American government, for the record. They
Maybe
let
there's an
Israel,
achievement involved
go
with
nutty
destroying
mode in
the
the
French.
region, and just like kind of got too focused on their own shit. We'll see. We'll see.
We're
what
gonna just
happens.
go ahead and push for the win here.
I'll
I think
keep
that's
you guys
what we
updated
do.
on that.
I think that is the right move.
But overall,
at this juncture,
not good, not great at all. Not a great situation. This happened last night. I will get to it in a little
so
bit.
the mangonel does more damage when
Black
it's
Journalist
flat
Group President reacts
and
to Trump
less
as a
on the wall.
controversy.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Wait, is this like
Hiking
before?
administration has seen an even lower number of unemployed.
What? Usha
we
Vance
just
got
need you to
suspended
get
on
over
Twitter?
here.
Who's that?
Perfect.
Oh,
keep
Usha
going.
Vance's wife, JD Vance's wife.
Yeah, stop
Okay.
attacking this building if you could.
But
please. There's
let's continue
these
with this for
buildings
now.
that need to
For
be
Black
attacked.
Americans.
and
So
then
there will
we'll
be a
get
lot
to
of
it.
fact checking that is expected on the stage live as it happens. It will be
Yep.
published
All
on
right, get the
NBC's
spring hold
website
while we can.
and elsewhere. I do want to let you know there will also be
Thank you for
a
the
protest that is planned
follow.
here. We're not sure how large,
Monkey
but there is going to be a
demo.
protest outside.
I don't know if that was supposed to be a
speaking to journalists.
One Piece
And joining
reference
us
or
now
not.
is CNN political commentator Jamal Simmons. He was Vice President Harris's
But yeah, we're gonna
communications
just go ahead and win
director.
this.
Hi, Jamal. Thanks for coming on.
rather than go after the French.
Trump is wavering on whether he'll
we'll just
debate
call that
Harris.
a-
He previously said he was willing to
we'll call
debate
that a
Joe
day
Biden
there.
anytime, any place,
Objective
anywhere.
complete.
What has changed?
Well, what's changed is I think Trump thought after the Supreme
Oh, are we
Court
supposed to attack
rulings
the
on
French now,
immunization and or immunity rather, and then the
Oh,
Eileen
so we
Cannon
have to attack the
rulings
French
on
anyway.
the cases down in Florida, that maybe he was going to avoid having to go back in front of another judge or prosecutor.
fine.
But if he sits on a debate stage with Kamala Harris, that's really facing a prosecutor
how we
for
did
90
actually
minutes on
happen
the
to have a
biggest stage
military, though.
America
That's cool.
is going to have, this big courtroom of a debate. And so I don't know that he really wants to do that. If I'm his campaign, I'm thinking twice about it. The problem is he gets
All
called
right.
the chicken.
And then
basically.
we'll just,
I think that's what he's trying to avoid.
Start
So
moving our way
Harris, for her part,
downtown.
drew in a huge diverse crowd in Atlanta last night. There is new polling out consistently showing Harris outperforming Biden with black voters. But our
Okay,
CNN's
perfect.
Ryan Young spoke
It
with
looks
some
like
black
the
male voters who
French
said
are
they
coming
didn't
in
feel like
earnest.
she is speaking directly to them. What more does she need to do, you think?
You know, before she got picked, she had been spending
thank you
time
for
traveling around
doing
the
that.
country, doing an
Is this the
economic
story
tour,
mode?
particularly
It
thinking
is.
about African American
It
men.
is the story
and
mode.
how to talk to African American
This is our
men about
first
their
time
financial
playing the
future.
game
So when I think about her
entirely, so
economic policy,
this is-
what she's been talking about is wealth.
this
and
is
wages,
literally
right?
the
How do we
first
get people
time
more wealth, start more businesses.
any of us are seeing it.
Community
This is the
development,
first time I've been
financial
playing it.
institutions, these CDFIs that are kind of an
We've
arcane
been playing
language.
Age of
But really,
Empires.
how do we get people more wealth? how do we make sure
and
they
caught
get
up on all of those
more wages? We've
achievements
seen
in the
wages
story
grow
mode,
over the
so
course of the,
we're doing the other
Biden-Harris
Age of Empires
administration.
starting with
She's also
4,
talked about healthcare
because
and
that's the
childcare.
next more
Because one of the
popular
things
one.
for families today
And Monkey,
that
awesome
matters
for the
is
free
that if you're
Palestine.
sick,
Thank
your parents
you.
are sick, your kids are sick, it's hard for you to work. You can't get that extra shift. Also, if you don't have childcare, you can't afford childcare. If you're trying to start a company,
actually want to
if
build
you're trying to get an extra shift at work, if you can't figure out how to
military
take care of after 3 o'clock, that is a direct impact on how much money you can make. So I think her talking directly about these issues to voters is really going to matter as she goes across these states.
Whoa.
I also want to ask you about the.
Allow production. All
they
right,
pulled
so that's
Trump
what we'll
off
do.
stage?
We'll build
That's
that right there.
25. I think we have to leave it there.
And then we'll go ahead and build
So leave it. We'll leave
astronomical stuff.
Thank you so much.
Oh, they pulled him. I thought it was weird because I thought, oh, there's one last question about Project
Just hang out
2025,
right there.
and then he was like, no,
Just hang
we're
out
leaving.
right here.
I didn't realize that they actually
And
it was
let
his
the
team that
French
pulled him.
just
Oh,
kill
dude,
themselves
that's really.
against us.
Mr. Trump, for coming today and joining us.
Well, thank you, your job.
Oh, dude, that's not good. Again, that's another misstep overall. I don't know what the he was thinking, honestly. Like, there's no reason to attend this. You could have just straight up said, I'm not attending it because Kamala's not attending it. In his mind, he did great. I mean, this like plays well for all the weird, sweaty, gross, racist losers where he's like, look at Trump owning black women in broad daylight on a public stage. My
Trump
goat is
owning
back,
black
my king
women.
Is back.
That
but this
just
like
saying
doesn't
that
look that
out
great
loud
to
is
moderates
terrible.
in general. I don't think it looks great to the black men that he was trying to win
I was about
the
to do that
votes
since
of
I'm a
and win favor
Palestinian.
with.
Oh shit, hell yeah, brother.
No, it's the same.
I'm kind of good in this game. You need help?
More than anyone. Yeah, no, I understand.
Once we start playing,
the
like
reason
PvP,
why he wanted to do this
absolutely
is specifically because he wants to.
Because I'm fairly decent in team games, but I'm still working on my build orders and stuff like that from Age of Empires 2 and beyond.
This game, you're not ready for it.
Speaking of games,
okay, the problem is there's no spin here. You know what I mean? Now it just looks like he's at odds. According to Aiden Ross, the topics for a streamer pre-approved Dana White, Russia, crypto. What the? That's awesome. He's shifting from disenfranchised extremes to center, but he can't
should
pivot.
be getting
Yeah, I mean he's stuck in the middle
our
here.
base up
He's stuck
here.
in the middle
That's
of
good.
like his
not
own,
close.
You know, his
to the
background, what he's
port,
done
as it
so
turns
far
out.
in terms of his like
Close
commentary,
enough, I would say.
in terms of like how he is.
When I started playing
himself,
it, first 2 weeks I won maybe 3 or 4 games in
he's
solo.
Stuck in this place where he's like trying to moderate, but he's not having a good time
I don't know how good or
so.
bad I
But
actually
also,
am. I just know that I would like to be as good as possible before I'm actually
Maybe
playing
there's another instinct there now that he's going up against
players.
a black
You know what I mean?
woman, right? Maybe
because I'm probably a low elo legend, if I'm being honest. But it, you know, I'd like to win.
Here,
that's all.
Thinking that
I'd like
will
to
be
do
good.
better.
It might
than
play well
just
to the base,
average, if
but it's
that
not
makes
going to play
sense.
well to moderates. It's not going to play well to independents. Because the biggest problem with the Republican Party, and I say this pretty much every single day, I repeat it every single day, is that they're so high
these
off
towers
their
are
own
pretty
farts
weak. That's awesome.
that they think every American thinks like them. Okay? They think every American is just as racist. They think every American is just as sexist.
Let's
now, while,
go.
Yes, a lot of Americans are racist. Yes,
Let's
a lot of
go.
Americans are sexist. The level, the degree of like overt sexism and racism has to be managed. This is why Republicans used to at least do something known as dog whistles, right? A will he, won't he type situation, where at least there's a little bit of plausible deniability for you, an out,
stinking
so that you
bastard.
can shift the conversation back to your opponent being hysterical.
Seriously?
Donald Trump, on the other hand, has
Y'all are just going to
consistently
ignore
leaned
the
into
fact that I'm
that
massacring
horrible
everything on your
instinct
side
overall
here.
that is unimaginably toxic to, and this is demonstrable by polling, this is demonstrable by the outcome of the 2020 election. It's genuinely toxic to
This is dumb.
broader
I can't
subsets of
believe
the
they would
society,
actually just-
where they just go, that's a little wild for me, man.
Really?
I don't really.
Y'all
I
are
don't
just
know
gonna
about all
straight
this.
up ignore.
This is at the heart. This is at the heart of the
you asked for
entire
it.
conversation surrounding Republicans right now,
Now,
and the
where
way that
was
they're
the-
having a really hard time responding to the Republicans are weird narrative, right? When Democrats say Republicans are weird, okay? When Democrats say that, Republicans double down on the weird shit, where they're like, look at all the trans people I have in my phone. That's a weird thing. Why do you have so many videos of trans people on your phone, dog? What the fuck's wrong with you? I don't want to see that. What's wrong with you? I don't want to be around you. You're gross. You're so sweaty. Okay? And that is the heart of the problem here. Okay? This is a more holistic issue. This is a more holistic problem than one Trump could solve. And that's
Wait
why
a
they're
second.
stuck in
Did
the
we
middle
not
here,
destroy
where
it?
they're trying to,
The hell?
where they're
What do you need
basically
me to
trying
do?
to navigate.
What more
this
destruction
treacherous
is there?
sea,
The houses?
Okay? Where,
I think that's so
they wanna
stupid that I have
look
to destroy
moderate, but
houses.
they
That's
can't
just so
get
dumb.
themselves to look moderate at all, because all they've done thus far is one thing and one thing only.
All right, can we
have
get in there and
blinded
destroy the
themselves
house
into
so that
thinking
this fort
that
is
everyone else
officially
is secretly
destroyed?
in
That's
agreement with them,
stupid.
but they're just too
That is
pussy
utterly
to say
stupid.
it because of woke, okay? Because they'll get
Come
canceled.
on.
Do you understand?
Let's get it in there.
And they
Is
just
it destroyed now?
cannot
Do I have to
comprehend
destroy the
a world
fucking
where,
walls
like,
next?
No, the average American might actually
stupid.
align with you on some of the average American might think trans people are weird or gross or whatever, but they don't think about it as much as you do.
That's so
and
dumb.
when you are constantly talking about it, then they also
Gather
feel
gold.
like
Okay,
you're
so
weird
we'll
and
gather
gross.
the
You're weirder
gold.
and grosser. Do you understand?
Oh wow, we have an
This is another great
astronomical
example
amount
of
of
this.
excess
Obviously, I
food.
retweeted this, but like this is the perfect example of this. Okay.
Just go ahead and
I'm weird.
research
How about I show you
everything.
2,500 anti-trans memes I saved on
What?
my phone?
I ran out
Still
of
think
food.
I'm
Aw.
weird? Dude, look, this is it.
I'm curious kind of how you're thinking, you know, when you think about the way that you put
so
out
itchy.
content and the way that you think about growing your
the rest of the
media
American
empire.
prisoners were taken in during Joe's administration. What an idiot. Yeah, doesn't know his own
It's so
his own
beautiful
contribution
seeing
to the problems.
One of
Yeah,
the
that's not a shock.
narratives that I have championed for years become the
All right.
legitimate,
So now
like
we're going
mainstream
to
talking point finally.
clear
Like,
up the rest of the
out of
fort and we
everything
should be
else,
good to
I know
go.
I say 2024
Whoa,
year of
what?
Hasanabi vindication.
We're getting
but
gold
this right here
from farming?
is something that I have talked about
Let's
for
go.
years. Okay, for years. I even covered this interview, and if you go back and watch my coverage of this
So,
interview,
yeah,
you will
we're
see
gonna be doing
exactly the same things that I'm saying
phenomenal.
about how like insanely brain broken
Fantastic.
Republicans are, and when they are met with like
So we
a
just
normal
need
human being
a
in
boatload
broad
of
daylight.
gold.
Okay.
Let's just go ahead and get our
liberal journalists such as
Everybody
Taylor
else is
Lorenz,
doing
friend
it.
of the show, like she is presenting herself
Let's
in
go.
a much better
Gosh.
way.
Yes.
In a much better
Destroy
way
them.
than the
Destroy
obsessive,
them all.
psychopathic behavior.
Destroy the pitiful
that,
French.
Chaya Raichik is demonstrating.
Burn their fields, slaughter their soldiers, take from them everything. You guys are gonna get ahead of yourselves and then die, so we don't want to do that. What we are gonna do though is keep going for the fort. What do we got next, Oshun? What's coming up next?
At Vistaprint, we print
Well, I
your
guess we're
brand
about
on
to find
everything,
out.
like t-shirts,
Oh,
hats,
an
totes,
ad.
hoodies, and
Woo.
really fancy.
Hey there, friends. Today, we have some exciting news to share
Do
with
we?
you. It seems
Is it
like
exciting?
America is getting back into the factory business, and we couldn't be happier about it. According to the Census Bureau data, record spending on manufacturing construction hit an all-time high in
Oh, the manufacturing
2022
jobs
at
are coming back. That's
$108
what
billion,
this was about, yep.
which is even more than what was spent on building schools, healthcare centers, or office buildings.
All right, let's get
And the
our
best part?
knights out here.
New factories are popping up everywhere. From urban cores to rural fields, desert flats to surf towns, factories
Man,
are
just
being
keep
built
fighting.
all over
Oh,
America.
look at that. Just
The growth is
devastating them
mainly
spring all.
concentrated
Let's
in
go.
high-tech fields like electric
Let's
vehicle
go.
batteries and semiconductors, national
Yes.
priorities backed by billions of dollars in
Ah.
government incentives. But that's not all. Other companies that once relied solely on lower-cost countries to manufacture
Delicious.
are coming back home. Why?
Tasty.
Well, because speed and flexibility are essential in today's world. That's why sock manufacturer
We'll even
Future
get this
Stitch
castle in on
Incorporated
it.
opened a new factory in Oceanside, California last summer,
Look at
making
that.
it the company's
Look at
first
that.
in the U.S.
They got nothing on
Their
me.
U.S. factory allows
They
them
got
to quickly
nothing.
replenish stock for their
As
retailers,
per your request,
which is critical
Mr.
in
President.
today's
Thank you,
market.
thank you.
But that's not all. Made in the
Look at
USA
that.
is gaining
Just
more and
casually
more
destroying
equity.
towers.
As Mr. Shoup, CEO of Future
Oh.
Stitch Incorporated said, to
Look
me,
at that. Just
this
look at
is
all
here
them
to stay.
arrows. Just
Manufacturing has always been an integral part of American
we got
life.
our knights coming up.
From Paul Revere's foundry that produced bells and cannons
We got
to
here.
Henry
Oh, they already
Ford's
went through all
assembly
their
line,
gold.
which
That's
made cars
fine.
affordable
This
to
is
the
fine.
masses, and the U.S. industrial
we'll
might
go
that
ahead
helped win World War II. Nearly half of private sector employees
Multiples.
worked in factories. Unfortunately, that number dropped due to automation and U.S. companies seeking lower costs
Boom.
overseas. Production capacity, which had
Didn't
grown
I
at
tell you
about
guys to go
4%
all
a
the
year
way?
for decades, flattened after China's entry into the World Trade Organization in 2001.
Oh, there's more. Oh my
However,
God!
last year,
Look at that
U.S.
gold.
production capacity
Look at
showed
them
its
gold
strongest
veins just
growth
floating
since
around.
2015, after pandemic-driven shortages and delays caused manufacturers to rethink their far-flung supply chains.
Sure,
U.S.
heal our
manufacturing
dudes.
employment is holding steady at about 10% of the private sector,
Right,
with
destroy
nearly
the mangonels.
800,000 jobs added in the sector over the past 2 years.
That's
but
what we want
the
to see.
industry
Let's
is hurting for
go.
workers.
Let's go.
About 800,000 more are needed, leading to concerns that labor shortages and other bottlenecks could short-circuit the boom. But, with huge government incentives stoking the frenzy, we're hopeful that the industry will continue to grow and flourish. So, what do you think about America getting back into the factory business? Are you
Reynolds
excited
with
about the
their
prospect of more
10-tile
jobs
range.
and opportunities?
Let's go.
Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to
And
give
that
this
was on
video
hard
a
mode,
thumbs
folks.
up and
Let's
subscribe
go.
to our channel for more exciting
All we needed
news
to
like
do
this.
was hold them at bay long enough to
Thank you
build
for
a military.
watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
And with it,
So basically, Joe Biden is somewhat helping manufacturing jobs come back, but kind of, sort of, not really. Because although he's bringing manufacturing jobs back through incentivizing, it's immediately resulting in the fact that cost of living has skyrocketed.
Stream movies and shows without cable, and listen to music without interruption.
More than 19 million Americans held a job in manufacturing during the peak in 1970.
We completed the
Since
Norman
then, that number
campaign.
has
Let's
tumbled
go.
by nearly 36% to just 12.5 million in November 2021. In comparison, non-farm employees grew more than 65% during the same period.
There are several reasons for this. One is that manufacturing steadily is becoming
okay. No. This is going to be more discussion on that with a slightly less AI-sounding person.
Professional certificates.
Over the last 50 years, certain industries that just aren't really well suited for the U.S. economy, particularly labor-intensive, low-wage manufacturing and things like textiles and furniture, have moved offshore.
But now, the U.S. is spending big on industrial policies to bring manufacturers back to America.
Industrial policy. It is the use of some sort of government power, either legal power or taxing power or tax abating power or some other thing, to have the economy start producing some things that the government thinks it needs to be producing and maybe isn't producing.
If you look at the three pieces of legislation, the CHIPS and Science Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act, you're looking at more than $1 trillion in new government spending on industrial policy.
Not all economists believe the government should be playing favorites.
Sorry, I had to restart my computer.
Politicians and
Shame.
bureaucrats are ill-suited to pick winners in the market. If the federal government puts its thumb on the scale on one side, there is inevitably going to be some sort of loser.
So how exactly is the U.S. government convincing manufacturers to return? And will its bet pay off? This isn't the first time the U.S. government has directly interfered with the free market.
Is this Cyrus Jansen, by the way? That's my homie.
Alexander Hamilton.
Oh, it's
the U.S. was
CNBC.
weak in terms of making
Never
things,
mind.
and we knew we had to be strong, had to make cannons and muskets and whatever. And so they put
William
on
the
heavy
Conqueror!
tariff walls that made it not economic to import things, and therefore companies here started to make things. And we're a great
Self-flagellate.
country significantly because of that.
However, experts say the recent initiatives from the Biden administration are unprecedented.
The United States government has in the past used subsidies, it has used tariffs and Buy American protection, but the scale of what we're playing with now is far, far bigger than in anything we've done in the recent past.
Government incentives ranked second on reasons why manufacturers are returning to the U.S. According to the National Institute of
we
Standards
beat
and
this
Technology.
campaign,
Yes,
yeah?
manufacturers and distributors, to the extent that you get product components from offshore, why do you
What
do
is
that?
this?
Why don't you get them here?
Page from
And they said
history.
price.
Oh,
If
okay.
the government
All right.
can lower that
So,
cost of production
is that
through
the
subsidies,
only? Oh,
it
I
makes
see.
Production
The rise
more
of Moscow,
attractive
the
in
100 Years
location that
War
the government
between
wants.
England and
The
France.
new incentives from the Biden administration focus on
the
two
Mongol
specific
Empire?
sectors: electric vehicles and semiconductors. For instance, the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022
And then the
imposed
Sultan's
tax
Ascend,
credits
which we're going to have to buy the
encourage
DLC with
manufacturing
eventually.
of clean energy
And
in
if
the US.
Oshun
Since its enactment,
continues
at
to
least $45
single-handedly
billion
fundraise
in
my
private sector investment
stream,
has
I
been
guess I
announced
can
to
afford
cross
it.
the supply chain, according to the Treasury Department.
EV battery tax
But I think we should do these in order. I think we should just do them in order. But I am stoked
and then a $4,000
to do the Mongol Empire. Oh my
US
goodness.
manufacturing cost isn't that much
That's
higher
going to
than-
be sick.
than doing it in China, for example. And therefore, it would clearly be more profitable to do it here than it would be to ship it, make it there and ship it here. So the incentives have been huge.
Oh man, look at this
the
good
Chips
video
and Science
too.
Act of 2022 set aside
Moscow,
$50 billion
Russia.
to boost
Now look at
America's
this.
competitiveness.
Does this look like an evil country
the
to you?
Semiconductor Industry Association estimates
Does this
that
look
the
like
act
the,
has
the,
attracted
the
over
trials and errors of,
$210 billion
of
in
communism?
private investments
That
across
looks
22
beautiful.
states.
Moscow is a beautiful looking city. Much nicer looking than frickin' Boston or New York. There's just a hodgepodge of skyscrapers
One
and
of the
filth.
lessons that not only the government have drawn from COVID is that semiconductor
The
sector
Ruskies.
is at
The
the
Rusk-
core
yeah.
of a lot of advanced manufacturing and even a lot of mid-level.
Yeah,
consumer
it got so
and that
not
you
New
can't
York
really
City.
afford an interruption of semiconductor.
No, it's
supply.
not. It is
All major
just
U.S.
this
defense
big,
systems
massive
today rely
eyesore
on semiconductors
of big
in order to
skyscrapers. There's
The
no
Biden
culture, there's no
administration has
architecture. It's
referred to the
just
reshoring of
palaces
semiconductors
and
as a matter
palaces
of
and
national
palaces. That's all it
There
is.
is a theoretical case for industrial policy, particularly
Sure, I
in,
haven't been to your
national
spot.
security-related
Granted.
Free markets just simply can't account for that national security issue.
No
And the Defense
no
Department is not
architectural
big enough
culture.
buyer to,
I will absolutely argue against the eyesores that are American metropolitan
Industrial
cities.
policies
They're
can
just
also potentially lead
all
to
they are
chaos.
is an amalgamation of money and power. That's it. That's all it is. And I don't find that appealing at all. Or maybe I'm too European. I don't know. I'm 80% German. I'm sorry. I like real architecture. My bad.
Put out a goal
I
for
haven't
this
like go to India, go to Bangladesh, go to Taiwan, go to the Middle East. That's culture.
But
It
there
is
are also strong cases
rich,
against them.
thriving history.
and
It's not just
bureaucrats are
palaces
ill-suited
attacking the sky.
to pick winners.
It's not a
in
violent
the market.
aggression and
The
assault
real
of concrete
economy is
and
insanely
asphalt.
complex, involving millions of people and millions of transactions every single.
I'm not going to argue with your dad. All I'm saying is the only parts of this country that I've seen that actually look like they have some soul are small Midwestern towns and
we're running the risk
those parts of
you know,
California
pushing a
where they
technology
actually
that isn't quite
integrate
ready for prime time,
nature
and in the
into their
process,
architecture.
sidelining a technology
Everything else
that
just
maybe
looks like it's
turned out
trying
to
to
be a better
fight
approach.
nature and
Industrial
God
policies are
for
also
supremacy.
susceptible to the biases of the politicians
So-
involved.
The reality is that any industrial policy must make it through a political
I know I might lose
process
people
that
for
is
that,
inevitably
especially since I'm running for
influenced
president
by
and all
political
and
actors,
political,
whether that
but
is interest
I'm sorry.
groups
I
or
think our
lobbyists.
major
So
cities
all of those
lack
political
soul and
influences
substance.
really
I think
are a
the
corrupting
people
force.
are
The
what
Micron
provide
plant
the
in
soul and
upstate New York, well,
substance.
that just happens to be
But
where,
I think
Senate Majority Leader
I
Chuck
think the
Schumer's
buildings
home
themselves,
state,
the
right?
skylines
We see
themselves,
the
they're
Intel
they're
plant in
iconic because we
Ohio.
make them iconic.
Well, Ohio is of course a very politically
I've been playing
important
on an
state for the
Ohio-based map in
presidential
Farm Sim.
So you might be running the risk.
Or maybe
of
it's because
having
I'm from
projects
Ohio.
located
You know
in
what?
places that are
Maybe
more
it's because I'm
politically
from the
important than they
Midwest.
are
I'm from Appalachia.
strategically sound
And I don't like them there big
There's
city
also
slickers
the
and their
issue
city
of
slicking big cities. Because it's city slicking and big.
So puts its
Sick.
thumb on the
Big
scale
slickers.
on one side. There is inevitably
Based out of New Bremen. Oh, I actually know where that is. That's actually near where I live. Where I'm from.
EV batteries. That is an area where we have to invest. We can do that with incentives, but at the same time, we can't penalize through regulatory system other forms of energy production or development.
Ultimately, critics point out that it isn't the government's job to pick the winners and losers in a free market.
My view is that
Am I
I
just
have
supposed
no
to be
idea
building?
what's the right industry or the
Am I
wrong
supposed to be
industry.
repairing? How am I supposed to chase them off with a few spearmen?
Implemented the right
Oh, I guess I'm supposed
market-based
to build
policies to make investing and producing
literally with
affordable
torches,
and
though. That's why.
the market is going to figure that out.
Total construction spending in the manufacturing sector has seen an increase of over 106% since November 2021.
So we are
when the
literally going to
Infrastructure
chase them
Investment and
around with
Jobs Act was
spearmen.
passed. That means the U.S. has spent more money building factories than schools, healthcare centers, and even office buildings.
Still an open question. But I do think you see electronics and semiconductors sector.
And it's
companies that
working.
have been here again
I
seeing
would've
the U.S. as a
expected,
place
but
they
hey.
want to make things. And others considering it.
How am I
So
gonna
think that's,
gather more
it's
food?
It's a positive story. The administration's right to claim credit for that.
Experts suggest a broader policy could have brought more significant and efficient improvements.
I think they, instead of spending so much on
They keep
the
running.
incentives that they did have, they should have spread it around
Did we chase
more
them off?
and taken
No way.
other actions
The remaining Mongols
that would
were
have
driven away by the
leveled the
tenacious
playing
Muscovite.
field.
The most
All right.
obvious
Let's
one,
go.
especially given the
Let's
technology
go. We need food. Let's go.
is in immigration. The fact is that
Uh,
a lot of the
we need to
smartest
spare
people
what
in the
little
world
buildings we
can't
have.
get to the United States to work.
'Cause that is the one resource we
and
do have is
support
wood.
The types of technologies that the government says
Ooh.
are critical to national security and
What's
the future
this?
of the U.S.
A
economy.
house?
And you're hearing from really across
Something
the
got broken
industries
here.
in this
What-
tech space, the need
what is
for
all this
more high
supposed
skill
to be?
immigration.
The labor
Various
shortage is
farmland?
perhaps the biggest
I
challenge that
could've gotten-
manufacturers have to face. 82% of manufacturing companies today are seeing a shortage
Chase off the
of
Mongols,
workers.
put out the
The
fires.
National Association of Manufacturers estimate that 2.1 million manufacturing jobs could go unfilled
putting
by
out the fires.
2030.
The rest of the world has the same problem. This is not a unique problem for the United States. We just need more workers.
Put them
Part
out.
of that,
There we
rests
go.
on our, public schools, primary and secondary education.
I don't know
Needs to
how we
focus
pulled
on
that
the
off, to
amazing
be honest.
opportunities
With
that
the
are
Mongol
available.
raiders
Ah.
fires extinguished.
I don't think we should have. I don't see how we pulled that off.
So you don't have to amass
Rebuild
hundreds of thousands of
Moscow.
dollars of college debt.
The Muscovites
sure, I
used
guess.
to rapidly construct buildings out of
challenging
wood.
and an exciting.
So we
And
have
gathered
3
what they
minutes.
needed from the
Oh,
pay
forest.
well and
gather
provide
700
an incredible
additional
quality of
wood.
life for your family.
Nevertheless, the rising trend in reshoring has brought back what the manufacturing
Yeah,
sector
we're definitely
going
gonna
to
need to do that. So,
excitement.
People used to believe manufacturing.
but
was
are we going to
cool
get attacked in
until
between then, guys? That's the
factory
real
in
issue.
their small town got shut down.
Increase the
and
carry
moved to
capacity?
somewhere else,
Oh,
and
that's
everybody lost their job. As it comes back, and it
So
proves
let's do
itself to
wheelbarrow
be
for
excellent careers again for
And
millions of extra people.
have you go ahead and build
That will create excitement. We'll have
that
better
over
trained
here.
people, more productive, more enthusiastic.
I'm trying to stay as far away from the town as possible so we don't get gutted, unfortunately. Rebuild the 4 destroyed structures. The house and...
The woods
What are 3
surrounding
forces
Moscow
driving the...
provided
Okay,
an
we're gonna keep
abundance
learning,
of
that's good.
resources. But
The more we learn, the better.
predators stalked in the shadows looking for an easy meal.
Alright. Which buildings? We're building this one. Rust units receive gold bounties for hunting wild animals. Okay, that's great. But first, we need to, restore. Is this not gonna talk? Uh-oh. We had tostadas. Everyone unsub because you badmouthed New York City. That... I believe it. If this is one of those PowerPoint things... Automation, robotics, and AI makes U.S. manufacturing more competitive by increasing efficiency and reducing labor costs. I guess we're going to be having to quickly read the PowerPoint presentation. Double the rate. Yeah, we're going to double that rate. Let's go. Increase armor. Yep, let's do that. And then you built this. Hunting cabin. Okay, yeah, we definitely want a hunting cabin. But we just really need to be able to build more villagers.
This is Democracy
faster.
Now!, democracynow.org. War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump made headlines this week after suggesting that this year's election could be the last U.S. election if he wins in November. Trump made the comment Friday in Florida at Turning Point Action's Believers Summit.
Oh no.
Christians get out.
Because as soon as we hit these goals, I have a feeling we're gonna end up having some major problems. We're gonna get attacked. I can taste it. I can taste it.
You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian. I love you. Get out. You gotta get out and vote. In 4 years, you don't have to vote again. We'll have it fixed so good you're not gonna have to vote.
These are the bounties?
For more on who's backing Trump's efforts,
that's
we look at a
interesting.
secret organization of wealthy
So wait, do
Christians
each
who are working
culture have
to
like a
purge
unique
more than
benefit or
1 million
something?
voters from the rolls and battleground
That's actually,
states
I mean, okay, I'm
and
sorry.
mobilize
That,
Republican
obviously,
voters
each
to
culture
back
has their own
Trump.
unique something.
It's called
but
Ziklag.
this is
the
an
news
interesting
outlets
play on that. I'm not going to lie.
Documented, obtained
So there's
thousands of
10
Ziklag's
bounties
internal
that I need
files
to get or
and found the group has divided its 2024 activities into 3 different
wait, should I be
operations.
farming then?
Steeplechase,
I feel
which
like I
uses
should
churches
be
to get
getting
out the
the
vote, and Watchtower, which aims to rally voters around
Oh, is that
opposition
it?
to transgender
Oh,
rights.
introduction
The third
to
operation
how to
called
play the
Checkmate
Rus. Okay,
focused on funding
that's fair.
so-called election integrity groups.
New York City
as laid
smells
out
though.
in
Yeah,
this Ziklag
American
member
cities are
strategy
dirty.
video.
I'm sorry, they are dirty. They're not well kept. People don't care about their cities beyond
pronounced in the battleground
their,
states.
you know, their own
Confirms
views on their
Americans have
city.
lost confidence in
But they
electoral
don't actually
integrity.
take care
The
of their
federal
city.
election already in full
So
swing.
yeah, I'm sorry.
More
I'm
must be
definitely
done
gonna
to ensure fair elections
make
in the
those
most
arguments.
important republic in the world. That's the purpose behind Operation Checkmate and its practical approaches to both get out the vote and clean electoral rolls through our coalition partners.
we're
Through these
expanding.
efforts, we have the opportunity to
Oh,
play
that's
a
what needs to be
significant
built.
role
Here's the
in the upcoming election.
ProPublica reports Ziklag's
Need
mission
200
is to
gold.
take
Okay.
dominion over 7 spheres of public life, which it calls mountains: business, science and technology, family, arts and media, church, education, and government. For more, we continue with Andy Kroll, investigative reporter for
I'm very
ProPublica.
nervous that
His
we're gonna get
recent
attacked.
piece Inside Ziklag,
And
the
I'm not
secret
building
organization
army.
of wealthy
Several
Christians trying
villages
to
have
sway the
fled
election and
during the
change the
Mongol
country.
Have fled the Mongol-
Andy, lay
still in
it
hiding.
out for us.
Locate 3 hunting
Ziklag
cabins.
is a secretive network of ultra-wealthy Christians, conservative
we can
Christians,
certainly do that
who
once
have
we are
this two-part
a
goal,
little bit more confident
two-part
with what we're
vision
supposed to be
for
doing.
this country. One is to get heavily involved in the 2024 elections in the ways that you just described, mobilizing pastors, knocking people off the voting
Produce a
rolls,
scout,
demonizing
use them
trans
to
people
search.
to motivate
Yeah, sure,
conservative
I guess,
voters.
why not?
But then looking toward the 20 and 30-year horizon, Ziklag's
Go
goal
ahead
is
and,
nothing less than moving the country toward a state of Christian nationalism.
You did not
having
move. Oh.
biblical worldviews, quote unquote, biblical truth, shaping, influencing every part of American culture. Those 7 mountains that you described.
need to
So
build
this really
houses.
is, as one
We could build
expert
another
who quoted
barracks.
in the story
Oops.
told us, a
I need to
vision
build
for
units,
Christian
or else I don't feel
supremacy.
safe. Because I have a feeling that's
Ziklag
next,
meaning.
and it makes me nervous.
Ziklag, the name, refers to a biblical reference about David taking refuge during his struggle with King
Also,
Saul. The analogy here,
can
of
they
course, is that
auto-scout?
the Christians in this group apparently feel that they are under siege and that this
Dang,
group is their
that sucks.
refuge.
All right,
but then
well,
the place from which they plan
guess we'll just
their,
move them around.
their campaign, their assault to take back American culture.
In a Ziklag member briefing video
Well, can
that
they
you
fight?
obtained at ProPublica,
Not really.
one of Ziklag's spiritual advisors, Lance Wallnow, a Christian
Ability to see into
evangelist and
self-forest,
influencer,
self-generation, high
laid out a
movements.
plan to
So nothing
deliver swing
that-
states by using an anti-transgender
We'll go ahead
message
and
to
just move them
motivate
around.
conservative voters who are exhausted with Trump.
Get over here.
If we can get
the left.
Their
position on LGBTQ. The country's
straight
already
into the
drifted on the
hunting.
homosexual issue, but on
Stone?
transgenderism,
All right.
there's
a
problem.
lot of stone
And they
around
know
these
it.
parts.
They're going to want to talk about Trump. Trump is indicted. The guy's a criminal, this and that. They're going to have riots on the street and all the kabuki theater. Meanwhile, if we talk about, it's not about Trump. It's about the parents and their children.
Going to be over
And
here,
the
maybe?
state is a threat. When you get Governor Newsom or Governor Whitmer or Polis, your top three
Have them
potential
walk all the way
candidates for
over
the future
here.
presidency of the United States.
You
other than
will
Kamala,
go into the north
you
part.
got these, when they're going to have to stand with their LGBTQ donors.
Right.
And so when they solidify that position, that's where they've
We'll have you
gone
run
too
around
far.
over there.
So that's Lance Wallnau, a Christian evangelist and
Scouts gain the
influencer.
ability. All right.
Andy Kroll,
Uh-oh.
if you can talk about
Getting
him,
attacked by
what
the wolf?
he's saying, and who the other leaders of this are.
Lance Wallnau
we
is
still don't
maybe
have gold.
one of the most important
We have a market.
Christian evangelist
we
figures
build
that
a
maybe
market?
your audience hasn't heard of.
And I go to the next
He
8.
was one of the earliest
my God.
Christian right leaders to endorse Donald Trump. We're talking way back in 2015 here. He popularized this
I
notion
see.
that Donald Trump was a
So we
modern
can't
day
build a market.
Cyrus,
Actually,
sort
wait a
of
second. I thought we
flawed
were supposed to get
but
gold.
virtuous leader who would deliver victory for Christians. And that Cyrus idea really caught on. Was a big reason that evangelicals turned out to such a big degree for Trump in
What's
16.
this? Total bounties
again in 20.
accumulated.
Wallnau remains this
that's-
bridge between
okay, I
the
see,
Christian
sort of,
right,
kind of.
Christian nationalism, and Trump world. Wallnau is one of a number of really influential and,
So you
and
need
well-known
a
people
lot of hunt
that are
for the
part of
Ruskies.
Ziklag. Some members that your audience
Buddy,
might
what
have
you
heard
doing
of.
here?
The Green family, they're the family behind
Oh,
Hobby
you're the
Lobby.
one that I told
Obviously,
to
they've had a pretty big impact in trying to strike down parts of the Obamacare law back in the Obama presidency. The
How did you
Uline
walk
family
right
have
past
donated to this effort. They are, of course, the billionaire office supply family out of the Midwest. Major political
seriously?
donors
You're
to
not gonna
Republicans and
attack?
to Donald Trump. And then another family.
Oh, shit, they
is
get
the
gold from
Waller
attacking
family,
wolves,
influential
too?
in Ziklag. They are the owners
Hell
of the
yeah.
Jockey
Okay, hold on.
Apparel
Let's attack
Company,
that wolf
which
then.
probably a lot of people have heard of.
Then
even
we'll
if they
build a
haven't heard of
thing.
this family. So you have a number of really wealthy, really influential, conservative Christian families in this group. They have the means to invest not just in political work, but also in this larger cultural transformation plan that Ziklag has really really organized itself around.
I don't know which one.
Andy, talk about more in depth these 3 programs: Checkmate, Steeplechase, and Watchtower.
Yeah, you see an almost sort of wraparound 360-degree approach to influencing the 2024 election in these 3 groups. So with Steeplechase, you have mobilizing
I guess we built
conservative
the Kremlin?
pastors out in America, out in the field.
And it
to
also
mobilize
looks
their
like we should be able to go to the
get
next
them out
page.
to vote. And there's some concern
But
that
it's
maybe
not
there's fatigue
accessible.
about Donald Trump in 2024, that maybe conservative Christians won't turn out in the numbers they did
Oh,
in
that is
2016.
the land.
That's
Oh.
what this program is there for, getting the church as involved as possible. You have this anti-trans operation, as Lance Wallnau says in that video that you just played. They believe that going after trans people, demonizing transgender Americans, transgender healthcare, can, quote unquote, deliver swing states. That's what Lance Wallnau himself said. But then this final one, I think, is honestly
great.
perhaps the most
Transphobia is supposed
interesting,
to win
is
elections.
Operation
Awesome.
Checkmate.
That's
putting money into mobilizing
not what we want to hear
conservative
at all.
voters in key counties, not just states, but the counties. So Maricopa County in Arizona, Fulton County in Georgia, the other battleground counties in the country. And then trying to put money into knocking more than 1 million voters off the voting rolls in these states. And you see this in a couple of ways, but what's so interesting is how the Christian right, Christian nationalism is fusing here with the election integrity, or really the election denial movement that grew out of the 2020 election. We didn't have a lot of evidence of that before this reporting on Ziklag, but you see this bridge again between the Christian right and the election deniers in a really big way going into this election.
And how effective can they be in knocking voters off the rolls?
A little bit of money goes a long way when you are trying to get people knocked off the eligibility list for voters. That's what the experts, the political consultants, the folks that know these worlds told us in the reporting for this story. Ziklag is putting, say,
He thinks
$800,000 or $1
candidates,
million
or he backspace
into
candidates
something
on the
called
basis that
Eagle
keeping them in
AI,
office keeps things
an
good. Now he's
artificial
saying no more
intelligence
voting after the
software
election.
that
Right.
makes it easier.
It smells
to
like a true melting
challenge
pot. The
the
cultures
eligibility
of
of
the world.
voters en masse. So you're not doing it one by one. You're doing it by the hundreds, by the thousands. You don't need tens
Listen,
of
I'm not going to
millions of
antagonize
dollars,
New
the
Yorkers
experts
because
told
I
us,
know how y'all get.
to be able to make those challenges.
Y'all are
and to
damn
sort of
near a cult.
turbocharge the effort to make voters ineligible. You only need a few $100,000, maybe $1 million. That's what
So we
this
can go ahead and build
Zigzag
another
appears to be doing.
thing out
So
here, yeah?
it
What
could
do we
have
do
an
now?
effect. And we're talking about margins again in Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin.
So the
Margins
market
that are a few thousand, a few
is
tens of
available in the
thousands of
second.
voters.
That tracks.
And Andy, how does the election officials in every state, especially in the battleground states, their cooperation with these efforts, how might that turn out in the coming election?
Well, you have two different camps here. You have the election officials in these
Build
states
three
and in these
defensive
counties
structures?
who are just trying to run a free and fair election. What we've heard from those officials is that these efforts like Eagle AI or the work of the group True the Vote, another quote-unquote election integrity group, these mass challenges to the voter rolls make an already difficult job, an already stressful job, a time-consuming job, even more difficult. It's putting just more stress on the work of these local election officials, the ones who are trying to do a good job. And then you have the officials who have sort of bought into the election integrity claims, who have bought into Donald Trump's election denial for 2020 or 2022 even. And for them, they are in some places encouraging these mass challenges. And so you might see confusion, you might see chaos, you might see voters unaware that they've been removed from the rolls in these kinds of places. So it's just creating either more stress on good officials or it's creating more chaos with officials who buy into these baseless claims about elections.
Come under attack at any moment. Strong defenses would give them a better chance of protecting their city.
Oh shit. Oh no. Crap, we're gonna get attacked.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Are these stocks under-owned by institutional Wall Street?
A lot of these companies talking about generative AI.
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
Investors just worried about the ongoing sales slump in China.
And Michael Barr with news. A ship traveling through the southern Red Sea has been attacked. The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations.
We need one.
Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney. Michael's in today again.
Oh, no.
Michael Barr is in. Lisa Mateo.
No, don't attack my wood choppers.
There's a couple stories for you, Tom.
Aren't they attacking a little bit too soon?
The tears came to my eyes.
What the hell is that shit?
When my interns told me about it. We'll do that for you later in the hour. For Global Wall Street, we've got a massive treat coming up. It's going to be a look back here to another time and place. Monica DeCenzo with us here from JP Morgan. Lots going on today.
We're just gonna, I guess,
keep this up. More tech in awe. I'm sorry I'm not lathered up about Google. OMG. Somewhere in the cash flow statement, somebody said it ain't working. How much is it down, Rich? How much is Google down?
Do we have enough
3%.
All right.
It's cratered
as well.
Build a thing. Go back and look at the last. Go back 4 years. And
we got plenty of stone. Let's go get ourselves
So I mean, they beat on. They had good revs, good earnings, spending money on this AI thing. So if you're looking for maybe too much spending, a lot of people got a little bit concerned about that. But
notice me. We're in Discord together. Why wouldn't you say something? Did you refresh the stream, the playlist?
Are you selling
no, I did not.
Gotcha.
Is there something that we should be watching instead? What are we supposed to be watching?
Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
All right. Hold on. So we need to build this. And stupid thing won't move to the right. Go back to the I am in the playlist. This is the playlist. Oh shit, it's not. Ah! We're gonna apply? The hell? Why isn't this changing?
Today, getting a home of your own can be a challenge, but with Lighthouse Credit Union, we make getting your first mortgage simple because we believe in building brighter futures for our members. Good for you, good for all. Lighthouse Credit Union.
Why? Why is this not working? That's not the problem. So when you click off of it, it's supposed to clear and then load new. Which video are we supposed to be watching from the playlist? The problem with Elon Musk? Why people killed MLK? What are we supposed to be watching? Is it this one? Okay,
I mean, my mind is...
All right, hold on.
Being able to...
Why are politicians so damn rich? Okay. Great. Getting attacked. I wonder if it'll let me... I wonder if this is gonna work. Is there a playlist that is gonna show up here? It is not.
On September 19th, 2008, Republican Congressman Spencer Baucus made a trade that was...
So now it's finally showing us the playlist. Jesus. Perfect. All right, sorry about all that.
Check this out. On September 19th, 2008, Republican Congressman Spencer Baucus made a trade that was effectively a bet that the stock market would drop. His trade meant that for every percentage point that the
Defend
Nasdaq
against
dropped,
Mongol attack.
his investment would go up by 200%. This is what's known as shorting the market, and it was actually a brilliant bet because take a look what happens.
Wait a second, I'm not ready. I don't think
Nearly
the Soviets were ready either.
It was an amazing trade. It was almost as if he could see the future. Wait.
I have you guys go all the way back here.
Baucus was sitting in a room in a private meeting with
Where's my
top
mill?
officials of the U.S. Treasury and Fed. The meeting was so secret that everyone had to hand over their phone before entering the room. The people that Baucus was meeting with were the ones who were in charge of making sure that everything was under control in the U.S. economy.
Are we serious?
But this was September 2000.
Are we really serious right
Things
now?
were not under control.
This could be the most serious recession in decades.
So in this meeting, Baucus was told that, quote, it was a matter of days before there was going to be a meltdown in the global financial system.
Let's talk about the speed with which we are watching this market deteriorate. We're down over 16%.
Okay.
Well, the good news
that
is
explains why he was able to make this.
Had a lot of pikemen
He knew when the market was
already built, and that
he had intel
they are
from within.
relying on
But
their
what's
horses
crazy is that Baucus's short on the market
entirely.
wasn't breaking any rules. It was totally legal. Luckily, we have financial disclosures. All of the stocks that lawmakers buy and sell. Public information. So we can see who's making trades based on insider information. And we've used all of this information to make a list for you. A list of the lawmakers that we see as some of the best.
Yeah, they were going to go straight for my village. See that? You see how they went to the woodline? They're like, we're going to take out the villagers.
Best bets on Wall Street.
Not on my watch, Cloud.
Trading happening in
Not on my watch.
They want to keep making money from that insider
The American people should know that a member of Congress is never leaving a classified briefing and calling their stockbroker.
Of course. I moved the videos about the topics, wanted to discuss for tomorrow. So we had to add, that's fair.
So we in the West love a good free market. buy, sell, and invest.
Nice.
But for certain people who have special insider information about the economy, we have rules to stop them from gaming the system.
There they are.
We passed these laws like a century ago. They're called insider trading.
That's
laws.
Insider trading.
Insider trading.
We can't split our
prohibit
armies.
people from selling an investment like stocks.
Really?
Using
Can you guys attack the wall? Like, why
this
do you guys
includes
just
giving this info to other people who
not
then go buy the stocks
that?
based on that insider information? And an insider is anyone who is an officer or director or 10% stakeholder or anyone who possesses
so I'm
insider
losing
information
my
because
spiky
of his or her
boys.
relationship with a company. This could be like the daughter of a CEO who has insider information because she talked to her dad around the dinner table about what the company's going to do next. So if you're the CEO of Microsoft, you're not
Go ahead
allowed to
and build
sell a
something
bunch of
better.
your stock the day before you release an earnings report that shows that your company's
Also-
profits are down, which will likely trigger like a drop in the stock price. A free market
we'll
needs
just
to
go
be
ahead
a fair
and
market
let
too,
them still
so
do
that
their
the
wood.
insiders aren't always the ones with the knowledge to make the
Oh,
best trades.
no,
Okay,
that's
while
where we
insider trading laws
absolutely
are
can't
very
afford to
clear when
lose
it comes
units.
to business executives, there's a group of people in our society to whom these rules kind of don't apply. Lawmakers.
Historically, Congress has had no restrictions when it comes to trading stocks. For most of American history, insider trading laws that affected CEOs didn't apply to members of Congress.
Lawmakers hear loads of private information.
Buy our
they sit on
resources.
committees where they investigate and talk to businesses all the time. This stuff affects the economy and thus the stock market, and a lot of it is private. They know this stuff before the rest of us do. And yet, for most of our history here in the United States, lawmakers have been able to buy and sell stocks with very little restriction. And that is why this report exists. This brilliant study recreates all of the trades that senators made over the course of 4 years in the 90s and found that consistently these senators had abnormal positive returns, like way better than some of the best investors in our country.
A study of data from the 1990s showed senators' trades out.
Insider trading is only illegal if you're not an elected official.
Warren Buffett, who only managed to beat the market by 2.5% that decade.
Okay. So either these civil servants are just like super savvy investors, or, as the study suggests, the senators knew the appropriate time to buy and sell their common stocks. Like, we're all kind of guessing when we're playing the stock market. Everyone's guessing what's going to happen next. If you kind of know what's going to happen next because you're like privy to information about the economy,
and you're actually like making the whole, decisions about it.
Thank you, BetterHelp, for sponsoring today's video. I'm a massive believer in therapy. Therapy has transformed my life, and I believe that everyone needs therapy.
What the hell?
Of the aisle changed portions of their portfolios 166
Can't see the game. Yep, sorry, I did pick up on that. I've tried 3 different headsets and my mic still doesn't work.
So many of these lawmakers
you have to set it in your audio settings in Discord.
When asked about their shady transactions,
also, you might be
John
muted.
Boehner, quote, declined to discuss their transactions.
Did you hear about the Houston school takeover? It's horrifying. No, I did not.
It became more and more clear that
do we have a
using their
video?
knowledge
Do we
to
have an
enrich
article?
themselves. And it was not a great look at a time when millions of Americans were losing their life savings and jobs and houses.
That doesn't sound good. It sounds like an active shooter. That's no bueno.
1987. Oh, but remember, it was still legal. They weren't breaking any rules. It was their right to do this. But the pressure mounted. And in 2012, they passed a law on themselves. We have an act of Congress. Look at this. 112th Congress passing laws to regulate their own greed. I love this. I love this.
The idea that everybody plays.
I'm
by the
muted,
same
but it
rules
doesn't
is one
work
of
when
our
I
most
unmute
cherished
myself. Yeah, I don't
American
know.
values.
Oh, and look at the name of the law. This is the Stop Trading on
I see that your
Congressional
headset
Knowledge
is-
Act. The Stock Act.
It doesn't look
This
like
law
you're
bans
mute.
Congress from buying
You're
and
muted on
selling
my
stocks
side.
based on insider information and requires them to publish all of their trading activity, which is one reason why I have all of this paper. They're like now required
there we
to
go.
disclose
Maybe I
all of
accidentally
their
muted you.
stock trading. Great. 2012, they passed the law. Problem solved, right? Well,
State-
no, not according to our reporting. Despite
Lawmakers
this law,
host
we
ad
still
hoc House
have
Committee
a
hearing on
list that I'm now
HISD
about to show you.
takeover.
Back in 2022, I lost 2 very important
About the
people in my
state
life. Big
takeover of
figures.
HISD
It really wasn't
led
until
lawmakers to-
February of this year that
Okay,
I finally
hold on a
gave therapy a chance.
Hold on a second. Let's go to this. And actually, we can just go ahead and unhide it, I guess. Okay.
To host a hearing here in Houston today.
Our community is sick and tired.
Oh, shit. Whoops.
About the state takeover of HISD led lawmakers to host a hearing here in Houston today.
Our community is sick and tired of their concerns falling on deaf ears every time they go to a school board meeting. They are tired of being ignored.
That is State Representative Christina Morales. She called today's hearing, which took place at the Hilton University of Houston. She says lawmakers have been bombarded with complaints from parents ever since the state takeover of HISD a year ago. Our latest back-to-school survey found district leadership is among the top concerns for many parents for the upcoming school year. Let us know what matters to you. Just text the word school to 713-526-1111. We'll text you back with a link to the survey.
To the weather now.
Oh.
Welcome into another episode of Locked On Phillies. And in today's episode...
What? Okay, stop. What is going on here? Of their concerns falling on deaf ears every time they go to a school board meeting, they are tired of being ignored. Unelected board of managers. We must defend our schools. Nobody from the governor's office to the Senate gives a damn about our school system in Houston collapsing because of what they've done. Okay, so it's not an active shooter. It's just poor mismanagement of funds, which is still a problem, obviously, but oh, whoops. I was wondering what the hell I was seeing. That if she really needs to use the bathroom, oh my god, she can just go. If she gets in trouble, I'll deal with it. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no, I remember that in school too, that you have to ask permission. May I? Can you? I don't know, can you? Shut the fuck up. Seriously, I hated that childish behavior. Like, people are like, I loved high school. High school was the best time of my life. I loved high school. I made so many friends. I hated high school. It was full of the most childish and idiotic people, and that's just the teachers. Never mind the actual kids being petty and aggressive and antagonistic for no reason. Like, I hated school. I absolutely hated school. It's one of my aversions for going back to college, to be perfectly honest. I probably would thrive in an educational format, but I can't stand the thought of going to college and going back into that education system. Try unmuting yourself again, because I think there just weren't any, oh, hold on. I did do this wrong. Son of a bitch. Whoops. And then, yeah, why? None of those things would even make sense if regular folk can't even get into it. Try it now, Oshun, just for the sake of testing it. I am only still friends with like 10 out of the 1,600, right? I remember my teacher wouldn't let this kid go, so he threatened to pee on her desk. I would have done that. I wasn't intentionally silencing your voice. Apparently, I had to grant you permissions for some stupid reason. I thought that would be the whole point of granting you access in the first place. But what do I know? I know nothing, apparently. I guess I'm making sure that there's nothing else that's necessary in there. So yeah, you should be able to unmute yourself and say something. And if you're talking and I still can't hear you, then that's a different issue. These are some of what took place in the takeover. Spanish is discouraged. The dual language program doesn't exist, but it's still getting funded. Libraries have been closed, and they were turned into detention centers, now called team centers. Jesus Christ. Because she's not a subscriber. That's right. You got to sub to the voice chat. I still can't hear you. Well, try Try. Hold on, let's try something else here. Try it again? Should I restart Discord? I don't know. Why is my stream freezing now? That's not good. Sometimes it helps to close all your apps. Yeah, well, now my stream, the streaming thing itself is freezing. That's not great at all. So I'm going to blame Age of Empires 4 because it's not opening up again. Awesome. Twitch had an update today when I signed on. Yeah, I don't know. Looks like it's still frozen on my end. Well, we certainly were not able to go a full day without a technical difficulty. Because it still shows me as frozen, right? Oh, it's just my webcam that's frozen? That's weird. Oh. Okay. I guess that fixed it. Add in a minute. So I must have screwed something up there. It wasn't frozen a minute ago. No, evidently I did something when I was in Twitch. Or not Twitch, Discord. Oshun, can you hear me now? I can hear you now, but it's not very, you're not very clear like you were.
So, I jumped through a fountain to get away from that guy. Oh, you should have.
It is extremely difficult to hear anything that you're saying, but at least we can hear you.
What rare?
Is Leia with you or something? Whatever microphone you're using, use a different one. Whichever one we used the first time around.
And it's 2:59.
Because I can apparently hear Leia much better than I can hear you. Well, I know there's a delay, so okay. Well, in either case, this is working, so you can go back to muting yours. I would still use a different microphone, though. Whichever one you were using the last time when you were actually doing the Puerto Rico thing, use that one. So whatever this is trash. Although it is 9 o'clock, so you know what? I think we can call that a stream. There's no reason we need to do like 12-hour streams every single day. Oh my goodness. Plus, we were at a stopping point with the game anyway, so I think we got where we needed to be. And of course, right when I wanted to end the stream, there's an ad happening, so I'll wait for the 30 seconds, 20 seconds, and then we'll go ahead. Yeah, on that note, right? On that note, as we were, back at the ranch. Ooh, perfect time to redeem that too. It's the big screen. When Sam has 2,500 followers, a 24-hour stream will happen. I thought we said 2,500 subs. Because followers is probably achievable. In, I don't know about like the near future, but like between like, you know, once I actually get out of my creator funk, because like making shorts with my phone and then having to edit it and then like my phone not being centered and it's just a pain in the ass. Anywho, we got a lot accomplished. We covered JD Vance. We covered Guam. Oh my God, did we cover Guam? Manufacturing jobs, we got covered with that. And then, of course, we saw Trump just making an absolute mockery of himself. And then, of course, we got some gaming done. So I think we had a very full stream today, a very accomplished stream today. And yeah, I think everything went well. So, well, aside from like the technical snafu, but other than that, I don't think we're ever going to have a stream that doesn't have some technical glitch until we do have our 2,500 subs. So on that note, good night. See you all tomorrow at 4. And we will be addressing another U.S. territory and the policies that we didn't get to today. Take care.